Hello, everybody, and welcome to a slightly off schedule, but still here and ready to party episode of the Red Mire Hunt here at Mintimax 20. We got all the folk who should be here, which I don't know if you scheduled things with adults, but that is a miracle. So we got Jared Deal, Todd Deal. This time there is relation, but it isn't. It has nothing to do with last name. It just is coincidence.
It actually has to do with our characters. We're related in character, that's it.
I don't believe that for a minute. We got Corey, Stacy, and then Evan Lang here on. I guess this is the 4th episode of our 3-episode arc, and combat hasn't happened yet. And
that's just,
surprise.
That is just the truth of trying to do anything, man. That is with D&D especially. But the briefest of recaps I can give you guys is just after meeting up in the tavern with our good friends here, Cedric, who was the steward of the Red Mire Keep, and his knight, his guardian. You guys don't really know quite the relation, but he seems to be taking care of him. Of the name of Daniel. After meeting up with your party that you gather, Edmure and the Halberdiers, the 2 knights in the Mason Order, Cyrus and Anders, you guys made your way out. The only person technically who was gonna go that was there that didn't was the also important cab driver Larry, who just rode Edmure there. That is not important, but I liked Larry, so just had to drop it. You guys made your way in through the Red Mire. The different things that were figured out as you traveled is there's these standing stones on either side of the path that had some sort of latent magic in it that was discovered by some members of the party. Traveling further into the Red Mire, several things happened. There was screams for help that one minute, don't mean to give tension, but I did have to sneeze really bad. And as soon as I tried to do anything about it, it went away. But as soon as it was investigated, there didn't seem to be necessarily anything there. There was a glimpse of something, but it wasn't quite there. There was a body discovered that seemed to be not like old, but it seemed like talking with the people who traveled the path off, Daniel and Cedric. They were not familiar with that body. They haven't seen it before, even though it wasn't far off the path by any means. It was stumbled upon accidentally by Galen with his mystical little lantern. But traveling along further on, not many other things seem to be troubling. The area got a bit darker, even though it was quite high into the afternoon. Quite high into noontime, I should say. I'm trying not to say high noon, just reflexively. But as they got close enough, you guys eventually made it into the actual clearing around the Red Mire. As you begin traveling up, you notice more standing stones. This time, they seem to have some form of magic on it that, upon investigating, it seemed to be some form of older magic, almost like a hexing magic. But this also, you notice, couldn't have been here that long. It seemed to be... Thank God.
There it is.
You got it, baby.
You did it.
Woo! That's what it was all about. We can end the stream. We're good.
Connor,
but no,
bless.
Yes, please. Oh,
stay blessed, my guy.
I appreciate the blessings as we continue on with this session, as you might want to say that less and less.
Actually, I take it back.
There you go. That's a good reflex. But the standing stones, you realize couldn't have been there that long. Cordell doing a bit of investigating and a little bit of sharing happened this session as you spent a little bit of time paying attention to your whip, noticing it was giving off a glow, but not quite what you're familiar with, giving you some weird, not quite no, not quite yes signature that you're not familiar with. Being brought into the keep and being brought into the actual dining hall, certain people clocked that there didn't seem to be really anybody here aside from somebody in the gatehouse, as well as upon meeting the Baron when he came over, he seemed to be fully registering with your whip of sorts, which you shared with everybody else, in some way communicated to you that he was undead. But after talking amongst yourself, making some plans, Richter talking with his mutual friends, if not friends, at least acquaintances with the Mason Order, they seem to be suspicious as well, noticing that none of the knights of their order that should be here have been seen. They noticed it was just as desolate as you guys have noticed. But when the setting up a little social ambush of sorts for the Baron, leaving your whip in a place to give a positive signature to Galen, who wanted to do the confrontation, the whip didn't seem to be giving any signature this next time around. as curious as that may have been, you guys all got together. The Baron suggested you guys do a walk amongst the grounds as dinner's being prepared. And as you guys went on to leave, some discussions were having back and forth, but everybody, Braff, Gallon, and Richter noticed Cordell's pack, even if Cordell wasn't quite aware, just it being behind him, that walking underneath the gate, where you finally saw two people that you never seen before, just two to be latent guards, just guys in just armor and such, nothing too fanciful, but those two guys you've actually seen before were on top of the gate, operating the gatehouse, and as you guys walked underneath the gatehouse, you saw, again, a bright signature glowing from his belt that was in the top of his pack.
It was just me, right?
No, everybody saw. Everybody passed their checks.
I thought it was just me because it was a 10 and everyone rolled like shit and I rolled like a 12.
No, you're right. There was a lot of checks where everybody rolled well on, but that was the exception. You're absolutely right. It was just you, Breath.
Oh, nice. I'm unique.
And with that very comfortable situation being uncovered, and I would imagine adding more confusion to this situation, that's where we're gonna pick it up, boys. Without everybody, Richter, Cordell, traveling through the gate as you, Gallon, and Braff are still inside having the rest of your dialogue, unless you guys continue to travel.
I basically just said I finished it off with saying that we should just talk more in private, and then I just kind of quickened my pace to exit out.
No problem. Yep. And then Gallon, you are proceeding with them, I imagine.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Everyone's muted.
Well,
you told me about the glowing, right?
I know. I said something is very, very amiss. I think we should probably start talking a lot more in private. And then I just kind of started walking quickly, and my eyes were wide. I was like, you could tell something was not right. I was uncomfortable, and then I started started walking quickly through.
Okay.
I didn't specify anything directly though.
I'll follow you.
Okay. We'll kind of
catch
up with
you
the rest
guys.
of the group.
Yeah, you guys were a distance where at least the guards on top of the wall noticed some, like you guys hanging back a bit, but you guys weren't far off. Everybody else, Richter and Cordell, traveling with the group, are led out through the main gate. So the gate was lowered down as a drawbridge, but as you guys cross over it, it's going to be necessarily a gap of any kind. It just lowered to the same style as what you might now identify as some form of access gate from before. But now leaving through this main gate again, just to really say again, just a large wooden gate with like actual iron wrapping it and reinforcing it along, like a gate made to properly defend itself from a siege, lowers down. And you guys passing through it are, for the first time, exposed to the opposite side of the clearing, this little open meadows area you are surrounded by. And looking down, you can see there's actually quite a large, wide path, as they mentioned before. It was made for carts. It goes and winds its way down the bit of a hill that you guys are on. A far more gentle slope than the jagged cliffside you walked up. But looking at this little smooth pathway, you see that at the very bottom of it, as it travels a good bit down, maybe about a quarter mile towards a half mile down there, there is a small little wooden building down there. The Baron's making conversation, primarily with Edmure, but speaking loudly so everyone can hear. And it goes like, yeah, that down there is where we first started building a little gatehouse, but pretty quickly along we realized that we need more people living here and resources to man it. So now we just kind of keep up here, but then he goes and expands his hand over, kind of showing off kind of this kind of marshy section. You can see there is a proper meadows, but one kind of corner of the area is still kind of swampy. You can see from here there are kind of like reeds and such growing out. Like you could tell it is still a bit of a wetland. As he goes and gestures over, it's like, this little area over here is actually fed by a pond nearby. So what we're going to do with that is we're going to actually take it, have some proper farming going on down here. So, when we get the town going, we can supply our own food. We're thinking here, as it kind of gestures over to the perimeter of the meadows, we'll clear that out a little bit more. But then after that, we'll build maybe just wooden walls, but little walls protecting the inner, protecting the community, just in case, the mire's the mire, right? So you always got to be paying attention to what's going on out there. But now, cutting down some more trees. I'm thinking here, well over 100, maybe 200 people. Like this town here could probably get bigger than the Marsh's retreat you all just came from. And as he's walking, Edmir's kind of looking it over with him. Pretty quiet, uncharacteristically for Edmir, as he's kind of just going and looking over with a critical eye. You guys are all together. You guys, I would say, Brath and Gallon, making your way quickly into the rest of the group. So you're all privy to this conversation.
As I make my way and kind of like bridge the gap, I want to go up behind Cordal and kind of just like fasten his bag closed, because I know he left it kind of open. I kind of almost want to like close it instinctually, but hey, like I'll go up to him and be like, oh yeah, you don't obviously want to be keeping this open in case you lose anything. And as I kind of like say this and I go to like cinch it down, I do want to whisper to him in a hushed tone. I want to say, shit is definitely not right. Stay close.
Stealth check, please.
And then I'll kind of pat him on the shoulder and be like, all right, all good now. Oh yeah, I'll roll.
I will say, I'll let you do stealth or performance.
Okay, I'll do stealth because my performance is dog. 17.
I'll give you the option, but that doesn't mean your charisma's high. What was the roll?
17 for stealth.
Oh, wow, okay. So you go, and of course, Cordell, you hear this communicated. Of course, you're closing the bag. I wonder where your thoughts go, if it is letting you know anything, but just him closing it up, you know. Like you're getting ready for your third day of school. Your dad's fastening your backpack for you, you know. But
I'm just gonna assume he's touching me so he can get close, and then I'll acknowledge what he says, but I don't want to make it obvious. I'll just like slightly, very slightly, just nod my head, but like so little so that he might not even notice that I did it.
Got you.
And then once I'm done with that, I kind of almost want to quicken my pace and get to the front, kind of almost to where the Baron is. I kind of want to stay a little close. I do, as I like get up and go keep walking, I make eye contact with Gallon, and then I'm just going to be like kind of just like a slight nod, and I'm going to go to the front and just kind of be involved.
For sure. Gallon, are you just going to continue taking up the rear?
Well, as I'm standing in the back, I'm going to load my crossbow.
He just shoots the Baron in the back. Like...
So I'm gonna load my crossbow and then just have it like just on my shoulder.
Just like holding it up there, pretty much.
Just holding it up there, pointed mostly up, so that way it doesn't. It's not like pointed at people's face. You know?
Gotcha. Remind me, this is a hand crossbow, correct?
It's a heavy crossbow.
Okay. Yeah, that's very different dynamic. So you're not just having this little pew, you're just Yeah. So you take your weapon of war, essentially, just load it up, put it on your shoulder, and you're in the back of the group. So if people notice, I don't think anybody is necessarily saying anything about it. But directly ahead of you, I will say, is Cordell and Richter.
Does Cyrus look at me?
I would say no perception check needed. No. You loading up a crossbow and such like that isn't like the weirdest thing to happen right now. Especially you are told that you guys are going to go on some form of hunt. You're outside of walls right now. You're loading up a crossbow. It isn't that strange. It's not normal, but it's not that peculiar.
Actually, as I look back and I nodded to Gallon and he was busy doing that, I will actually take my spell book out of my satchel, as it is still kind of, outline bound and kind of connected deeper within the satchel, just as a reminder that it is like almost tethered. I'm just going to kind of hold it.
For no reason in particular, mentioning that it is tethered to your person.
It is tethered by like leather cords and whatnot.
Got you. Yeah, so you get your spell book out, you get your crossbow out, load it, pop it on the shoulder. I would say, especially Brath getting his spell book out. Actually, Cordell and Richter, can you guys give me perception checks here?
What's it worth to be?
Let me amend it. Can all of you give me perception checks here?
Oh, everybody? All right, cool.
Shit.
Ooh, very good.
Everybody,
good.
Including me.
Everybody in the club getting tipsy.
21
14.
Perception.
14, 21.
10. Multiples of 7.
14.
Hey.
Well, hey, 3 multiples of 7 and a 10 ain't bad.
Is that a point of inspiration?
No. This isn't a casino. You don't get anything for 3 sevens.
Man. Come on, dude.
I will say, you, Gallon, you're loading up your crossbow and such, and you're just kind of keeping an eye out. Where's your focus primarily on right now, Gallon?
Well, it takes me like 5 seconds to load the crossbow, so I'm gonna stare at the Baron.
That's fine. Yeah, you have it loaded up and such, but you're just kind of looking through the crowd, keeping an eye on him. And he's just kind of walking. He's being very. It's kind of a pace and kind of way of carrying yourself, kind of just a general vibe that you're familiar with, probably all too familiar with, where it's a man who's very comfortable with the assertion that he is the most important person in the area, right? Most important person in the group, and he's going and showing off a bit. You can communicate that well. I would say Richter and Cordell, you guys both notice Braff getting his spellbook out, and with that, you can see Anders just gets like a bow out of his quiver and kind of like rolls it over in his hand, kind of just checking it out, as well as Cyrus. He like kind of gets his buckler, it was kind of loose on his pack, gets it and like kind of straps it on his arm and such, getting it ready. So you can see at least 3 people in some way, shape, or form getting themselves prepared. But Cordell, with your higher roll, you can just see Gallon with a crossbow behind you, just loaded up, just staring daggers into the Baron.
My headset died there, but the moral is that I saw everyone get prepared. Right?
You saw everyone get ready, yes.
Okay.
And I'll say with Braff, with your even higher roll, you notice everybody get prepared. You also notice here that the halberdiers are walking in step just behind both Edmure and the Baron, but they seem to be, again, with something you kind of noticed in the actual keep, kind of keeping pace with and mirroring the Baron, no longer Edmure.
Still. Okay. I was actually
but everybody notices a certain amount of people getting gear, equipment, weapons, whatever, out and accessible.
Right. Okay.
How far is the tree line?
The tree line, I would say here, you guys have been traveling, especially after you caught up, for maybe a minute or so. The tree line's still probably half-mile out. It's a pretty large clearing they cut out around here. There's probably, in general, especially now being able to see all sides, there's probably a half-mile of tree line, roughly, with different distances, from the keep to the tree line all around it.
And then is there like a rough path, or are we slogging through mud?
You guys are on a pretty nicely kept path here.
Okay.
Not cobblestone, but smoothed out dirt. It's meant for carts.
Okay.
And we're not in like we're not in a slog, right? We're kind of on like harder ground a little bit. It's a little bit more.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice. Like for one, it hasn't been raining in a while. It's pretty dry.
Okay.
You're on an elevated area, so yeah, it's more dusty than anything, and the dust isn't like permeating. It is there. Yeah.
I'm going to talk to the Baron, kind of call out to him. And I'll
Sure,
say,
I mean, you're traveling a little bit behind him. Well, you're making your way up towards him. Are you trying to go past the halberdiers and such? Or?
No, I'll probably just stay. I'll probably just be like behind the front party. So I'll be kind of just behind Edmure a little bit, not too close, like 5-ish feet, not to be weird.
Well, the halberdiers are behind both of them, just so you know. But they're
okay.
You
So
notice they're mirroring what the Baron's doing. They're kind of like they seem to be more defensive of the Baron than they would be Edmure.
Actually,
they're kind of walking in step.
I'm gonna go around to like the right hand side of the right halberdier and kind of just like almost get up there, not like directly in line with the Baron, but kind of almost pass around them just to join their kind of conversation. Mainly just to see what the halberdiers. As I'm doing, I want to see if the halberdiers like react or anything, but just mainly just to see if there's anything that I can go.
You pass the halberdier, and of the two, you guys do not have names yet of the halberdiers, but it's the one who was.
Man, this guy got the sneezers.
Dude, we were all good all day. Then I started dying, and that's okay. It's thematic.
Thematic.
Yeah, of course. You make your way to the side of the Baron there, kind of going past the halberdier. That halberdier, again, you don't have a name of him, but he's the one who's always been a little bit more to his duty. He's always been a little bit more professional, a little bit more next to Edmure, actually up in a proper stance, as opposed to the one who's obsessed about sieges.
Yeah. Bless you.
Thank you. Hey, get them all you can.
That's actually
take all
just,
the blessings you can.
that's Senric just sneezing in the keep, isn't it? Senric's
The coughing has turned to sneezing, and it's gotten worse.
Oh,
and you guys can hear it. He's like, there's just a war horn. He's sneezing into, just billowing out.
it's like shut into his nose.
Yeah, I mean, why not? But no, as you pass, you don't feel any movement. You don't feel anything to stop you.
Okay.
You're allowed to pass, but they're still walking in step with the Baron Vilnar, but that's about it. But yeah, you're there with the conversation as the Baron's continuing his spiel, talking at this point about like talking about how they're gonna fix the road at this point, talking about like, yeah, in a little while, I'm thinking a season or so, we're gonna be able to get some livestock in here, get some some properly plow some fields, have like local beef on hand when we get the pastures together. It's gonna be I'm pretty excited about it. Just talking with a winery not far away. We don't really have grapes here, but I'm thinking, like make some meads and such. You never know.
Baron, Sid, I was curious. You're mentioning a lot about obviously building this place up and getting kind of established, and so that kind of made me curious as to when was the keep finished? Was it recently, or how long have you been established here? Because
he's kind of walking a pace. He just kind of leans his head back, like one hand on the rapier still. He's kind of just like using one hand there, like one hand's just been walking through the one hand on the rapier. Now kind of leans back, both hands on the place. So it's like, I want to say maybe 2 years, a little bit more. Us coming through and dealing with the locals took a couple months, but after that, the keep was built in maybe 2.5 months by the wizard, or sorry, 2.5 years from ago by the wizard, and then we had carpenters come in and start putting the finishing touches on it. So,
and that was 2 years ago.
About who can remember these things exactly? I'm sure. I'll have to talk with Cedric. He keeps the paperwork more tidy than I do, and I'm sure he has official deeds and stuff ready to be signed about when it was constructed and yada yada. But
Okay. I mean, I was just mainly curious. What are the main? I mean, obviously difficulties with getting resources out here. I'm assuming is probably your biggest reason why expansion has been slow. I would assume.
Well, yeah, the road's difficult as you guys traveled, but just for carts. But another thing is people are still scared of the Redmire, but he's kind of gestures over the whole little pasture in front of you. It's just like, over here is plenty safe, but convincing people of that is quite difficult. So we'll change minds here in a while.
Okay, I gotcha. For sure. Well, so is this over here? Is this where we're gonna be hunting? Or are we just checking out the whole grounds? Are we gonna at any point kind of loop back and
Let's say I need to fix Nerobot. We're getting unnecessarily funky right now, and like I'm not against it, but I also am. Like I love Discord bots, I just don't. Also, but this one is working, so I'm not gonna knock it. This one is playing music technically.
Yeah, that's true.
In games where you enter like the glade and it just starts playing that music.
Yeah, it was trying to soothe you guys right now. It's like, welcome to the glade, everybody, and I'm like, that's not the vibe. But yeah, to answer your question properly, as he's walking out, I was like, no, if you look over here, he's kind of gesturing just off a bit ahead. There doesn't seem any discernible road or landmark he's pointing at. But it's like, we're just gonna go about there. We have a little trail we made where the scouts kind of started doing it, because they go and hunt game, to kind of get an idea of the land, keep things sharp out here. But kind of go check out a trail. There's like a half-mile loop that stays pretty close to the perimeter here, and we'll just go look at that, and I'll just tell you about just general stuff. That way you're putting eyes to something instead of me telling you about it at dinner, and then I got to do it again tomorrow, and it's also an excuse to go for a nice walk. I'm sure you guys don't need it, but I do. I do a bit.
No worries. But we're so just out of curiosity, where are we in relation to the bounty that you had mentioned? Are we going in that direction as well, or are we? No,
I mean we are going in that direction just because it is that way, but that's miles out. I wouldn't worry about that. But also, not gonna lie to you about it. We are heading there ish. But we're doing a little loop. We're staying close to the clearing. It's not a danger.
Okay. I take a deep breath.
You gotta relax a little bit, young man. It's a hunt. We're having fun. I mean, I mentioned the bounty, but if y'all don't want to do it, that's fine. Now we're just hunting. There's still some pretty impressive breed of stag that kind of still lives in the swamp. They're kind of peculiar if you see them. That's fun. They got the gators.
Yeah.
There's even some like honestly, man, if you want to hunt frogs or something, that's fine. We're just having fun, you know. If you're not worried about points, just
Ooh.
cut down a tree or something. I don't know.
Yeah, we're just having fun here for sure. As I'm like dripping sweat. Oh,
I appreciate the commitment.
And then one last. I meant to mention at the table. You mentioned points. You keep mentioning these points. What are they? Are we like? Are we gonna win something? Are they allocated for a reason? Or
oh yes. Points will go over what different things are, but yeah, whoever gets the most points, you guys will get a suite, whether you choose to use it or not, which I understand. But whoever wins will be given a suite here at the keep. Whenever you're traveling through, it's yours to stay in. If you want to rent it out, that's fine too. Whenever you come back through, we'll give you whatever money you got there. But
by chance, is it a suite that is currently occupied by one of your workers?
No, not this one. This one, if I'm being more frank, is still under construction. But that's kind of why you guys are on the hunt now, because whoever wins maybe puts in some pointers on how they want it designed. Little bits, but it's still a very. As he kind of stops at this point and turns around, looking backwards up at the keep.
I'll follow his eye line.
Yeah. At this angle, looking at it, the keep is kind of up and outstretched on your right-hand side, whereas there's that tower coming off the left on opposite sides of the gates. You have the keep that's still inside the walls, and then this tower. Now that you're able to see it from this angle, it is like it's off. It has like a bit of a stone support beam jetting out, like almost. It seems like it's almost spearing it at the bottom, but it is fully suspended above the actual chasm below. They're just kind of.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, from this distance, I want to see if that could determine or see if anything is moving, if any of the structure itself, for whatever fucking reason, is shifting or moving.
And give me a perception check.
This guy's on it, bro.
Oh, thank God! I'm on what to look for, but I rolled an 8, so.
Is that a total of 8?
A total of 8, yeah.
Okay. Looking out at the structure, it is inherently the first thing you kind of think of when you look at it, a liquid form. Like, you're looking at it and you can trick yourself into thinking like this might be moving a little bit here just because you're naturally. Corey, what the fuck was that?
This man's finding the cheat codes, bro.
He is. But no, like focusing on anything you kind of thought was kind of moving a little bit. You don't see any true movement. Okay. Anywhere, yeah.
Interesting.
But he's kind of looking back at it and gesturing over. It's like, by the nature of this place, it is a keep. It's a fortress right now, and then when the towns around it, it'll become a keep. It's an important distinction. So though, the suite's going to be, comfortable and pleasant and hopefully somewhere where if you wanted to, you could make your home. It's still, it's going to be rustic, No fancy elven smiths making beautiful woodwork. No, mages necessarily making anything more brilliant than, well, the walls themselves, clearly. But no, it's going to be rustic, But personally, I'm here. I like that, so.
Should be fun. Like you keep saying, should be a good time. And I start like deadpanning in the front. Let's keep walking.
Yeah, I think like he sees you walk and then turns about face and begins walking to not lose the initiative in the walking order. So he's still leading the group.
Yeah. And I'll almost do that thing where like I'll like kind of like I'll be walking and then they slowly just kind of shrink back toward the rest of the group. Just like
Yeah, no, absolutely. As he continues the conversation along about building plans. Like as you guys walk down along, you see like the cart path actually go and curve out, heading towards the road you were on, though still not properly connected even across this meadow. And he's talking more with Edmure about like grand plans about like there's still that chasm kind of splitting the bit with the waterway. He's talking about putting like a bit of a tavern kind of spanning over that. Just making like a fun feature out of it. Talking about little houses, blacksmiths. He's rattling on about like different smiths he's talked to in surrounding areas, different people he wants to import. How excited he is for the road to be done. He speaks at length without much concern of who is interested or listening about all his plans for this area. As
like,
you guys
like a tour guide, basically, just like talking to talk, kind of.
A tour guide, but if the tour guide also owned the place and had that much pride in it, you know, okay. There's just a certain other level of like, it's not just like talking about like in 1914 the walls were built. He's talking about it because he built the walls, you know.
Gotcha.
He was involved. He did
personal
everything.
Investment.
Right, absolutely.
As I
but continuing on, go ahead.
As I make my way back, I do want to get in line with Gallon again.
Of course, well, all the way to the back of the line.
Mm-hmm.
All right, yeah. So everyone just kind of moves past as you're just gonna keep just slow walk till he catches up, type thing.
I'm going to. Good.
I'm able to hear the Baron from back there, right?
You're able to hear him. I mean, it's harder to hear, but he is projecting in such a way so everyone can hear him. He's speaking to like. He will direct conversation like to Edmure or when Braff's there at Braff, or even one of the halberdiers if he's not getting proper eye contact. But he is talking to someone while projecting for the whole crowd. So yes, you were able to hear.
He's not facing us, right? He's like forward looking back, or is he like
he's back? Yeah, he's looking back. As he's walking.
Okay.
He's like every once in a while he'll stop for just a moment to point at something, but he's keeping the pace.
Okay, gotcha. I just want to make sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
You're gonna fall back to.
Yeah, I want to fall back to Gallon, and then I want to like drop my backpack and then start rummaging through it, and then
Are you stopping?
I am stopping to drop my bag and to rummage through it, and I'll just like kind of like gesture for you to kind of like wait up for a second.
I'll stop.
As everyone else is proceeding on, the two people who are still there, Richter and Cordell, I would say you guys notice you're directly in front of them. If you'd like to stop, you can. But the Baron is now, as you guys kind of come down this hill, you're kind of heading in towards this meadow. And now you can see there's this little path kind of winding up and around. It's like a footpath, kind of just cutting through some of the grasses and stuff, making its way over towards the actual woods, the actual mire itself. But unless either...
I'll continue walking. I'm not going to stop.
I'm also not going to stop.
Gotcha. Okay, then Braff and Gallon, please.
Did you learn anything?
Well, I feel like in a hushed tone, as I kind of almost don't say anything. Like as he says that, I'm just gonna keep like digging through. I'm gonna go and like half pull out the hourglass I bought and realize like why the fuck did I buy this, and then put it back in my backpack. And then realizing I don't know shit about adventuring and what I need. But I'm gonna kind of then like as I'm still peering through and kind of look up and then look, as I'm talking. I mean, you heard what I was mentioning. I was talking to the Baron, but no, the what I was saying earlier as we passed through or as we were leaving, Cordell's whip. There was a very distinct glow, and I'm like kind of ruffling through. There was a very distinct glow. As he was passing through the threshold of the gate, it was glowing brightly, and then it dimmed again. And so part of me, and I kind of stop, part of me feels like, I don't know, I'm not very good at this, obviously I'm not experienced in adventuring, but I mean, the first thing that came to my mind was potentially that maybe there's an entity, the keep itself is maybe an entity or undead or something, or I don't know, it's just and I'm like, I kind of like just stop, like with the ruse of like even like pretend to look through as I'm kind of like thinking.
You have a keen eye. Think, keep your wits about you. Not as young as they used to be. And we're gonna need to learn as much about this as we can. Probably catch up.
Yeah, and I situate my shit in my bag, and I'll just throw it on. Here we go.
You just throw the bag on. As the party has moved probably 40, 50 feet ahead, as the Baron at one point, the two of you who are there, does kind of look back, and he seems to notice two people have stopped, but changes nothing about the pace he's going. Just talking more about, just like, it's beautiful grounds once you get past the fact it used to be a swamp, but we're doing what we can about that, But you guys noticed the dam up there, right? Edmure's just like, I heard about it. I didn't go see it. He's like, well, no, I guess we walked across it in the morning. It's like, oh yeah, no, the dams. That was a feat of absolute brilliance on the part of some of your guys as he gestures back towards Cyrus and Anders, Mason order, and then of course your mage. But yeah, we just dammed up the river and waited a month or two before going back into the swamp. And I can tell you, just changed everything about dealing with the locals. Changed everything about it. So yeah, I'm excited with how the grounds are going. The first thing you got to do when you get to a new place is make it your own, right? So we're making it our own out here. And it doesn't hurt having a big old watermill up there to do just about anything you need. It's easier than having a guy go and grind grain, or saw logs, depending on what they have it set up for that day. But yeah, no, huge benefit for the town. I'm kind of like to pretend that I thought of that, if you guys don't mind. Kind of chuckles to himself. As the only other person who notably chuckles is Edmure, kind of chuckles to himself a little bit here and that. But you guys are proceeding now, getting pretty close into the actual, wooded part. You kind of cut around. You're walking. There's that swamp he kind of referred to of just actual marshy ground next to you. But you're walking along an old footpath just above it.
Kind of like we were the first time. The elevated. It's elevated.
Yeah, but this time it's not elevated. There's water all around you, and you're on a unique ridge. It's you're on ground that just kind of comes down. And, you're on the ridge there just before it cuts down into this little basin. What's going on?
Gotcha.
Kick the shit out of my phone accidentally.
Hell
All
yeah.
right. Just fucking drop it. But now you guys are proceeding on into the woods. I would say both Richter and Cordell, you guys can give me perception checks, as you guys are now truly in the front, and then Gallon and Breath, you guys are closing the gap, making your way to the group.
Perception for us?
You guys
No, right?
Not for you guys.
Okay, good. Okay.
19.
7.
And is
7.
it dark?
It is not yet dark. It is mid-afternoon. If I was to put a time to it, it'd be between 3 and maybe 5, best you could tell.
Okay.
What your roll was?
19.
And then 7?
17.
17. Oh, Jesus.
Oh.
Well, and then in that case, both of you noticed something
Big
that
rollers.
you guys weren't aware of. Let me do some magic. It worked. You guys weren't quite aware of as you were traveling along, but you see now that you're clued into it. There are some stones as you guys begin exiting this area. Along the path, there seems to be 2 sets of stones traveling along this. Or just kind of at the edge of the clearing almost, as you guys are kind of making your way towards it. At this point, as you guys have just been walking, you're 200 feet now from the wood line. To be,
Stones, you say?
just the stack of stones that you saw. You saw Cordell and Braff had some form of spat or exchanging of words next to one. I believe there was a conversation, frankly, in the dining hall about these stones.
Okay.
Are we next to the Baron in the front?
You guys are in the back of the class. So you got the Baron and Edmure, you got the Halberdiers, you got the 2 Knights in the Mason Order, then you got y'all.
Yow.
I want to I don't know, off to the side, be like, "Excuse me, Baron," and try to get his attention from the back.
He's going off it right now. It's we're gonna put torches about here, here, and here, and then oh yeah, sure. Cordell, what is it?
What those stones that are stacked up so neatly? I've seen those around. What are those?
Oh, those? As he's kind of walking by it, he's still walking kind of towards it. You saw it because the slope's kind of going up towards it, just a gentle slope, but he's kind of walking up towards it now, as you mentioned. It's oh, those things, those are holdovers from a past time. Those don't really, if I recall, the original people who used to be here had these stones kind of gathered around in different areas. I remember the mage saying something about it, but
Oh,
you know,
interesting. So they're kind of historic.
historic, but who cares about that really? As he's walking by a group of one, it's just you can do whatever you really want with it. Just kind of kicks it down, just knocks it over, kind of scatters around on the ground. It doesn't. They're just stones. They just haven't been moved.
I think I'll take one as a souvenir.
Feel
And then
free,
when I'm
yeah.
outside, I'm gonna grab one.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check, grabbing it.
This boy, what the?
So, I have Halfling Lucky, attack ability, and saving throw. I re-roll if I get a 1.
This is not a saving throw.
Okay, I rolled a 1.
He said, just to specify, if I blow up.
It's to specify I have the lucky racial ability. Awesome.
Yeah.
Doesn't count. For this in particular, it's not a saving throw, but that's a good thing to be aware of when inevitably you're asked to make one.
Yeah.
You go, you grab the stone, and similar thing to the ones you saw up there. Like, it doesn't seem to have any particular markings on it. At least not the one you grab. It has some like weird, almost like chicken scratch on it that you can kind of make out here or there, but there's nothing quite special about it. Don't have it, put it in your pack, I presume.
Yeah, I'm gonna toss it in my backpack.
You guys, I would say, see the Baron kick something down, and as they walk by, Cordell grabs something as Braff and Gallon are now within at least 20 feet of what's happening up there.
We see
Go
him
ahead.
kick something down.
You would see the Baron kick down a little stack of rocks. It's like when you go hiking and then just randomly on rocks next to a river, there's like a stack like that high, just
Yeah, it's-
river rocks. It's just like essentially one of those.
It's called a cairn.
A cairn.
Corey, are you like a regular?
Cairn.
Are you just a halfling, right?
Yes.
It says when you roll that one on the D20 for an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. It says all 3 in the.
Ability check then. Yeah, if you want to reroll the nat 1.
Because I was gonna say, I don't feel like they specified. I don't feel like they excluded that for halfling, so I checked, and it doesn't say. It doesn't
If
exclude.
you'd like
it
to
in the-
reroll, that, Corey, I'll allow it.
I will re-roll. Where does Arcana come up on here? Or is this
Be under
just...
intelligence.
Yeah,
Oh.
Braff opened the encyclopedia.
I said your race
Yeah.
actually has all the
14.
luck.
14. You grab this stone and you pick it up. Again, the markings are unfamiliar. Nothing you perceived on it is any different. But as you grab it, you do feel this kind of not latent, but absent space within it, as if there used to be magic within this stone. And that's absolutely true, that there used to be something involved, but whatever you're grabbing has a long since lost its ability or aptitude.
Luster for life.
Interesting. I still put it in my backpack.
Gotcha. I would say, though, a Braff and a Gown, there's no roll needed. You see the Baron kind of kick something down, and unless you were trying to be particularly sneaky about it, Cordell, you would see Cordell grab one, put it in his back pocket.
Okay, so we saw them kick it, but just okay.
Yes.
Well, we're at the back, so I'm not gonna bother.
You guys are like 20 feet away from them as Cordell grabs it. You guys are closing the distance. My understanding is whenever you guys stop, you guys accelerate back, then stop and accelerate back.
Cordall just doing Cordall things, so leave him do it.
I run. I understand.
Oh, this campaign, instead of running, he touches rocks.
I mean, hey, depending on the campaign, one's more dangerous than the other.
Amen.
Heyo.
Word.
Hey, yo, what?
Which one's more dangerous here?
You can
Just
give
to
me an
clarify.
insight check, and I still won't tell you.
Fact check, please.
Roll for fun.
Say chuckles, I'm in danger.
Yeah, but no, unless there's anything else people are trying to do, especially Braff and Gowan, as you guys are now passing the knockdown stones with the proper built-up one on the other side.
How close are we? Are we in the forest?
You guys are close to the forest now. Like, the head of the party is like 10 feet away from it, which is why I'm giving you this opportunity before you all enter.
And this is
Can
like. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Gallon.
Can I scan the tree line?
Go ahead, perception check.
Is it like a regular forest, or does it still look like a marsh? Like, is it more like?
It is absolutely still the marsh.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Absolutely.
Got a 7.
You look through and scan the trees. There's kind of a different dynamic as you guys are looking through. Now the sun's just moved a little bit further off, so now the light's kind of coming a little bit towards you. Those rays you saw before are kind of like casting shadow a little bit on your group. It's not dramatic yet, as it's still mid-afternoon. But yeah, it's still playing with you enough that you're not really able to see what's going on. You're able to see trees, you're able to see vegetation, you're able to see quite a similar environment to the marsh you exited earlier today, but you are not seeing much else.
The meadow. What does the meadow look like? Is it like grass, wildflowers, like?
No
Some-
flowers of any kind.
No
It is
flowers.
grass, patchy grass, tons of cut stumps and logs throughout.
Okay.
It seems like what you were on has been, in what way it could be in such a short span of time, cut down and changed in its way. Like when the trees were cut down, it really dried out the ground. And when the ground was dried down, people tried planting some grasses and stuff or bringing grass in.
Pretty
And
dead.
It's not dead. The grass is growing. It's still a very moist environment, but it doesn't seem to be like thriving wild grass. You're getting patches of grass kind of going through.
Okay.
While we're passing the stones, I do just want to investigate to just ensure, just to know meta. I want to make sure that like he didn't just knock over an active ward, and that just to see if I should be concerned.
Give me an Arcana check.
Yeah, because I wouldn't know. I mean, I wouldn't know that Cordell knew that it. Yeah. That would be. Hold on. No, you say Arcana?
Yes, sir.
20.
20.
Undirty.
Wanny.
Undirty 20.
Yep.
The cleanest 20 there is. That isn't natural.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Just checking it out though, looking at the rocks, you kind of just walk by. You get a wisp of it. You could tell. Cordell took a rock out of it, just like kind of where it's been knocked down. You can see like kind of like generally where on the stack it was. But looking through on the magic, you're getting a very similar vibe to the ones you got all the way back near the dam, where before you entered the Red Mire
Right.
itself, where it's like whatever this is latent and old. Doesn't seem to be very much alive.
Okay.
Whatever was going on here seems inert. However, I will still say this stone has been here however long. After all these trees were felled and cut down, this grass was planted, whatever. These stones were still here until for whatever reason just now.
Interesting.
So that might, yeah. So I'd say with a 20 on Arcana, you notice that people were being quite reverent back at the dam of taking care of the stones, not knocking them over. And it seems that was the truth here as well. Whereas now these have just been knocked over. It seems. Though I would say this is not necessarily our Arcana part of your check. It's kind of the broader scope of looking at this and just knowing how people normally behave with any type of magic things can be very close to how people interact with anything kind of religious or ritualistic. And this was treated in such a way until for whatever reason about a minute ago.
Right. So the Baron wanted to be a douche or some shit. I'll just like as I kind of am looking it over and I kind of can just using past knowledge on seeing the ones earlier at the dam. I'll just look over to Gallon and just kind of I'll just say no. I'll just say kind of whispering no charge or no power. Kind of shaking my head no, and then I'll just keep on.
And then with no more,
Catch up with the group.
if there's nothing else, you guys will re-enter a different side, but still truly re-enter the Red Mire. Really quick, Corey, were you able to hear what was said or no?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Just want to make sure.
So I'm gonna catch up with the group. I'm gonna kind of walk along the side. So it's not like a stone path.
No, you guys have been on dirt paths.
Okay.
There has been honestly no point, even in intros of this campaign, aside from perhaps at your villa where you truly started, there has not been a stone path.
Okay, then I'm gonna go to the edge of the path. How wide is it?
As you enter the woods,
Yeah.
it is, if anything, about as restrictive as the path before. You're walking person to person backed up. It's not really. You could kind of go on the side, but you're still not going to be walking alongside somebody unless you both make sincere consolidations about how much personal space you want.
I guess then at the edge of the divide between the meadow and the forest, can I do a survival check for tracks?
Absolutely, yeah. As everybody begins making the way, single file kind of forms. The Baron leading on, then Edmure, then the two halberdiers, then the two knights, then Braff and Cordell, not Braff and Cordell, Richter and Cordell. But yeah, as Braff makes his way in, you're holding up the head. Go ahead and give me that survival check for tracks.
I'm gonna kneel down, start kind of looking along the ground. I'm gonna start on the path and maybe like a little bit into the woods. Not super far, just a couple feet maybe. 17.
17 is pretty good. You are traveling on a footpath that has had traffic, and it's hard to tell apart from what just transpired over and what hasn't. But what you are seeing is that at one point this ground was quite wet, and now it's dry. There's different imprints in the ground as it hardened, and you can see there's some traveling over it that seems to kind of like broken it up a little bit. So it seems like in the interim, people were traveling over it as it was drying out and kind of broke up the ground. Now it's quite hard, but as you're looking at it, you're seeing foot traffic primarily into the forest. Not a lot coming back. I would also say, looking at it, you can see there is foot traffic coming back. There is definitely, you can see there's feet going this way, there's feet going that way. But far more recently, there's foot traffic going this way, and no foot traffic coming back out.
Okay. Do I pick up any other sort of tracks?
There's some game tracks. You can tell that there's some form of like rabbit or something like traveling through. You could like the odd like bird print and such. You can see like the little talons of some birds have been traveling around, which I think would be immediately reinforced by the sound of some little like squawking, this little off to just one side, which has been totally silent this whole time. Just now that you see the tracks, you just hear that uninterrupted over there, just like birds. Aside from that, there doesn't seem to be anything that different.
Okay. I will stand up.
Aside
following.
from, I will say there's a part of the ground that seems like a puddle that seems a bit more wet than everything else around it. But just off one side of the path, there just seems to be like a splotch of like darkened, wet ground. Seems many days old now, but that is there. Kind of near the marsh. There could be 1,000 reasons for it, but you do notice it.
How far away is it from me?
From you, or from the edge of the woods, or
From the edge of the woods.
it's maybe
Where I
10
am.
feet from the where I would say you stopped about at the tree line, and it's maybe a little bit behind you on the ground as you're looking around.
How far away is the rest of the group?
They traveled on a bit. I would say you're doing all this. You're kind of snooping around. You can see the back of Braff. He's probably 30 feet along ahead of you. So
I
kind of heading,
stayed. I stayed.
and you do not. You see the back of Richter.
You feel
as he's
my
traveling
hot
about
breath.
30.
Feel my hot breath on your forehead
Yeah.
as you stand up, and I'm like breathing.
You just feel your
like-
nephew, your granny.
I'm like looking at the ground. I turn. He's like right here.
You find
What you
anything?
seen, bud?
I'm gonna proceed 10 feet. Say, wait right here,
10 feet in what direction?
towards the puddle.
Yeah, you head over towards the puddle. I'll let you choose what kind of check you want to make sussing this out.
I will open my spell book.
Okay.
I will make a.
A survival check or investigation, perception.
I'm gonna do investigation.
That flute going kind of hard right now.
A 9.
Those dice for not hold out with you, bro. One.
Let me
week.
remind. Okay, not to tip the hat too much here, but you are a blood hunter. Do you have advantage on perception checks that involve smell? Because I believe you might, depending on your subclass.
You smell Richter fart.
So Richter he ripped ass and the ground got wet and no one talked about it. They kept walking, and now here you are. Should have kept with the group, bud. If you don't, you don't.
Does he get advantage on
No,
survival?
that might be a different subclass.
Right, because you're Ghost Slayer. No, that's fine. I just wanted to ask because I know Blood Hunter has a bunch of weird,
Yes.
kind of small ribbon abilities like that.
Yes.
But a 9 on investigation.
However,
Hmm?
have advantage on wisdom checks that track fey, fiends, or undead.
Oh.
Is anything glowing?
Is anything glowing?
Does see any
What
like?
do you go into your
markers?
Witcher sense?
Yeah.
You just warg.
Um,
No, so I think you're thinking of the Lycan subclass. I am not the Lycan subclass.
Right, that makes more sense. I just couldn't remember if it was just standard ability for blood hunters or subclass. Yeah. But you got a 9, right?
Yeah.
You're looking at the wet ground, and it seems old. It seems like it's been there a while. I would say the DC wasn't that high for certain aspects of it. So what I will still give you is you're looking at the ground. It seems because there's evidence of wet ground around you. You're next to a marsh. You're seeing how this ground kind of like dies and changes color and kind of morphs a little bit into the environment. Here it seems almost like more clean. It's like the dirt faintly changed color. It seems like while everything around has been changed by marsh water, which has a strange red hue to it, this is like almost purely just dirt got wet. They're just whatever mineral components would have came with the exchange of the red mire itself hitting this does not seem true here. To the best you can tell, it's if your character or anyone in the setting would even know what diluted water is, that is what was spilt here purely, and to the best extent, every mineral that could have been in that area has been mostly removed. Whatever intrusion of water is just truly just water there. Which I think, just because it's a confusing series of statements, could mean a lot of things. Could mean it could mean very pure water was spilt here. It could mean something was wet and then cleaned up beyond efficiently. It could mean a lot of things. But what it certainly tells you is that whatever was here dissipated quite quickly.
I'll stand up. Can I do one quick perception check into the tree line and then head back?
As perhaps sitting here with the spell book ready, just like...
Yeah, I'm kind of thumbing through some of my pouches, just like instinctually
14.
kind of touching some of my spell components, but that's...
Gotcha. With this new confusing bout of knowledge, you recheck the tree line as you see Gallon, Cordell, and a funky fucking...
A
All
fucking
right,
bar
yeah,
starts
you-
ripping?
Dude, you hit an accidental just... we have a beach episode now, as you're just staring off.
That's when the backstory starts tying
The
in,
bot
bro.
does good things.
He flashbacks.
It just happens to not right now. And when we have a minute, I'll see what I can do to clean that up a little bit. But no, you are looking through the environment and seeing your movement. With this new knowledge, there is probably a selection, like a repertoire of certain things that maybe could do this. And as you're scanning the tree line, you're kind of running through different monsters and things that you heard about or maybe even experienced in your mind. And while you're scanning the tree line around, I would say probably nothing is, for one, coming to mind, and two, you're just seeing the movement probably more distressingly than like just the movement in the trees, just by the kind of the wind that's kind of moving through and the sun kind of bouncing off things. You're really just seeing your party getting further and further along into the tree line.
Yeah, I'm gonna head back.
You head back to meet up with
While he was doing that,
Breath.
I'm going to cast 2 message spells to my pal Cordal and my other pal Richter.
Got
Full
you.
finger guns.
I'm going to go... I'm going to twin spell, sorcerer, point, meta magic. No. I'm going to say to Cordal, I'm going to say...
Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I'm going to say eat shit. No. No, I'm going to say...
Eat shit.
Just keep your eyes peeled. Obviously, we already had one interesting experience in the mire.
All right,
First, heading.
That should be a
in,
little
so-
bit better now. Combat music briefly started as you heard that, but then
And
you
then
realize you're fine.
to
I see.
Richter, I'm gonna say, just keep your eyes peeled. I heard you're a druid, so if there's anything you can do when it comes to being in that realm of practice, just I recommend leaning into it. That's all I'm gonna say.
I peel my eyes.
Go ahead and roll for damage. Your unarmed attack, your face.
Oh, you
but
said his
no,
eyes closed the whole time.
Yeah, you. I will ask you this though: your belt is in your pack right now. Hearing probably the environment around you. For the people who have proceeded properly into the you're back in the marsh. But I would say also looking in here, you're in probably in an area that the Baron was describing as a lake or a pond. The water here is far more prevalent and a little bit closer to your level. Talking about water gets me sneezy, boys. I don't know what to tell you.
Sneezer.
Which is good. We have a marsh as a setting. And there's a lot more water here, is really the main point. You're seeing more islands of land than you are isolated pockets of water as you guys are moving through.
Okay, so just like things like kind of coming up out of the water, but you can see just marsh.
Yeah, like you're seeing like whole trees, just like their trunks twisting out in the water in tight little pockets. You're seeing like strips of land going through, and the best you could figure is that maybe certain spots of water is only a couple inches deep, but it is still just water permeating around you.
Yeah, and then is it now? Are we kind of on the raised, like similar kind of elevated a little bit walkway?
You are on a stitched patchwork of those little islands like that, with different like logs fallen and laid down for you guys to kind of walk across. Different things where it's just like little kind of jumping across, or some people are choosing, like the halberdiers are just kind of like stepping in the water and kind of walking through.
God, they're so cool, bro. I hope they enjoy their shit
Dude,
boots.
they are fucking cool.
Hope they enjoy their trench foot. But me and Gallon will catch back up. I was casting that while he was doing his survival stuff. Those messages. You can respond, either of you, if you wanted to. But if you don't want to, that's
correct.
Do I know how to? Is that like?
I would say for you, I would say for both of you two in particular, you are not unfamiliar with this spell. So you know how to reply to it. Message, yes. Which means just like you could just kind of whisper in, it'd be picked up by him and reply. Because of your guys' backgrounds, you guys know how that would work.
Would I know if this is a cantrip or a leveled spell?
I think you would know it's a very mundane thing, particularly to you in the environment you used to be in.
Okay.
particular to non-mortals.
Yeah, to demigods or vampires, of course, it's not that big a deal.
I don't have anything to say back.
Okay.
But
to the question I was asking about the environment you're in, looking around, hearing that message, are you going to choose at this time to remove the whip from the pack and have it readied, or just leave?
I believe it in my pack, my sack pack.
And then Richter, similarly, obviously your character is a druid, but armament-wise, are you preparing yourself in any way, or are you just traveling along?
I think I'm just traveling along because I just have a quarterstaff.
So you just have it, you're walking with it?
Yeah, it's just kind of a constant, it's sort of constantly ready, right? How tall is a quarterstaff?
How tall are you?
Normally I think they're about 5 feet, but for you, maybe 3.
Okay.
Maybe 4.
I would like to be a little more alert though as I walk.
For sure, yeah, you guys are paying more attention.
Do anything, but
yeah, you guys are traveling along. Breath and Gallon, after having their talk, are you guys proceeding now into the forest?
Yeah.
Into the mire?
Well, I wait. Is Gallon?
Yeah.
Then yes.
Say let's go.
I say, okay.
So Gallon's leading the way at this time for you two?
Yes.
Yeah.
So heading off into the mire, you guys begin walking along on the path. Very quickly catching up, you're going a collection of fallen logs and such. Nowhere near as even visually taken care of as the path you traveled on. These logs have been fallen, and they're logs. There's no sawn component to the top. You to walk along, it just is a log you got to hop on and kind of move around. But at the same time, there's no perilous drops. It seems to be almost like a flat land of sorts that had been long ago been flooded and swamped. There's not really a big difference in terrain. There's not a big difference in any real form of topography in any way, as you're just you see these little islands, you're seeing all the marshes and such. But as you're traveling around, again, the Baron's just talking it up, chatting around. He's talking at times, at a certain point he stops next to a tree, this more prominent tree sticking out of a grove, this big kind of twisted tree, probably with its size and how large its canopy grows, it's taking over a whole pocket of a swampland around you, a whole pocket of water as it's just coming out of it. And he's talking talking to mainly Edmure at this point. It's a little bit harder for all four of you really in the back of the party to hear him, but he does kind of communicate to everybody. He's like, over here when we were first traveling through, that's where we'd have like things like alligator, or I guess crocodiles, as I've now been told, kind of gathering up, kind of staying under the shade here when it gets hotter. So I don't know if you guys just want to walk this path and kind of hunt through there, but yeah, you guys can get some gators if you guys are going for points. I might participate, we'll see. But if I were, this might be where I first stop off, see if we can get some lucky shots in, see if I can collect some points. But fair's fair. That's why we're doing this walk today.
He has a bow, right?
He does have a bow. He has a bow on his back. He also has a rapier.
Okay. And then when I enter the woods, I would like to ready the crossbow.
How are you trying to ready your crossbow?
As in, like, I'm holding it, not on my shoulder.
He's just pointing at the back of the Baron's dome.
So you just kind of have it here?
Yeah.
All right. So you're just straight booging right now. You just got the...
Sure.
Just ready to go.
Yes.
Boog boy, baby.
And then, Braff, you are proceeding behind him as he's closing the distance to the rest of your party. Crossbow set up and ready to go.
I am just currently kind of... I pulled out a spell component out of one of my pouches, which is a piece of cured leather. Just kind of messing with it in my hand. It is a spell component for mage armor, but I will not cast anything.
Yeah, you're just sitting there ready to just like pretty much. He's ready to blast somebody. You're ready to throw on a flak jacket. That's kind of the dynamic right now as you guys are heading up the rest of the party.
Yep.
Moving along. As everybody's traveling, at a certain point, traveling through, especially stopping to talk about the tree, I would say Braff and Gallon do make up to the rest of you guys, Richter and Cordell being at the back of the party, immediately behind the two Knights of the Mesa.
Real quick, Connor, is this just as is the canopy just as thick and as dark as it was the first time through?
It's not as bad, especially this is a lot more water in here, so there's more pockets of sunlight coming through. Just because there's just not as dense of trees. I will say it is still dark. At best, this area is dimly lit. However, no one's really has a torch out right now.
Okay. So not like required to have torches out like the first time. This one's just kind of
no. This is not as prevalent here. Again, as you're traveling through, probably making that realization yourself. It seems to be fully in part with I don't know what's happening there. Fully in part to the fact that there is just water around. The trees and such are just more spaced just because of that. There's less land for it to hop onto. It's the trees that survive to grow out of the water, and some that are on pockets of land, and that's really it. You're able to see, for one, further along. You have better sight lines traveling through here, better light, and just not as dense forest.
Okay.
Also, just less bushes.
Gonna make a perception check and just keep my eyes peeled.
Everybody is gonna make.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
I'm ready to get scarred. Oh shit! Roll a 5, 8. Damn.
Do we have advantage?
Do you have advantage?
Yeah.
Did you roll a
Want
1?
to tell me why you would have advantage?
I was keeping my eyes out.
Can we help each other with
His eyes.
perception?
I got a 7.
He did peel his eyes earlier.
I would say if for whatever reason you want to help somebody with their check that has not rolled already, you can.
I was gonna say I already rolled, so no. But
Yeah, so a thing for later, yes. If I'm asking for perception check, you could be like, I'm next to you.
Okay, cool.
Like, you guys can go as far as, oh, he has a better perception,
Yeah.
like, modifier. I'll help him
Okay.
do that. But please, if
There
you
you
could
go,
go just for
Growlin'.
the Braff.
You got a high perception, right? I want to help you out in the future.
Braff, what was your roll?
8.
All right, Cordell.
7.
All right, Gallon.
22.
Nice.
Jesus Christ, Richter.
Hell yeah.
23.
Oh my.
Hey,
Hey,
let's go,
Drew
45.
Tings. Drew
Damn.
Tings. This man said Drew Tings.
I like that everybody was a numeral away from somebody, just on vastly different sides of the spectrum.
Go shit
No.
team.
Braff, you're walking with your bit of leather, just kind of walking through, just like eyes darting around. But like a lot of your focus is taken up. I would say a portion of why your roll wasn't so high could absolutely be attributed to just like you're monitoring Gallon a bit. I would imagine, just seeing how he's walking as he's kind of scanning around.
100%.
I think part of you kind of innately knows you could see something, perhaps, but he has a better chance of seeing it, and you know he would react to it, and you should mirror that.
Yep.
So part of you, like, you're looking around, but you're like always keeping one eye on him.
Do you like
And similarly, Cordell.
Bigger?
Huh?
So do you have a spell to make my eyes bigger?
Dude, I
There's
literally
ability.
my tool set, bro. A fresh graduate from an academy, bro. Don't ask for anything
Dude,
from me. Dude.
Just you're coming out with a bachelor's degree. Just
Literally
like,
all-
I'm ready to take on the corporate world.
All
like, I'm
personal
here.
based spells, all personally motivated things, no adventuring experience. I don't have shit, so sorry.
Look, I played a wizard in the last one. I get it. I'm like, do I get to respect my skills, please? But anyways, so that's what you see. Cordell, it's a very similar environment where I think part of it is like mentally you're focused on the whip behind you. You know it's there, and as you're just traveling around, you're looking at the environment, but you're also like probably have, I would say, for you, whereas Braff has one eye on the person that he believes will keep him safe. You probably have one eye on the Baron for various reasons. However, Gallon and Richter, you guys with your slightly better rolls.
Slightly.
Shade.
Yeah, you guys are, for one, because of the light being given to you guys, the light is dim, but you can still like make out color as you're moving through. You're still able to see the dark wooden trunks of the trees moving up, some different healthier ones. You're able to see the greenery kind of shining through as it kind of puts this like soft green hue on everything. But also, as you guys are just traveling along, the waterways are, for one, a little bit clearer. It's like there's red, but because there's not moving ground, because there's not like really moving water, like picking up sediment, you're seeing the red kind of basin of the sediment down below, but a lot of clearer water. Aside from certain spots you can see in the water, where there just seems to be splotches. I would say you both got high enough rolls. I think you would be able to see 3 of them, just off to like 2 off to this side, 1 off to that side, just blankets of red off, probably 50 feet off this way.
Yeah.
2 of them.
Wait.
Probably 60
Why
feet
is
off
that?
this way. You just see these just pockets of just redness in the water.
Redness in the water.
Redness, absolutely. And when I say redness, I mean you are in the red mire, which is not uncommon to see this. But you were seeing, if what you were seeing before was like rust, what you are now seeing is like
Crimson.
velvet.
Like what?
Velvet.
Does it seem
look like the sediment was disturbed, or?
It's very plausible. Looking at it, you're seeing just clouds. There's like a cloud kind of moving around in the water almost. It could be 1,000 things. I would say innately, I think for one, Richter, you would absolutely probably have this conclusion early on. There's turtles and such in the water. There's fish. You never know if something just kind of like snapped at something was hunted in the water and spun up a bunch of sediment. But I think even as you have that thought, this color is not the same color as the sediment.
is how far away you say they are?
50 feet either direction, left and right.
Man, I think intensely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's like a considering montage
A whole montage of
as I
This
gaze
intense
upon the
music
red.
is brought to you by this insane thinking montage.
it's just a whole montage of him just leaning on a branch, just going,
Hmm. Yeah, like crazy camera angles and like wild edits, like
just Dutch
zooms and
angles, like a
stuff.
drone just like wrapping around your head.
Yeah. Like super intense.
Mhm.
Beautiful. I love the production work, Connor.
Thank you. Yeah. That's my main goal. I need to start saying it's like you get a Dutch angle shot warping the hallway as you walk through, as your character's just walking normally. I'll do that
Yeah.
more. Absolutely.
All right, cool. Yeah, I mean,
Hey, we're gonna die. What the fuck?
I like that the combat music happened as the
I
intense
know,
thing was
that-
happening, and now it's just like,
I thought you planned that.
well,
now we're back to normal.
I time it.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
I have certain cues.
Am I like walking next to Cordell still?
You were still walking next to Cordell.
I'm just gonna kind of like tap him and point over there. I mean, point at one of the red splotches.
Yes. You point over at the splotch in the area.
I
And Yeah, Cordell, I think you see it as well. You see it. It's kind of off to the side for you. It's a little bit harder to put an eye to, but once you do, yeah, you can see this kind of just like red, like you're for one, it's water about level with where you are, 50 feet away. You are playing with the light. You are playing with the kind of the depth of field. 50 feet is a guesstimation to the best of your ability, but you're able to see this kind of pocket with just swirling red, almost like a cloud, kind of like something got disturbed in the water. Like there just seems to be a something kind of moving along there. I think being clued into that one and being told, I'd imagine, about the other ones, you're able to see the other ones near you as well.
I'm gonna kind of get by the party once again. Excuse me, Baron.
It's kind of traveling around at this point, talking about like deer and such as he goes and doesn't sneeze. Well,
Oh god.
never
Bless you,
mind.
Baron.
It's like he just sneezes. He's like, sorry, I'm just the stags. I like hunting them, but I'm still a bit allergic to their fur. Makes eating them a little spicy. Anyways, yeah, Cordell, yes, please. You have another question.
What are the very red, might I say, pools, such as that over there?
He goes and stops for a minute and kind of looks over at the water. You see him giving a straining look. And he kind of looks around and is like, I'm sorry, Cordell. I don't believe I see what you're seeing, but there's a lot of reasons for the red. I mean, it's the red mire. There's a lot of things going on in the water.
This stands out really obvious to me, right? Like it's
Now that you're aware of it, it's pretty obvious, and I would say you can give me give me an insight check.
I heard that and I immediately like gripped the leather tight.
I would say, actually, Cordell, because of your background and backstory, you can make this with advantage.
Oh shit. Okay.
Does it seem like we're gonna walk past
Who is this guy?
one of the pools?
It's like they're perpendicular to you as you're
I rolled
traveling.
19.
So they're already. You got a what
Closer.
twice?
19 both times.
Jesus.
Oh
Jesus.
shit.
They don't. At this point, they seem like fixed places. But a 19. You see the Baron kind of looking off, and I would say there is a point of. For one, you kind of know how to look at people and see what they're paying attention to, but you also know him well enough to know. You can see him looking off at a distance, and you can just see his eyes are looking out as a show. He is not making an effort to look for anything. He is just kind of looking around, kind of making a show of it before saying, "I did not see it."
No, I think it's that thing right there, and I start walking towards it.
Oh my fuck.
It is you. There's water next to you, so you'd have to kind of get in the
Oh.
water to get a bit closer.
You think that's gonna stop
Yeah.
this guy? He's gonna jump off a fucking cliff to go save some rando. This guy.
I mean, it's a safe path. It's just wet, right?
It's the water. You can't tell necessarily the depth. You can see the sediment, and like it maybe gets to about a foot deep. You could wade over there.
I start walking.
That's like
Yeah,
waist
you see you
deep.
get in the water, and he's like, "Ho ho!"
On
From
a
the Baron, it's like,
halfling?
looks like somebody's trying to get those gators already, man. Then Edmure kind of like stops for a minute. It's like, are we hunting? What?
I'm always hunting.
Okay. Then he kind of gestures for a moment, and the two halberdiers kind of get on the water as well. So you guys are various points, but making your way over. I will say this: you pointed off to one side that has the singular, right?
Yeah.
Or the one? Okay.
The one
You make your way to the
everyone
water.
has. Or,
Everybody here can give me another perception check. Cordell, yours is going to have a slightly lower DC.
18.
Natural 20.
Oh, should I even roll? Oh shit, 22.
13.
Nice. 13. Nat 20. 23. And then
22.
18.
18.
Glad
Okay.
mine was lower.
Yeah, I mean, it helped out a lot, didn't it? You see, everybody sees with their roll. You make your way into the water and begin moving into it, and it does appear. It was 50 feet away. Now it's maybe 30. This cloud kind of moves a bit, undulating towards you guys.
It seems to be moving, you're saying?
It seems to be certainly moving.
Wait, the puddle of fucking shit?
Mm-hmm.
I cast
The
mage
red
armor on
puddle?
myself. I cast mage armor on myself.
Well, I see
cast-
it. Bro,
I cast
obviously,
mage armor on
One
myself.
second. You see that you cast mage armor. Just concern from everybody. One of you, Gallon, got a nat 20, and you see 30 feet over. You have the absolute perceptive mind to also look behind you. The other 2 are no more than 10 feet away from the edge of the path at this point. I would like everybody to roll initiative.
Ah, fuck me. Sideways.
Oh.
Do I get to react before initiative?
Do you have anything mechanically that lets you react before initiative?
Armor first, dude. Fuck.
Mage armor, I would say, is cast.
Also, as it does that, I want to put the arcane ward on myself as well.
Can you do that action bonus action, or is that 2 actions?
When you cast an abjuration spell at first level or higher, you can create a magical ward on yourself that lasts until you finish a long rest.
Got you, no problem.
So as like the arcane sigilling kind of almost like emits on this piece of leather, and I like kind of like clamp it onto my chest, like a shimmer of like the mage armor comes across me, but then also like kind of almost like a couple centimeters off that, there's an additional kind of almost shimmer of a different colored magic. The mage armor is like bluish, and then the ward's almost like kind of this like white.
Got you. So you cast this blue armor on yourself, and there is like a sheen almost emanating around it.
Exactly.
Got you.
Yeah.
Okay. Really quick.
The wizard.
Hey everybody!
Twice your.
How's your initiative
Oh,
rolls
no.
going?
Oh, God.
This is unfortunate.
I got a natural 1, baby.
Nice. I got a
yeah.
2.
We're
Double
dead.
your roll.
We're dead. We're okay. Hold on. The ward has
Initiative is your dexterity modifier added.
Yes.
Oh, you get to add stuff.
Oh, you can add that?
A natural
Yes.
1 you don't, right? So I'm just fucked.
Yep.
I got
Natural
this.
1 is a natural 1. It's a
Okay.
crit
I
fail.
got 7 then.
Damn, this guy's got that
Dex.
moment. Damn, gee, what?
Dexterity modifier, you say?
Yeah.
So real quick, everybody get your numbers,
Dexterity
and then I know
modifier.
Braff's obviously, but then I'll go sequentially.
I'll tell you
because
again.
everyone's. Okay, that's good. We'll start with you, so that's good.
1,
All right,
baby.
so Braff, what number did you get, bud?
1. Uno.
Woo!
Strong.
Cordell.
7.
Nice. And then let's go
12.
Gallon.
12.
12. Okay, and then Richter.
We should have just
15.
waited till. We should have waited till
18?
food, bro.
1-5.
1-5.
15.
Hell yeah.
Should have just waited for food, bro.
And then 15.
Oh,
right?
didn't this bastard say we were just looking around the glade?
Dude, that's
did.
bro. That's why I kept saying. I was like,
He
why are
said
you?
He did.
Bro, I literally
Bitch.
kept saying. I asked him directly. I said, "Why do you keep saying hunt, bro? We're going on a walk." He said, "It's like part of the hunt." I'm like, "Oh," and then now we're fucked. Nice. Well,
Okay.
It could be friendly.
I don't.
It could be friendly. It could be friendly.
Everyone's so quick to draw their weapons.
I'm so
Something
fucking
First off,
about
scared
the
right now.
initiative roll.
You don't even have any weapons in your hand. Cordell.
First on the initiative was
That's what
the
I'm
2
saying.
halberdiers. They have a linked initiative.
Alright.
Seeing this red swirl kind of approach them, they kind of drop their halberds and they proceed about 20 feet. So they stop about 10 feet from it, kind of getting closer, getting a bit closer than you, Cordell.
And then
Next on the initiative
Cordell,
is
you went to the left or the right one?
In
You
my
went-
mind, it's on the left, but
Okay.
that's correct.
counter
Yes.
clarify.
It's
Okay.
on the left side. He's going towards the singular.
Okay. And there's 2. Gotcha. Okay. On the right. There's 2 on the
Connor, how do at-will spells work?
How do
I mean,
spells?
cantrips.
Cantrips. There is no spell requirement for those. You just cast them,
I can
and
just
you
like
can just keep casting.
knock them out over and over.
Yeah, you
Yes.
had no.
certain things like concentration, like you can only have 1 concentration.
Yeah.
So I
Bless you.
thank you.
And I
So
can
if
only
you-
do 1 per turn.
Yes, if you have a bonus action cantrip, cool, but most of them are action.
Hey,
Dude,
Evan,
I'm just dead.
Evan, I'm gonna. Do you have the Evan? Do you have the spells 5e app? It's really nice. If you don't, I'll link it to you.
No, I have I'm using the D&D Beyond website,
Oh, that shit
which
sucks.
seems pretty good.
Okay, I was kidding.
What?
Connor, is your light supposed to be orange and then blue,
And then
or
purple.
is
You like
Yeah.
that? I thought that shit was dope. Last
or is there Jedi mind tricks going on with the light?
No, that's how it looks.
Okay,
Actually, a mind
I
goblin.
like it.
Thank you, thank you. It's gonna change here in a moment,
Jedi Mind Goblin.
for no reason in particular. But moving
It's a
up
mind
with the
goblin.
moving up with the halberdiers, the 2 guys get a little bit closer, and then one of them kind of gestures, like one hand kind of looks back and gestures to you for a minute, and goes like, "Sir, hold up here a minute. We're just gonna," then plummets into the water.
Oh.
He's standing in about a foot of water and just gets sucked down.
Right
Not
next
like
to me.
sprawled. No, he's moved closer. He's about 10 feet to it, maybe 20, 30 feet from you. But he
The
gestures
water-
you to stop, and as he turns, he gets dropped.
The water came up to where on him?
About barely his knee.
His pee hole.
Do I by chance get the fright?
So yeah, his
effect?
knee.
At this point, I would say no. Not necessarily. I will say, though, as he gets down into the water,
Corey's
the red
fun.
pool was not near him. As he gets dropped down into the water, the red pool does, like, it seems to almost, like, apparate around him.
Oh, it like sunk and then like yeah.
Like,
Okay.
he gets
Ooh.
dropped, like, down into the sediment. Maybe it was a drop in the waterway. Maybe something happens. You don't know, but as that happens, the red pool apparates around him. The other halberdier just goes like, Christ! And just like brings his halberd over to the position just where it's at. His turn already done, though.
Okay.
Next on the initiative is Richter, though.
All right. First things first.
I'm the realist.
That's what I had in my head. First things first. I'm gonna close my blinds.
First things first. This
I was
man's
gonna
got
say,
all
looks
the
like
light,
the
bro.
sun's in your
He's
room.
got all the light, bro, on him in the
What
fire.
we can do here at this, we could do the intermission right now because we're probably going to get sucked into this for a little bit. So we could take 5 right now.
Just like
Bathroom,
the
close
guard.
blinds.
Literally gonna
Yeah.
get sucked.
You want
We're
to
going
take?
to get sucked.
Yeah. Okay. You want to
We
take
can
5?
take the 5 right now. We're not too far off that timetable anyway. We
Okay.
could change the lighting and everything.
Sounds
So
good.
if we want to take 5 to do that, everyone can pee.
Sounds good. We will take. Yeah. I'm gonna just put us on a short intermission. We'll be back to see what just sucked off that halberd.
Alright.
We will be back momentarily.
That's
Right
what
now.
I envisioned.
Yeah.
Bam! We're back. The music's different. The environment's different. I need to turn this down a little bit. That's too much. Anyway,
Oh wait,
we
hold
figured
on.
everything
Oh,
out.
I failed my cue. There we go.
Look, we all failed your cue, and that's what makes us a proper party of adventurers.
Hell yeah.
But yes, the man got grabbed, sucked down.
Sucked.
The last thing we left off with is Richter. If you guys need questions about spacing and such, right now, to the best of my ability, everybody is in a tight formation, so you guys are roughly the same distance away.
Mhm.
The one that is in front of
Oh shit, this music.
one of those in front of Cordell is maybe Cordell is probably about 20 feet away. This thing is maybe another 10 feet away past him with the halberdier.
Okay.
Or off to the forward end, but
Oh, because it moved. That's
space
right.
wise, yeah.
So they went to the side with 1 or 2.
Everybody is focusing on the side with 1. However, right now it is Richter.
Wait, you said I looked over the side. The other
You
one,
noticed, but that is not of consequence quite yet.
Richter, save us. Do something cool, bro. Tell the bad guys to stop in the name of the law.
You can do that, yeah. There's always the option to arrest whatever it is.
Yeah. Tell them you're a druid
That's
and
a
you speak for the
D&D
trees.
guarantee. You can always attempt to arrest whatever you want.
Tell them you're the
It's,
Lorax. You
it's
speak
it's
for
an
the
adventurer's arrest. It's like a citizen's arrest.
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
You're an adventurer.
If you have any level in any class, bro, you can make it with the authority.
Uh,
Bro, just sling it, bro. Don't think.
Okay,
just
if you don't
sling.
feel like doing anything too.
hang on.
I don't
I'm
even know what the
reading.
fuck I'm
Now,
like.
while you're doing that, let me adjust my lights a touch.
Oh,
You can always initiate a long rest right now.
hey,
too.
is the Baron's army showing up right now? Yo, are they gonna come save us? Fanfare, baby.
No one's coming to save us.
No, I don't think. I mean, the fact that we can't see what at this. I mean, we can see it, but like, we don't know what the bug it is. Which is like, hey, Cordell, tell me what it is, man. Tell me what happens when you get close. When you hit it with that whip, you don't have it equipped.
Is there? Oh, he's gone.
We'll see. I'll finally respond after I see it to your message.
Is there anyone?
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, ask your question.
Oh, what?
Can I level up?
Yes. When do you take a long rest?
Hey, I'm gonna
Sorry, I
use. I'm
sleep.
gonna use sleep. This man lit a flare on him. Let's go.
Yeah. Does anyone seem to have like a torch or anything like that I can see?
No one has lit an active light source as of yet.
But can I see an unlit torch?
I would say looking around, Gallon's next to you. He has his oil lamp that he has put out. Unlit torches. The halberdier, one of them, the one that's way out in the water, he has a torch on the outside of his pack, it seems.
Okay. Well, never mind. I was gonna see about lighting one of them for just more visibility, but that would probably freak him out if suddenly his backpack is on fire. Damn. Magic uses so much.
Thought.
Yeah.
So
Bro, just
how close are
Sandy.
you? How close are you to the creature or this
I'm
thing?
still on the path
Okay.
He is, if you want an answer, you're approximately 30 feet away
from the wall,
So
and apparently
from
I
the
don't notice
creature.
yet.
so you don't necessarily have to like cast something right away. You could say hold your action. Like if I don't think I mean generally like in D&D most things have like 30 movement per se. So you could say hold your action to dodge or something like that. Like you don't always have to like, oh, I immediately shoot. Like you can basically kind of like wait, you hold your action. If this happens, I do this.
Yeah.
All right.
You can hold your action as well, but it has to be a specific trigger is the only thing. So if you want to hold your action to attack, you can hold your action to attack whenever it is makes itself apparent, which might or might not happen. And then you have your spell, whatever you're going to cast ready. It can't just be whatever spell you want. You have to choose a spell, have it ready. Or, I thought I got the sneezes out.
Dude, the sneeze. It says the sneezer, bro.
You could hold your action to dodge though, right? And you're dodging it, attacking
You
you.
can hold your action to dodge. Yeah.
I mean, if you just use the dodge action though,
Thank
then it causes everything at disadvantage on you anyway. So you might as well just take the action to dodge off rip.
Okay.
How does wild shape work?
Wild shape. It lets you transform yourself into a creature. We already went over what type of creatures, and I hope you have a list of what you might want to do. But yeah, you are able to do that. I believe it is an action, a wild shape, or is it a bonus action? It should say there on
Depends on his circle.
As an action.
You circled. Yeah, I was gonna say circle the grass. It should be an action.
Yeah.
So what it does, all your stats turn into the stats of that creature. I think aside from intelligence, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not certain, but I know all the physical stats change. And then you inhabit that creature, you have the attacks of that creature. I think you could, and then if you would take all the hit points as that creature.
Okay, so my AC would change.
Your AC would change, your hit points would change, your attack would
yeah.
change. If you're a bird, you're gonna have very few hit points. Maybe your AC's high because you're dexterous, but
Okay.
but also say perhaps you're in an environment that's swampy and turning into an alligator's an option.
That's sort of what I was thinking.
That lets you swim. I know you're at a level which I think you can't get anything that flies, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. But
Yeah.
I can get a swimmy boy.
Yes. So not a duck.
Yo, look, it's a
Not
crocodile. I start shooting this dude.
Yeah. Everyone's like, get them points, and starts firing.
I'm a bag of points.
You can turn into a really fucked up shark. You know, it's whatever you want to do, man. And just again, you have the CR restriction.
TR. For
Crocodile
creature.
can hold its breath for 15 minutes.
Is that as far as D&D is concerned, or in real life?
That is D.
Hey, one of the same.
okay, yeah.
One of the same
But
in my
I
mind.
think IRL can hold his breath longer than that. But
Yeah, but if you also
That
want to
would-
like
yeah,
make a choice now, Evan, and then also like as everyone else is going, you can kind of think through other shit too. So it kind of makes it so you can kind of
Yeah,
keep the
you mean-
flow.
Yeah.
Only love though.
Yeah, and then so
I will say I am not. Figure out what you're doing as the first combat as this character. If you want to be like, I'll do my action when like after somebody else, you can do that, and then we'll preserve your original initiative order.
Alright,
That's an option.
I'm gonna cast this
We're just-
log on my
You're gonna play
quarterstaff.
Shillelagh? Okay, yeah. Is that an
Shillelagh.
action or bonus action?
I don't care.
Well, you can do a
it's-
lot of things with your action, a lot of things
It's
with
a
your bonus.
bonus action.
Bonus
for my
action. So
action,
you
I'm gonna
cast
say-
it.
I'm gonna say to the people, I'm gonna recommend that they get back to land.
Please,
with an accent.
please, Evan, I will give you the time and space to say that in character.
Fuck. Okay, hang on.
Pull up the archives. He has everything. He has like videos loading of his accent. All right, it's first.
No, I'm always sure. Like I never, prepare for this.
It's okay. I believe in you, baby. This man's
guy's fighting for his life.
This man is fighting for his fucking life right now. It's okay. There's only as many viewers as we have in the chat right now.
Yeah, so like
Which
three or
There's
four.
only the
This is
number
like
that is
5.
there.
It's like 5.
Yeah.
Actually, it's
5,
just
right?
it's just us.
There's only the number that is there.
It's us and
Stress.
I'm not stressed.
Good.
neither am
Just being a
I.
dick.
My character
Yeah,
is,
let's
though.
see. What did I send? All I have in my head is like Arnold Schwarzenegger screaming, "Get to the chopper!"
Dude, I mean, you could
That's not.
whatever accent you
sound like.
want to do, whatever comes out is totally fine. I also don't need to press you on this. I just said it more to like, like be a little antagonistic about it. But
All
like,
right.
yeah, if you don't want to, you're good. Like if you, whenever it comes back.
All right, Oh fuck me! This is so dumb.
Hey, just do it in Charlie's accent. Fuck it.
If you're-
Yeah, you can do Charlie.
If you're still out in the water, I would highly
Hey.
recommend getting the fuck to land.
There it is.
Beautiful.
Let's go.
That was worth it,
Let's
baby.
go.
That was
Nice.
worth it.
Nice.
Let him cook.
Yeah.
Let him fucking
Yelling
cook.
it out in the water, you yell that, and then the knights in the Mason Order. You see Cyrus draw his blade and shield, and instinctively makes his way over to you, as Anders does as well with his bow. He gets it out and ready and positions his bow, fully drawn, but like keeping an eye out. But you have, of course, Cordell in the water. Then the halberdier sitting there going, Dillard! Like poking at the water, trying to get a line on where his friend is. Just poking with a halberd in the water, trying to figure out where.
Wait, I know
friend
we're in
is.
combat, but can I make a note of which guy was the one who got pulled under?
The one who got pulled under was
No, serious
the
remorse.
one who is screaming for Dillard is the one you had conversations with, the siege warfare guy.
All right,
Dillard is the very orderly, ship-shaped one
He learned
who
his
is
name
now.
as he died.
Dumb.
Yeah, I'm
Somewhere.
learning names. While we're in
Hey,
combat, I'm like,
These are the important notes you gotta make post-mortem. I mean, whenever they happen.
Dillard.
But yes, you set up that alert, and that mechanically that does have absolute benefits. But Gallon, it is now your turn in the initiative.
Okay. And then, so when we were approaching, Braff was in front of me, right?
Behind.
Raph was behind.
You're behind me? Okay.
Yes. You led the way. Or Braff.
And then, who's in... Or did we walk all the way up to the group? Or we like... 10
Yes,
feet
you are
from?
fully caught up to the group and have been for a moment. Maybe like a
Cool.
minute or so before this transpired.
We're about 5 feet away.
5 feet away from you is Richter.
Okay.
Just so you guys know, stacked up along the bank, the actual like path. Everyone is 5 foot spacing roughly. Like different variation,
Okay,
but you're
okay.
all within 5 feet mechanically.
And the path is 5 feet wide?
About a little bit less at
And
points.
There's water on both sides. Okay,
Mhm.
so the one guy got pulled under. I'm going to look over to the opposite side. How many of them do I see of the
You
pool?
see two. You see two apparitions of red puddling. And I think for you, being the first to clock 3 different points, in the same way that triangulation helps you just get data, you're seeing 3 just similar data values. And by that, you just see 3 different puddles of red. And I think with your background, with your exposure to these things, you don't know what it is, but you're seeing 3 things that look similar. They look somewhat natural in this environment, but they all look similar. They all are just these clouds of redness in the water. And I think you can immediately distinguish that you are looking at a creature that is coming towards you with intent. Creature or whatever it is that it is. But it is 10 feet away from you. It is about 10 feet from the shoreline, certainly.
10 feet away from me. Okay, I'm gonna say, Braff, step back, but stay behind me. Richter, there's more behind you. And I'm going to raise my crossbow.
Mm-hmm.
And how far back do you step, Braff? Is he able to move? And with that,
I will say, Braff is 5 feet from you. I will say, if you want to respond to that, Braff, at this time, at you.
I'm just gonna. I'll step back using a little bit of my movement instinctually, just because he said that, and I'm heeding his advice drastically.
well, how far back do you step?
I'll step like 5.
I'll let him step like 5'10", but I want you to know, Gallon, him stepping 5-10 feet back is 5-10 feet further away from everybody else.
Yes, I'm also stepping back. Basically, instead of me barreling him over, I'm having him.
So
move.
you're creating space between the party.
Yes, the space between me, the creatures, and then I call out to Richter, saying there's also some behind him.
I see.
Okay, so I'll say breath just mechanically, so you know, moving this 10 feet will reflect in the movement you have available next turn. If you're fine with that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And then with that, can I hold my action to, as soon as anything appears, I can shoot it?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
Cordell,
How far away did the knight get pulled under?
the halberdier was dropped 10 feet from you, further out into the water. The other halberdier is currently poking, prodding, yelling for Dillard. Dillard!
And
Dillard!
I assume the not pond, but the red pond
Cloud.
looking thing.
The red cloud is churning in the water. Right there.
It's a
right above him.
Is there?
And
Is it a cloud like that evaporates above the surface, or is it all within the liquid of the actual?
it is within the liquid,
Okay.
absolutely, underneath the surface.
Clarification: is it liquid in the liquid or a cloud in the liquid?
It is it's a cloud of redness, but it is a liquid.
Okay.
That is a good and important question to ask.
It's like a pool.
You are
within a
saying-
pool.
Goodness.
Because
That is a
you're
liquid.
looking at what would be still water with a red, like again, rust sediment underneath. But within that, within what you're looking at, there is like this more permanent, this more just like red. This again, velvet was the color described it as, and that is not a mistake. You are seeing, it's like seeing a true like a hot rod red next to a brick building. Like it is prominently red, and what it is a cloud of liquid. Confusing it as a smoke and vapor in there is definitely plausible. But I think you looking at this and just being as familiar as most of you are just with how things work, smoke under the water would rise at some point or be encompassed by the water. But this is living inside, so it must be liquid that's happening, and how it's moving must be liquid. And I think you, especially being so close, Cordell, this was kind of a pulsing, kind of moving swath of red. And now, as it kind of appeared to where this person dropped, it is a churning vortex.
Oh, okay.
It is not necessarily disrupting the surface of the water, but where it is, there is under the water level just a churning swirl.
That's even worse. Like the surface is just like calm as it's just.
Oh, the surface is only interrupted by the people moving in it.
Oh, God.
And I can't see the halberd below the water.
You can give me a perception check. Everything else is free, but this is perception check.
Okay. And it says 18.
With an 18, yeah, you can see churning under, like you can see the red swirling, and almost a little bit below where he's at, you can see just like a hand kind of sticking out, like angrily grabbing at sediment. It seems to be coming almost below where it should be. It seems to be coming almost below the floor of the swamp layer, just coming out of the dirt, like just like
I see his hand.
thrashing about. You see it 10 feet away.
I'm gonna move 10 feet and reach for his hand.
Move 10 feet, reach for his hand. Go ahead and give me an athletics check.
Am I athletic?
Also, we can any visuals. I mean, obviously, visuals. If you want to put in the Discord, I can show them whenever that is.
I will when you see it.
Yeah.
16.
Okay. You pull as hard as you can on this hand, and you feel like the hand, like as soon as your hand makes contact, like it grasps like desperately at you, and as you sit to pull, it pulls as well, and you find very quickly you are not pulling and anchoring yourself, you're sinking somewhat into the sediment as you do. And what is happening is you are becoming entrapped instead of him helping him. Wherever he is, he
Wonderful.
seems almost fixed.
That took my action, correct?
That would, yes.
Would you call it a bonus action to take the whip from my backpack?
Okay, I'll say this. You took perception, you took an action to hold this. I would say getting your whip would be a proper action. If you could argue, if you have a mechanical way to get this out that you think would shorten the time, I will let you argue for it, but at this time, it's going to take a full action to like reach back in there and like get it.
Wonderful. I use the mechanical ability on the whip of Shadow Recall, which is a bonus action
There you
to
go.
wield it.
Oh,
Nice.
I will
Dude.
say there is
Hell
no able to do this subtly.
Yeah.
So everybody else, you see him reach down and like this again. He is halfling, right? Oh, sorry, a gnome or a halfling. It is so
Halfway.
like. Thank you. But you are a halfling like reaching out in the water. The water for him is up to his waist,
What?
reaching out, and like he seems sinking down. That as he does, he just kind of reaches his hand up and then just see smoke, and in his hand like coiled and ready. The whip just kind of aspirate out of just shadow and smoke into his hand.
Shit, boy, this guy's got things. A halfling
Oh,
tings,
yeah.
bro. A non-mortal tings.
And then I think that is all that I can do. I assume I can't move if I'm being grappled.
You are not being grappled. Oh, you pulled on the hand and it was pulling you under. But if you want to detach from that you could attempt. Well, you already used your bonus action to get the whip, so you could free yourself from this. I will say this, and I'm almost sorry that I am. You are not being held by a monster or a benevolent force trying to take you down. You're being held by somebody who is dying, looking for a lifeline.
I'm gonna continue holding. Do I have enough time to speak?
What would you like to say?
What was the halberd's name? The one next
The guy was yelling Dillard.
to do I know the name of the guy yelling Dillard?
You do not. You guys have not gotten their names yet.
Good.
Okay, I was gonna pull me. That's all I say. Just pull me.
He's on the opposite side of you, but he does hear you.
Okay.
Raph.
As I'm stepping back and backpedaling by Galen's direction, I'm going to quickly glance down at my spell book and like just kind of things are almost starting to get a little blurry as I'm trying to read the words, and I just kind of like get flustered and just go shit, and I just go and close the book, throw it into the satchel that I have at my side, and I'm going to using my hands kind of in the air, start like forming kind of sigilling, and I'm going to cast frostbite on one of the pools to the right. And I'm basically, you can see like numbing frost start to coalesce around the location is where it is. It is within 60 feet of me, right?
It is absolutely within 60 feet.
Okay.
Even moving back, it's within about 30.
It says it forms on one creature that you can see within range. The target must make its Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Let me go ahead and make that. Okay, and what happens if it fails?
On a failed save, the target takes 1d6 cold damage, and it has disadvantage on the next weapon attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn.
Roll your attack damage with advantage.
Oh, nice. When you reach 5th level, it's
I'm sorry.
2d6.
I will go ahead and roll your damage normally, then I'll communicate.
Okay. It'll be 2d6 because I'm at 5th level, so I'm gonna do... That'll be 7 points of cold damage.
Okay. You shoot this frost, and you're hitting water while you're doing this. Tell me what this kind of looks like as you're sending this cantrip out, and you're hitting what was still water.
I want to say as it kind of coalesces around where this entity is kind of populating. I want to say as it kind of you can see it not only affecting the red as like you see kind of like crystallization start to form around it and like there's frost appear, but also affects the water in immediate proximity as it kind of freezes some of the still water as I'm finishing it and as it kind of completes.
You just shoot this out into the water, and you see it's almost like jagged, like almost like stalactites are created almost absolutely and immediately through the surface of the water as just different like almost like cones of like this cold particle was created and jabbed through.
Yeah.
And as you do, almost immediately you just like the pool is kind of moving, and then as it hits, it just begins swirling around. There's this point of just interference.
Okay.
But I will say, seeing that, to give you a little bit, you did double your damage.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
Let's go. The first attack,
Our first
roll.
blood.
double.
As
Yeah,
I
let's go.
as I kind of stop with the kind of the hand motions and I kind of complete the spell, I kind of breathing heavily and kind of my heart rate spiking. I'm gonna kind of step back 5 more feet, and I'm just gonna I'm just gonna kind of call it to Gallon, like, that seemed to hurt it on the right, and I kind of almost like point now after casting the spell to where I've kind of cast this spell, and
so I attributed the damage. So there's 2 coming on the right. I attributed to the one that was closest to you guys. Does that sound accurate?
on the right, yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
And then
Okay.
I will go ahead. Let's see, as a bonus action, I don't think. Wait, hold on. Is Mage Hand a bonus action? I don't think so, right? Okay.
Mage Hand is not.
That's an action. Okay, I think that I'm going to call that good for now. I will just reiterate that I am an additional 5 feet from Gallon, so I'm no longer right on top of him. I'm a little bit spaced. But
Yeah,
that's it.
you moved, so you're about 10 feet from him. Yes.
No, I'm only 5 feet because he moved
Okay,
10 feet
yeah.
back, and then like
he was
we were-
right against you, then just gave that space.
Exactly, I just moved. Yeah.
So,
Having a rolling chair really helped with that visual. Just want to
so
point that
we
out to everybody.
noticed we noticed like the cloud kind of stop.
You notice the cloud agitate, and there's a lot more activity, but it is solitary to its position.
Am I able to pull the trigger on the crossbow?
I will say when it revealed itself, yes, you could fire. I will let you argue to fire it here if you want.
Because you held your action, yeah.
He did.
Yeah, I held
When
that.
it made itself apparent, and though everything right now is a little bit different than apparent, I will let you use your action right now. But I'll tell you this: if you hit it successfully, it will appear.
Oh yeah, do it. I want to see this shit in fucking real time.
Hold my action.
I want to make wisdom saves.
You continue. You hold it till it appears. Okay. All right. That ends the player initiative. Top of the initiative. Everybody there hears the Baron kind of just call out. It's like,
Oh no.
just turn. It's like, I don't know what's happening. We need to go down the path. It loops around. Everybody, let's go. And then he just like gestures over to the path, and like he holds his position and steps to the side of the path and gestures for people to move. Edmure takes his bow off and he yells out. It's like, Kelvin, let's go. Come on, get him or go. Let's go. And he has his bow. He steps back with the Baron, but he has his bow ready positioned, kind of covering his halberdier back. As I said, the 2 Knights of the Mason Order, they also take steps backwards, but Anders has his bow ready. It seems like they all have their actions ready to see what they're even firing at. As Cyrus has his sword, has his buckler shield out, but as he's doing so, he seems to be like gripping something like in his pouch with his the hand with the buckler.
Who was that? Sorry, one more.
That was Cyrus.
Okay.
So Anders has the bow ready. Cyrus has he's like going for something.
Okay.
Right, and then I gotta roll other dice.
Fuck.
1 second.
Oh no.
Please don't do that.
Okay, so really quick, and I'll communicate what's happening here in a second.
That one's all around.
Yeah. You're holding the hand in the water there, Cordell. And as you're doing, the pool, this vortex begins moving, and then it was moving kind of just in like this whirlpool form. But at a certain point, as you're like holding the hand, it kind of moves, like it pitches to a degree and moves. And as you're holding the hand, it just like it becomes free. And as you pull it out of the water, before it even removes itself from the water, you know it is no longer connected to anything.
That's all I'm going.
He said, "Oh, she pulled a hand out." Oh my god.
I'm pulling hard though. Do I like fling it back, or do I
Yeah,
just
you know before it comes out of the water, you are still
okay.
holding onto this, and then like out of the water comes, and there's a gauntleted hand out, and then just like about here, and I will say, you pull it out of the water, and you see it. It is not like a messy, torn anything. It is a perfectly clean, like 45 degrees of slash across the forearm here that it just comes out. And I will say you could make me a perception check for free on this initiative here, looking at this.
17?
That's definitely good enough to notice as you pull it out. There is nothing dripping out of it aside from water.
Ooh.
Got
Nice.
sucked.
Is it possible, without taking an action in any way, to accidentally throw it towards the Baron? Like just, whoa,
Accidentally?
shoot! And
When we get to your turn, perhaps.
Okay.
He said, "I burned my reaction to shut this shit at the."
Richter.
Oh
I'm
wait.
gonna need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Fuck.
Bro, this was just a walk.
Bro, this Baron's on
Natural
crack.
1.
Oh.
Natural 1 is
Oh,
not what you
no.
want to
Oh
see.
no.
No.
Wait.
Where was I at?
You're a halfling. Can you re-roll that?
Oh, he
Okay,
can't.
roll that. It's a 1.
Oh,
Save him.
Yeah,
Thank
dude.
Ooh.
A natural 2.
Natural 1.
A second one?
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
you can only re-roll it once.
That is a 1 in
Okay.
400 chance. I want you to know.
Well, no, if he rolled a 1, he can re-roll that.
No, no,
No,
no.
you can only do it
Only
once.
Oh,
So, Jared, there's a visual I just posted into rules into a visuals and graphics.
I don't want to look.
Fuck, I'm scared.
Coming out of the water,
bug
coming up, you
me.
see this pool kind of
Oh,
ascend to the
shit.
surface and come out, and a humanoid figure like coming out, just messily slapped together. You're seeing like
Oh.
a torso flowing like water, like two arms and such
Oh,
come
okay.
and barrel, and undercut, like coming up like in an uppercut. This what can only be described as a blood elemental comes out of the water, wraps around Richter, and tucks him. Richter, you are taken immediately off your feet and thrown into the water.
Oh
Fuck.
shit.
You guys see this figure of just crimson blood pop out of the water, wrap around your newfound friend, and take him into the water.
We get the woman too.
No, she's not there.
We don't get
So,
the ads.
See, you know, I thought one of you guys would play a woman, but no.
Okay.
Close.
So really quick, mechanically, you are going to take 14 points of bludgeoning damage.
14.
14?
14 points of bludgeoning damage,
Oh,
as well as
shit.
7 points of necrotic damage. As this creature takes you under the water, and you feel the impact in the washing over feels like you're hit by a rough wave. But once you hit the water, you feel just like lacerations begin to form along your body. As you can see, as it plummets over the side, it takes you over to your side, Cordell. You guys could. Everybody here is privy to the view of watching the whirlpool begin to churn.
This is the one that I didn't hit, right?
This is the one you did not hit.
Okay.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out how to damage myself on this sheet.
If remind me, it failed the save against you with your frostbite, if I recall. What does that do to it?
On a failed save, the target. Ooh, yeah, and it has disadvantage on the next weapon attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn.
And it comes to you, Gallon. It is going to jump at you. You get to make a dexterity saving throw with advantage.
Wait, if he held his action, could you shoot because it revealed?
And when it comes up, you can get a shot off as well. Go ahead and make an attack roll before this happens.
Shoot this motherfucker.
This is the attack roll then.
The attack roll is a 16.
A 16 absolutely hits.
Oh, phew.
You see, almost mirrored in stride, there's like as one comes up and plummets over and takes away your new friend. This other one comes up and there's like an icy like structure along it, like almost going from shoulder down to mid torso. And you just kind of lower down and fire and just hit and crack the ice that was within it, and just kind of like just like this, like you don't hear a noise from it. There's no reaction to this, as it is not a natural creature. But go ahead and roll damage.
This is a silver. It is a silver crossbow bolt.
Okay, awesome.
Okay. Let's see.
Wait, so that was the one that came up that attacked Richter, and now he's getting attacked though, right? By
No, the
other
one that
there's
attacked
two
Richter
on
is
this
in the
side.
water. The one that you attacked that had the disadvantage
Oh,
on the
okay.
attack roll was attacking him now.
and then he
There's
shot that one.
two on. Wait, so hold on. The one that pulled him out, which side was it?
It was on the side that you paid attention
Right,
to. It
okay.
jumped across the path, took over Richter, barreled over to the other side of the path.
Oh,
So
okay.
I'm
Okay,
now on
okay,
the
okay.
left side.
Yes,
With-
there is now two whirlpools churning on one side.
On the left. One is eating.
You,
Uh,
one's eating the halberdier.
Yeah.
7 points of piercing damage.
7 points of piercing
Silver.
damage. Yeah, you fire it and this crack happens on it, and it's like almost like it doesn't like quite recoil, but it seems to like this liquid form of it kind of like rolls back, like the arm rolls back into its own chest of sorts as it takes this damage. And, like you can see like chunks of ice explode out the back of it, but as it does, it takes its remaining arm that is in this form and brings it down upon you. It's gonna make this with disadvantage.
Okay, nice.
Am I doing a dexterity saving throw?
No, because of the damage you did to it, it's going to stun it in that form.
Okay.
Considering you fired a silver bolt.
And my AC is 16.
16. Yeah, you as it comes to it telegraphs a very large thunderous slash directly down at you, and as you're able to fire, you're able to completely sidestep that and splashes into the ground and like aspirates up. You don't need to roll for this. As it slashes onto the ground and the blood drags back to its form, you see a pretty familiar form there on the ground. You see as it brings its form back to itself, the ground is soaking wet, but very clean. There is nothing left on the ground aside from just pure water. And it doesn't take much putting together to realize the form of puddle you saw just earlier before you traveled down the path was evidence of the same creature.
Oh.
Interesting. Okay.
Shit, boy. Okay.
Does it go back into the water, or is it sitting?
It is
there?
standing. It is like on the path in front of you, just kind of like taking up a form right there on the path.
Okay.
It is like this in a large humanoid torso of flowing water sitting above you. And I will say, you are a practiced blood hunter, but it doesn't take a practiced blood hunter to just pick up the intensely disturbing smell of iron and just like hot, like warm and hot blood.
Oh, fucking hell.
How does AC work?
AC, that's your armor class. So if it's making an attack against you, that is dexterity was the attack it made to roll you under and put you in the grappled condition.
Okay.
But
so
yeah.
the damage. So I took 14 and 7. I just add those and.
that is just to your hit points.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, the AC, nothing it did to you mechanically lowers your AC, but subsequent attacks it's going to make on you while you're grappled will be rash. It'll have to bait your armor class to do those.
Okay.
Richter,
That's me.
it is now your turn.
Boy, we in it. So what you'd roll to break free, right?
You absolutely can, yeah.
Do I have to?
You do not have to.
Okay.
Can he
Can I
technically
cast a
attack you?
spell from here, or?
You can cast a spell depending on the type of spell and what you're trying to do. It might have difficulties, but you
Oh,
can.
shit. Okay. Yeah. I am gonna have difficulties. What does somatic mean again?
Somatic means verbal.
Wait, no.
No.
Sorry, somatic means hand motion.
I
Sorry.
was gonna say.
Verbal means verbal. Somatic means hand motions.
That's what I was gonna. I was like, wait.
Okay. So
You got it distinctly wrong. No, you have to speak, and I will say you are absolutely underwater.
yeah.
So like, but like to do the hand motion stuff, you are forms of restrained. I would let you attempt to do this, but you would need to slide a hand roll to like position against this to do a spell cast.
Okay. So wait, you're saying I might be able to try and?
I'm saying
do
you
vocal?
you can try it, but there is a risk involved of not being able to get it done.
Fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a shot.
Okay.
I'd like
What
to
are you
attempt
rolling?
to Cast. Conjure animals,
Okay.
and I want 4 crocodiles helping me out.
Okay. Okay, you cheeky fuck. Go ahead. Go ahead and do a crocodile call underwater in a vortex of
check.
blood.
Let's
Yeah.
go. Let's go.
So I need a sleight of hand check from you to be able to get this off as you're there underwater.
Let's go.
I need to look at my little shit.
Oh.
Let's go, Richter.
15.
15 is exactly what you needed.
Oh hell
You
yeah.
get- So you do this casting off of the water, and like
And I'm
you're
like-
doing this, and like for everybody else, there is so much going on, but for you, this
Yeah.
is all that exists as you're being
I can't
absolutely
see shit.
devastated by
Bless-
this. Thank you. But as you're doing this, you get the casting off, and then
This guy
a pulse
sneezed.
kind of resonates out from the water. Like there's churning, there's blood going on. No one else notices, but you know it happened. Thank you. You know it. You know it goes out, and for you, you're in the water casting this, and you feel, ding 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 ding, ding. 4 things answer your call.
Cool.
It was communicated to you not far down the path that there was a tree that housed crocodiles.
Okay.
Let's see our
That they usually made themselves comfortable underneath. Though you did not see them, you now know they were there and that they are answering.
All right.
1 second. Make me a DC 15 strength saving throw.
Fuck.
Oh,
Man, I'm not strong. Gronk. Where is that? Gronk. Where the fuck?
Should be at the top. Top left.
Oh, great. That's a -1. So that's a 6.
Ooh.
On a 6, you're gonna take 12 more points of necrotic damage.
Jesus.
Damn.
As you're under the water, you were not able to break free of this, and the swirling continues as you're stuck there. And what you're feeling as you're under the water, this swirling's happening, and it's like you're feeling the sensation of just like a bunch of tiny. You will almost want to say razors, but they might just be river rock. They could be 1,000 things, but there's a bunch of things just lacerating primarily along your arms and legs. And as that's happening, you're not taking slashing damage because those are just superficial wounds to do what it's actually doing, and that is just retrieving and drawing blood from your body. You are being slowly drained by this.
Damn.
You cast conjure animals, right, Evan?
Yeah.
It is concentration.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit. Okay.
Make me a concentration save. Well, I will say this. This happened at the beginning of his turn. I just want to see if he's going to do anything to break out of it to kind of walk through. So the animals are conjured, and I believe they're fey creatures technically.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't have to make a save because it technically happened prior to his casting?
It happened prior, yes.
Oh, okay. Nice.
I was just kind of seeing if I wanted to be a little bit more fair about what was happening here.
Cool.
But yeah.
Cool. At least your gators are
But
coming.
just so you know, Richter, you beginning of your next turn, you will likely take damage unless somebody else intervenes, and you might lose these creatures. Do you have access to these creatures at the beginning of this turn? Let me look up conjure animals real quick, just make sure you have that.
I summon fey spirits that take the form of beasts and appear in unoccupied spaces that I can see within range.
There are plenty of spaces near you that are in the water. That's about all you can see around you.
Yeah, so okay. Each beast is, the summoned creatures are friendly to you and your companions. Roll initiative for the summoned creatures as a group, which has its own turns. They obey any verbal commands that you issue to them. No action required by me.
This is a strong spell. Damn.
It is a very strong
If you
spell.
any commands to them, they defend themselves from hostile creatures, but otherwise take no actions.
Go ahead and roll their initiative.
Okay.
I hope that whip can like magically grab people.
But they wouldn't be real alligators then to have to run
They're
over
fake.
there. Okay.
Yeah, he
But
just
there's like spirits, so they would
he
appear.
conjures them. Yeah.
They appear, yeah, so like all I can see is water swirling around. So like just like anytime there's like a crocodile-sized space in front of me, I would imagine a crocodile
Yeah.
kind of like.
So, like, you're
appears.
swirling in the water, you look out. Again, the water is clear outside of this. So, just populating almost like directly around you is 1, 2, 3, 4 crocodiles, just all taking up.
Yeah.
They're large beasts, by the way. They are not small, but 4 tightly packed crocodiles appear. And tell me what their initiative is.
7. Do I add anything? Do I add my dexterity or their dexterity?
It was just
Or
a.
anything? Okay.
So I would just say, their dexterity is 0. So
I
7?
did notice that. Yep, 7.
awesome. That actually works very well.
Great.
Gallon, it is your turn.
Okay. So it is 5 feet directly in front of me.
It is directly in front of you. Yes.
Am I able to? Let's see. Am I able to object interaction switch the crossbow to one hand and then draw my sword?
Can you use a heavy crossbow with one hand? I don't believe you can.
No, I gotta be holding it with one hand. I'm not attempting to use it.
You can do that, but just so you know, you'd be using your sword as versatile one-handed. You won't be using it two-handed.
Yes.
Unless you want to just drop the crossbow.
Well, isn't there a
So
sling?
I could object interaction, have it in one hand, and then could I toss it and then draw my sword?
You just drop it, but yeah. You just drop it and drop your sword.
Okay.
Is
yeah,
it-
Drop
I
it and
will.
draw your sword.
Is it?
I will.
slung?
No, I guess. Yeah, but I would have this. I wouldn't have the sling loose, so I'd have to mess with it. Anyway, so I'll basically toss the crossbow to the side, and I will draw my longsword.
Okay. It's drawn. I would say that as far as action, bonus action, all that, you're still free to do what you want to do.
Okay, so I will step forward, and I will do the first attack as an uppercut.
Okay.
It doesn't
Go
do
for
anything
it.
mechanically.
That works totally fine. Yeah.
The first one is a 14.
14 actually does hit.
Oh.
So the first one is a.
Hey, Callan, you're gonna have to
Okay,
stay strong, homie. I'm right behind you, and you gotta.
And then
Hey.
so I would be using the long sword with 2 hands.
Got you. So yeah, go ahead and roll that. That's what I wanted to ask because first it'll like D6 or D8. So
That would be. Let's see. Oh, it's a D. That's a D8. Oops. D10. That will be 7. 7. So the first one will be 7 points of slashing damage, and it is a silvered longsword.
gotcha. Yeah. So you as it brought a blow down to you, you sidestep it, drop the bow, just draw your sword and slash up in response, completely contrary to it. And as it was kind of drawing its arm back, you were able to slash along it. And you just as it spills out, you see blood leaves its form, it splashes on the ground in front of you.
All right, and then I'll take a slight step to the right, and then I'll bring the sword around, and then I'll swing back over.
So that
Go
2
for it.
attacks at level 5. I love this, man.
Blood hunters, yeah, they're martial. It shouldn't. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I mean, they're a bit more than martial, but
Hey, gang.
That is another 14.
14 still hits. They have no ability that lets them up their AC mid-round,
Let's go.
technically. Kind of.
That will be 11 points of slashing damage.
Yeah, so you bring it up around as it recoils and the blood spills out from like that open wound. You just kind of sidestep and like bring it up and across it. And as you do it, like kind of catches its arm as its arm's kind of recoiling to catch the wound. You kind of slice it there. And like almost like you feel like a man's worth of blood drops and spills out onto the ground in front of you. I do want to point out these are large. They're not size medium, they're size large. This is a massive
Oh,
bait in front of you.
shit. Yeah, wait.
Okay.
So yeah, you cut it again. 11 points of damage now. As you slash across it, and there's just like this, like again, there's no noise created. It has no face built up. I know the image I sent to you guys. There is a face on it. That is not true to the creature you see in front of you. It has shoulders, it has arms, and there is nothing on top.
Okay.
This is just a being doing its function and creating a head. It's not a function it needs. But it does not recoil, it does not scream, it does not do anything but just lose blood in front of you.
Fuck.
Okay. Gotcha.
Anything else on your turn? I know you have blood meridians and such,
Blood meridians.
or whatever they're called.
Blood maledict.
That makes more sense because blood meridians is a very rough book.
I have not used that.
I just want to. I don't know if that's a bonus action or whatnot.
It is. It is a. I don't know. I will not use it yet though.
Got you.
And then
Yeah.
so visually, the creature does nothing. It does not react to hitting.
It takes the damage, and you can tell it took sincere damage, but it is not reacting to that.
Gotcha.
I would say you can give me an insight check on that. Being specific that you are a blood hunter. And it's made of blood.
11.
11. Looking at this creature here, you're kind of in the throes of combat. So there, you see that behavior, and it does kind of trigger something within you that perhaps you can jump to at a later time. But right now, you're in combat. Your nephew, your grandnephew is behind you. You're just trying to make sure everyone stays alive right now as best you can. As you know, somebody out there is likely already dead.
Gotcha.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yes, I can't use. See, you can't use your reaction to negate opportunity attacks or nothing, right?
Unless you have a very specific feature that allows it now.
Yeah, we're not implementing any of the modifications until the next one.
Oh, okay.
Homie. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. I think that might have been what I was thinking of.
Yeah, he was thinking about the reaction we were going to add next arc.
Yeah.
Okay, then that'll end my turn.
Gotcha. It is back to Cordell.
Yes. So I pull this hand out.
Huh?
If I could instinctively, with no action or bonus action, I would like to accidentally toss it back to the Baron.
I would
Just sort of
say
last known position.
there is no
Like,
version of accidentally. There's no version of accidentally throwing it back to the Baron. I will let you bonus action, or you can just throw it and make a show of it, and I'll let you do that for free. If you want to make a direct show of it and throw it towards the Baron, that'll be a bonus action, but you might get there'll be more coming from that.
For free, may I just throw it behind me?
For sure, yeah.
Okay, for free, it just goes behind me.
Just washes into the water behind you, yeah.
Okay. Assuming there's no resistance. Well, how far am I off from the trail at this point?
You are about 20 feet off from the trail.
20 feet off from the trail, 0 feet from my enemy, correct?
You are within 5 feet of it. You could attack it comfortably here if you wanted.
So my whip has finesse, which gives it an extra 5 feet of reach. I would like to move.
I believe it has reach that gives it another 5 feet of reach.
Or reach, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, it has reach. Which
Yeah. Hey, it's the somatic components are verbal. It's all good, bro.
Yeah, you're fine. Yeah.
So
I'll get the second one. Yeah.
I would like to move as close to the trail as I can, with it still being within whip distance. So whatever.
Yeah, you can take another 5 foot step back, so you're 15 feet from the trail. But there, you know you're at what for a whip is probably the more effective range anyway. Or when you slash down a full swing, the tip of the whip will be
perfect. And then I have extra attack, so I think I get 2 attacks per turn for my attack. So I'm just going to attack twice with this whip.
Go ahead and roll your attacks.
Okay. And I'm used to just casting healing spells, so I'm gonna do this out loud. So I roll.
Go ahead.
This man said I'm a full-time cleric, bro. I don't know about that.
Look, I'm gonna punch shit. I will find out what happens.
17, but then I would add my dexterity modifier, correct?
Yes, so go ahead and add that.
So 23 to hit.
Got you. You absolutely hit. I would say you could go ahead and just roll the next attack if you want, or you can just roll damage now. It's whatever's more comfortable for you.
I'll roll my next attack. I got 5 plus 5 to hit, so 10 to hit.
The second attack misses.
Second attack.
Go ahead and roll the damage for that first attack, though.
Are you proficient with whips?
He
Yes.
is. That is a thing I let him have, not a thing that monks naturally have.
Well, okay. I was making sure he's calculating his proficiency bonus in there. Unless his dex not +5, is that everything combined?
I don't think his dex is plus 5. Your dex is alone is +5?
Yes, it's at 20.
Okay, so your proficiency bonus,
Yeah.
So
add that to you.
Hit.
So it'd be +8.
So 15 for the second one.
Shit, what did I roll?
5.
5 plus 5 plus 3. 13 to hit.
13 still misses, unfortunately. But,
Okay.
yeah. So that is a good note. Yeah, so you add proficiency for weapons as well.
Does that also get added to damage? Proficiency?
Proficiency, no.
Okay,
Proficiency is to hit in like for different ability rolls and such. But yeah, if you were proficient.
Dexterity modifier still gets added to the damage roll.
If it's finesse, you're able to add the dexterity modifier.
Bro, we're D&Ding out here. Hell yeah, brother. Yes, sir.
You're doing it.
I love it.
So I rolled a 6 plus 5, so that'd be 11 points of damage plus 1d6 necrotic damage, which is a 1. So
nice.
6, so 11 points of slashing, 1 point of necrotic.
Nice necroc.
Yes. Yeah, you for when you bring this whip down, and the first time you bring it down, you feel like it like reach down and like catch, and like as you pull it out, it's like slashing into water is an unfamiliar sensation to you. So instead of being like able to slash it down and just like whip it back, you slash it down and almost have to pull it back out and whip down. So just because of this unnatural motion, you make contact, and the second one you bring down just kind of goes a little wide, just because you have this water drag going on. But you slash through, and you see as it comes through, it cuts into the cloud. The cloud kind of buckles a bit, like the current is created in it. But yeah, so you do again 11.
11, correct.
11 points of proper necrotic damage.
Or 11 slashing, 1 necrotic. Sorry.
Yes, 11 slashing, 1 necrotic. That makes sense.
Okay. And then if I can use the remainder of my movement, I'm going to move back to the trail. I have 35 movement, so
You're in, I will say, just so you know, you're in the water. You're going to use half your movement to move through the water. So how much movement do you have total?
35 total. I moved 5 already?
So that was 10 feet already. So you have
15.
So you have about 15
17 total.
So well, I'll give you the 20. I'll say as you're whipping. Yeah, I'll give you that. As you move back, So you're about 5 feet off the trail now. So you work your way through the water. As the halberdier is also there, he's still poking at it, and you can see as he's poking at it, he's making jabs into it as well. Like he is no longer searching with a weapon; he is now attacking with it. As I move around a lot, and that nature is not good for my camera.
Come on, camera. Come on.
Yeah, that's fine.
Do I see any movement from the party on the trail?
I would say yes, especially as you turn and move. There is two separate almost camps that have been created. For one, as you're moving up, there's a whirlpool of water in the next to you, kind of as you're moving past the trail, especially as you close that last 5 feet of distance. There's a whirlpool next to you in the water. On the one side, you see you see the full nature of what you're looking at. Back turned to you, if a back's a reasonable description of it, it's just this headless torso and arms of blood, just crimson blood, being assaulted by Galen. Right behind him is Breath. On the other side, bows drawn and ready to go. You see the rest of the party. You see the Baron, you see Edmure, you see the two Knights of the Mason Order.
Nice.
Yeah, they have moved and gathered amongst themselves, but they are like making almost a defensive position for you guys.
Nice. That will be the end of my turn.
Got you, yeah. And then Breath.
All right, so seeing one of these halberdiers get sucked beneath the surface, and then seeing a hand come out, and then seeing Richter get fucking football body rolled, slammed, jam it over, and then sucked in beneath the waves, and then seeing this massive hulking blood entity appear up and start assailing Galen, I'm going to make a wisdom saving throw based on my flaw.
Understandable.
as it almost feels like I get the wind knocked out of me as this fear kind of creeps in, and I kind of just panic. Let's see what we got, boys. Ooh, okay, +3. Okay, I do succeed. So 13.
Yeah.
13, let's go. Just barely. I managed to... I'm like... Then I start to breathe normally again as I'm like sucking this wind. And you can hear this, Gowan. I mean, at least if you're not so focused on your shit. But I'm like...
You're like 10 feet away though, right?
I guess that's true. So I'm having this little moment to myself. But as I and I start to breathe, I can take a deep breath, and I do kind of focus up, and I do seeing Galen kind of doing a number on this one in front of me. I'm going to look and see, do I have visual on the one that Richter got freaking tumbled over and splashed on the other side?
Yes, you have visual on it, absolutely.
Okay. All right. All right, so seeing Richter getting freaking slurped underneath the surface, I'm going to quickly go into one of my pouches that only contains a single component. I'm going to pull out a diamond worth 50 gold pieces, and as I pull it out, I'm going to start like spinning it in my hand. And as I do so, it's just going to start to like kind of charge up with arcane energy. And as I do this 3 or 4 times, it is going to start kind of emitting and start like frost is going to start pouring from it. And as I kind of like charge it up, and then I kind of put it in one hand, it looks like I throw it, but I just like kind of shunt it out, holding it in my hand, and you hurl a 4-inch diameter sphere of energy at a creature that you can see within range.
Yeah.
I'm using chromatic orb, and I'm going to make my attack to see if I can help Richter out here.
Tell me what element you're casting it at.
I will be doing as cold.
Okay.
Oh, please, God in heaven. Let's see. I rolled a 7 plus 8 is going to be 15.
15, you hit, absolutely.
Oh, okay. Whew, bro. Stressing. Nice.
Go.
Okay, 3d8. Here we go.
Dang, 3d8?
Chromatic orb is no slouch. Yeah.
All right, 3d8 here. 3d8.
Lab of me.
Come
let's
on.
go.
Ooh, nice. Come on. Okay. Nice. Okay, so I rolled 16 points of cold damage.
Damn, let's go.
Okay. So you blast. You just like kind of summon this orb of just like raw like winter and just ice. You take it and you just send it forth and just. I would say for you, especially the environment, it feels almost slow. It's moving quite quick, but it feels slow as it pulses and moves, and just dips into the water. Then just you see this brilliant, just like blast of this ice kind of crystal out. The water is fully disrupted. I will say for you, Richter, here, as unless you have anything else you want to do here, Braff, I will let Richter. I'll let you roll to get out of this as this ice hits you and you're around your crocodiles. But first, Braff.
Let's
Homie.
see.
I'm
going to just with that. I'm going to put as I see it successfully hit. I'm going to put the diamond away, and I'm going to hold put, and I'm just going to basically just kind of just steady myself as I'm still coming down off that immediate shock. And that's all I'm going to do for my turn.
Got you. This is out of turn, so I'll do it this way, Richter. You can roll to get out of this right now with disadvantage. The reason it's with disadvantage is because if you try to roll it now, you are going to negate the damage you would have taken with Chromatic Orb.
Wait.
You will also take damage from Chromatic Orb.
If I
The
don't
spell that was
roll right
cast. If you don't roll right now, yes.
now,
But this is more for you to like just take this opportunity as this hits to like jet yourself away from this entity before you take the damage yourself.
That would be good because I'm running low on hit points.
Come on, buddy. I
I
believe.
will say you would be taking a cushioned amount of damage relative to what it just took, but you'd still be taking damage.
With disadvantage, you say?
Come on, buddy. Come on.
Strength.
Come on.
Okay, 2.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, you feel
Oof.
this ice hit, and you kind of like naturally recoil to get away, and it just kind of grasps you in this, and you're just kind of like you are stuck truly in the vortex. You are going to take 4 points of cold damage. Oh, I'm sorry, you're going to take 8 points of cold damage. I half the half again. You're taking 8.
Okay.
With that, I will need a Constitution saving throw.
A Constitution saving throw.
I didn't realize it was gonna. It wasn't an AOE, so I was hoping. But I'm sure this monster has. Some bullshit.
He is within the creature.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
All good.
What do I add to this?
So whatever your Constitution modifier is, and if you have advantage.
I think it's a saving
advantage,
throw.
Sorry, proficiency. Yeah.
It's your con save, yeah.
A saving throw.
Your con saving throw, yeah.
What is your Constitution modifier?
Plus 3. Oh, okay, so it's a 15.
Oh, nice.
15
Very nice.
is exactly you needed to keep it there. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think you should have a thing there. Yeah. You should have it on your spell list. What you need to pass for your con saves.
It's the damage, or if it's below 10, it's 10.
Yeah, gotcha. Which for that, you're obviously perfect there. I will say, as we end with Braff,
Yes,
there,
sir.
it is now the turn of 4 little amphibious creatures.
Oh hell yeah, dude!
Yes,
Light these
let's
motherfuckers
go.
up, bro. Eat these
So
dudes.
Braff, you
What's
held
happening?
on. You took this cold damage. You're in this whirlpool. You're underwater, but you have the connection to 4 reptilian creatures.
Let's go, Richter.
So conjure animals real quick.
It
Some
does
creatures
need-
are friendly to you, and your companions roll initiative. Some creatures they obey any verbal commands that you issue to them.
Say kill.
If you don't
verbal
issue commands to them, they defend themselves from hostile creatures. I will let you make an attempt to try to make a command to them.
Yeah, so like.
But
as
you
I'm
will need a
swirling
roll for
around,
it.
Do I ever like get above water?
Absolutely not. But I will let you try to. Like, I will, just because of the severity of the fucked upness of the situation, I will let you try to make either a nature or arcana check to try to just tap into and communicate to them. And the reason why is because there is literal blood in the water.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Damn. They literally in that spell they said verbal. Fuck you, not telepathic. Verbal.
No, exactly.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Like,
That's
you're gonna
crazy.
get these creatures, you better fucking talk to them, though.
Yeah. You better hit him
We
with
got
it.
You better be
You-
talking
you-
shop.
You have to
Fucking
dab
shit,
them
man.
up, and you
I
haven't
should
done that
have
yet.
done this first turn.
It
Like,
is.
when I was dicking around. I was like yelling at people. I was, like,
No
casting
worries,
everything.
bro.
Like, you did what was important at those moments. Yeah.
15 for Nate. Wait, for nature. Yeah.
Nice.
Yes.
Okay.
15. I would say with a 15, you were able to give broadband connection to all these creatures, and in this window of you,
Wi-Fi
there's blood in the water. You're able to kind of just communicate to these. What very simple task will you give them?
Get me out of here.
Got you. Okay.
Let's go. 40-20.
The crocodiles immediately sunder forward. Two of them snap wildly at nothing, but two of them do bite down and make contact. These little bastards have a pretty high piercing damage.
Let's go. I like that. That's cool.
Okay, so
Just like my cold damage. Hey yo.
Wait.
Hey, yo.
Hey yo.
Can
Hey, what's
I-
up, Ace? Look at that
Like,
motherfucker, bro.
get me out of here. By that I mean like, focus on literally
Go
getting me
side-eye,
out
dude.
of here.
I
don't need them to kill the master. I need to leave the whirlpool. You know.
Okay, that's fair.
Is that a possible? Like.
That is a bit complicated for them, but I will let them try that to the best of their ability.
Big counter grapple.
Their intelligence is 2.
Yo.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. The charisma's
I see.
5, which is remarkable.
That's pretty
Well,
good.
It's kind of a
Charming
sultry
little
looking
guys.
gator.
Yeah.
But yeah, 2 of them make contact, 2 of them bite down deep. Together they do 17 points of damage to this as they snip and create kind of an opening for you in there.
Nice.
So when it gets to your turn, you can make that next attempt with advantage.
Okay. I like
As
that.
they do that much damage to it. 1 second here. Make sure I'm throwing pens around hazardly. Do their
I wonder what the smartest creature I can summon
Eagle,
is.
maybe. No, wait, you can't fly. Wait, that means no.
Can't be
wait,
flying
that's the
yet,
wild
yeah.
shape,
Oh wait, no, that's from the wild shield. Say you can summon eagles.
which I totally forgot about until just now.
Oh, you could have wild
Well,
shaped and blew it up. That's all good.
Could I have?
This is technically the crocodile's turn, though, I will say. As we go back to the top of the initiative, as for one, Anders, seeing what's going on, like takes out arrow and fires it wide towards the 2 of you, Braff and Galen.
He's
Trying to
shooting
like
me?
just give you towards you, towards the creature.
Okay.
One might say. And as you see, like as the creature's recoiling back, like an arrow goes like through it, and like you see the arrow like kind of punches out. That spear, like the arrow tip, comes out of it, and then just gets sucked back into it. Like doesn't seem to recoil at all. It just like takes it and just absorbs it into itself. With that, you see Cyrus. There's a lot of commotion. None of you really hear what is said, but clearly something is said, and he begins proceeding out into the water towards the halberdier, who is again frantically making attacks.
Oh yeah.
He is thrashing about. You, Richard, feel in there. You feel like a halberd like come down and come down. I also want to point out. Well, I guess this is the one next to Richard. This is the one that was next to Cordell. None of you are around this, so you don't feel anything. Which is an important note, by the way. I see there's still a third one that none of you guys are right now interacting with.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Right. And then the Baron and his cousin draw bows and fire widely off in that direction at that one.
Bro, let's go. I want to roll insight to see if the Baron intentionally whiffs his fucking shot.
I will let you.
Oh shit, let's go.
Yeah.
Oh
That's
yeah,
Richter's
I'm pretty
turn.
busy, my guy. I roll a 2 plus. Fuck, I don't fucking know.
You are trying to pay attention. You
Yeah,
see
no.
him draw a bow, and you're just like, "Is he?" And as it happens, the arrow explodes out of the one in front of you.
Oh hell
and
yeah.
you're like, "Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!" As the arrow gets sucked back, you go, "Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!" As 2 whirlpools of vortexes are making soup out of men.
Oh fuck.
Yeah. So like, I don't know what he's doing, but at least he's drawing a bow.
At least he's doing something.
But yes, I would say for those of you who are in the know and aware, arrows go down into the water where the halberdier was, towards that pool, as the other halberdier is making attacks at it.
Okay. Alright.
Yeah.
Nice.
Top of the initiative, Richter.
Richter, my boy. My
Richter.
small lad who's way taller. I
Hey.
think you're tall. You're the taller one, right? Hell
Hit
He
him
yeah.
is
with the
taller
con-
by an inch.
Hit him with the
Inches
constrictor.
matter, bro. 1 inch? That's good enough.
Constrictor.
Shit, 1 inch.
Shit, take it or leave
That
Oh
ain't
my
it.
bad.
god, bro.
1 inch was kind of big.
That's pretty. Yeah, that's
You know?
that's significant.
I mean, that's
You can
kinda
do
huge,
You
dude.
can do a lot with 1 inch, my guy.
When you said it's a large creature, it's like an inch tall.
That's crazy.
Richter, what? I will say this too. You have to use your action to try to get out of here, unless you want to use your action
He has
otherwise.
advantage, that's right though. Wait, but his athletics is probably negative because he's tiny. Unless he's strong, then it's probably positive. But he's using D&D Beyond, so it might not be calculated correctly. So
I feel like if you stay there, you
No
die.
shade, but like he's using
Does
the
it
official
miscalculate
website, and it's kind of shit. Um,
Wait, does it sometimes miscalculate?
I have no
things?
idea. I'm just throwing
No, it's
literally.
just
I'm just
talking
talking
shit,
shit.
Staying there is very bad, Evan.
Being in there?
one might say.
One might say things. Wait, I got
Okay,
rid of.
so-
Oh wait, what the?
listen.
One might say it would be good to get out of there.
All you D&D players out there,
What's up, bro?
my options are I could not turn into a reef shark and try and swim away, or
Isn't there like 1 foot of water?
About ankle height, yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
Well, not ankle, knee height. So about a foot, foot and a half.
well, but wait, how am I?
you're like getting slurped.
Never-
You're getting slipped beneath the beneath, bro. You're like not
Yeah,
under the
how am I
water.
never,
You're like in the ground.
I will say, and this is my mistake for not telling you beforehand, you are taking 7 points of necrotic damage.
Right now?
Yes, beginning of your turn.
Okay. Well, in that case,
Yeah.
I should tell you that I'm at -5 HP.
Oh,
So just so you know, you're
Oh.
at negative. You're at 0, unless damage happens to you that takes you lower. You're at 0. If healing happens to you, that gives you a benefit. So you are
if
dropped to
only-
0.
If only we had a cleric. That's crazy,
Clerks are nerds.
Damn.
So can I do
From the
anything?
man
or-
himself.
bro. From the
No,
OG.
unfortunately, you cannot. These crocodiles are doing significant damage to this creature, and as finally this vortex is happening around you, and you're feeling more of your just like life essence drained from you, you are find yourself blacked out fully, and the crocodiles
Yo, wait.
aspirate and go away.
This guy.
Yeah,
Cleric
Yo!
for hire. Hell yeah.
That's crazy, dude.
Hey, I want to hire him, dude.
Speaking
Oh my
of
God.
speaking of cleric for hire, hey, as you're find yourself being more embraced by the grasp of death, Richter, where do your thoughts go?
My thoughts?
Yeah, what as you're drawn under the water, this is your blood is being drained from you. You lose concentration. You know the crocodiles that you had coming to help you are now gone. They have left.
Just like despair. I'm like, this fucking sucks. Like, this is not how I wanted to go. Why am I out here? Like, I don't even know these people. There's like shady shit going on. I didn't even want to get involved.
Oof. Yeah. That's real.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If it is real, we need to talk. But
Well, I mean, shit, man. It's bad to die, but it's bad enough to die randomly. You know, out here in the middle of
yeah,
fucking nowhere.
absolutely. You are truly in the water in this space, just getting thrashed by it. Gallon.
Throckmorton.
Gallon,
Maybe.
baby.
First off, before your turn, it's gonna make an attack at you. Your AC is
16.
16. Yeah, it brings another thrash down at you, and you're able to sidestep it fully. As I will say for you there, Richter, and also something you can track, Cordell, the 2 vortexes move away and kind of make a trajectory towards the shore. They abandon what they were doing and make their way closer to the shore.
To the group. Yeah.
Towards
Wait.
the shore. You are not. I would say you could roll to get a trajectory on where exactly they're going, but they leave their targets and move towards you guys. So for you, Cordell, it moves you up towards the shore. Like it is like you see there's like a coagulated like bit of viscera on the shore. Like it is very compact amalgamation of just blood making its way up the shore. It is not quite there yet, as there's the other one kind of jetting towards you. But anyway, it's Gallon's turn. Because another attack came down at you and missed.
As that misses and I sidestep, I'll spin I will basically spin and go into a slash towards the center of it, or I guess towards his leg.
Go for it. Go ahead and make those attacks.
Raph is in awe. This guy, he's him.
He is him.
I didn't know my great uncle existed until like a week ago, but holy shit, he's him.
14, another 14.
14 hits, you know
This
it.
guy rides the line, dude. This guy rides that shit. Oh yeah, okay, I felt that.
Oof,
This-
let's go.
Felt
This went
so
hard all of a
13.
sudden. Yeah.
13 points of slashing.
13 points of slashing. Hell yeah.
Dude, I want to see Gallon commit bodily harm
Yeah,
against himself.
you slash it, and you can, as you slash it open, you can see blood begin spilling out of it. And this time, instead of spilling out and having to stop at some point, it spills out. And instead of stopping, it becomes a trickle of blood. You're free to make your next attack if you like.
As I follow through to the left with that slash, I will bring it up and over, and then a downward slash
Okay.
across like his torso.
This shit's
Go ahead
still
and make an
alive.
attack as
Oh
I-
my goodness.
As I do, it is still alive.
That is a 21.
There you go.
21 absolutely hits.
That is 7 points of slashing.
Yeah, you as you bring this along, as you split into it, it begins spilling blood, and it doesn't seem to stop. As its entire form seems to go down into the ground, it becomes like a very, it lowers itself like the entire height of it drops about a full 3 feet in height. It was towering about 10 feet, and now brings itself to about the size of a man.
I say, come on, you bastard.
Damn. Drain that fucking puddle, my guy.
Okay, just had to do some math there real quick.
I wouldn't need to roll insight. Basically, no, I know this thing's hurting.
No, you can tell, but it's hurting. But also, you are very unfamiliar with this type of creature.
Okay.
Yes.
A blood
It is Cordell.
bitch.
So the one that I attacked previously moved past me, correct?
Yes, it is. The one that attacked previously is moving up on the shore. Well, the one that was attacking Richter is moving up the shore. The one that you attacked previously is making its way. It's like probably 5 feet from you, coming towards you.
Is
Oh.
Richter's body just floating then? Or just
Richter's body is unseen by anybody
okay,
right now.
okay, yeah. Meta
I know where his
questions,
arm
not
is.
bad.
That's not Richter's arm.
Oh yeah. Oh shoot.
Well,
Hey,
thanks.
speaking of Richter,
Thank
do I
God.
see
Give Richard
Richter?
head.
I will
In
let
any way.
you, but you have to choose to use a bonus action or an action to find him. Action, you're gonna get a better chance of finding him.
I will use a bonus action.
Understandable. Go ahead and roll me a perception or investigation. I'll let you choose.
What am I better at?
Bro, this shit's kind of
Whoa.
spooky.
12 perception.
12. Perception. You notice the blood. You notice someone going by you, and you look briefly in the water to see if you can find him. And you're looking, but you see like almost down inside the dirt. You can see just like a hand kind of emanating out from the soil. You see this like the water was churned and moved, and you can see sediment kind of moving around in it. And through that, you just make out like the fingers in the water.
Just another hand, similar to last time.
See a hand. You don't know what it's connected to because it's in the sediment.
Yo, clicked hands, bro. Put that shit in your pocket.
And how far away is the creature that I've attacked previously?
What might be Richter is 5 feet away. The creature that is coming at you is about 5 feet away, but you do not know if necessarily is it coming at you or not.
I'm gonna move 5 feet back away from the monster and then attack twice with my
Gotcha.
whip.
Go ahead and make your weapon attacks.
Richter.
It's 25
young.
to hit
Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
and 17 to hit.
Both of them are proper hits.
Nice.
What a proper
One
lad.
moment here. I'm gonna use the restroom. You tell me what your total of I believe it's slashing.
Yes.
Tell me what slashing is and tell me what necrotic is. I'm just gonna use the restroom really quick.
Dude,
Got
yeah,
it.
yeah. Yo, while he's gone, we should.
Alright, Richter. Feel free to scream the entire time he's gone.
Right there's.
That's death. That's
Bro.
self-love.
I was gonna say this guy's in his mind, in his headspace, bro. Look at him. Look at Death. So cute. Clutching him.
Oh yeah.
Friend. Hell yeah, boy. I like that. I like that a lot. Bro, this music
That's a lot of damage.
beefing. Oh, hell yeah. Let's do it. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Wait, what was that? Hold on. This man had to say he had to pee, but really he was just grabbing the booze.
It's this pee bottle.
Oh, God.
Getting a bottle one is kind of like going to the bathroom. What was your slashing?
Do you want total or per attack?
No, just total slashing if that's all right. If it's easier to
Okay.
go by attack, I'll do that.
Oh, no, it's fine. So 18 slashing
Yeah.
and 10 necrotic.
Damn, you rolled really well in the necrotic.
I did roll pretty
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, you just you see this cloud moving towards you, and you have the correction now. You know what the water drag's gonna be, and you bring down the one, and you know just how to drag it back across the water in a form. As I'm moving a lot with the camera, I was loving it. But as you drag it back along, it's almost a form more like a fly fishing cast at this point. As you just know, you're just dragging it and making you know how to whip it down. So you're not bringing a length of whip into the water. You're bringing a precise dive into the water with your actual
nice.
whip. You just notice just sholt into the water, and you drag back, doing a total of 28 damage to attacks.
Damn, boy. Nice.
Oh, yeah. And then...
As somehow this creature does not technically have resistance to necrotic damage.
Oof.
I know, that was surprising. After it dealt necrotic damage, I was like, ah, shoot.
Yeah,
But
we can
feels
get
good.
into what's happening here in a different conversation.
Yo,
Of course,
another
of course.
cat. It's the same
By
cat,
the
actually.
way, there's DM stuff.
With the DM stuff, yeah.
With the remainder of my... How far away am I from the others at this point?
As you move back as you said, you want to move 5 feet further away. You have stepped onto the trail, at least onto the shore of the trail. You are next to a coagulated pool of blood that is moving and mulching across the ground next to you.
Am I next to anyone?
No. There are 2 camps kind of made on either side of the trail, and you're near Braff and Galen, but there's a monster made of blood between you guys, and there's blood moving on the ground next to you, and there's blood moving in the water next to you.
That's an interesting predicament.
It's a common one, I think.
Yeah.
It was in the
I've
onboarding
looked at so
paperwork
many
if you read it.
times, I don't know how to deal with it. Yeah, I think I skip that.
Yeah, I get you.
I will end my turn.
Understandable. I would say freely, you see evidence of where Richter could be, and you made the choice of you knew there was a empty hand, and you knew you didn't know to choose to grab this to help with life, as you just did the same thing earlier and had to throw a hand. So
yeah.
you take the steps back and you do what you know will have a positive effect, and you make an attack. Doing damage seems to be was the best course of action. And with that, we're gonna go to Braff.
Oh, bro, I ain't gonna hold you. Some backstory shit just happened as I see a young, small, childlike individual get sucked into the water and not return. I'm going to
You
dart.
gotta make that roll again.
I'm going
you gotta
to
make that flaw roll again.
I'm going,
Absolutely.
Well, I was going to. Oh, I was going to actually use that to push myself to go and to honestly cast away me self-preserving and I can make a roll for sure if you want me to do something.
I would say you can make that. You would make that roll, just make with advantage.
Okay.
As if you're gonna choose to use that to switch gears a little bit.
I like that. Okay.
Go ahead. But
Let's do it.
yeah.
Okay. With advantage. I like that. All right. So the first one.
Flavor right there, spicy.
Yeah. So that'll be it for a wisdom saving throw. It'll be 17. So I pass.
Dude, you fucking crush it. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, as a shock kind of hits me, but I just kind of push through it, and this time wanting to move instead of hesitate, I'm going to just start at a diagonal going to where I last saw him. I'm going to just use all my movement to go that way, which the water is obviously difficult terrain, so I get slowed.
I would say you can if you want to go past the blood elemental that is in the road, you can absolutely get there right now. If you want to go around, it seems like area of agency. Unless you're dashing, you're not getting there.
There's the one on the right, or there's the one that came up off the right side who's attacking Gallon, right? And then there's another one.
It is directly in front of Gallon. It is. They're both on the trail.
Oh, so it kind of came up and like got in front
Yeah.
of him and possessed. Okay, so I'm going to make it so I don't want to go right next to him because I don't want to take any hits. So I'm going.
I would say Richter is not far away, but yes, you are traveling through difficult terrain.
Are there two next to me?
There's currently one next to you. Then there's a pile of, again, coagulated viscera and blood making its way up.
Okay, so basically, however you calculate it, Connor, I'm gonna basically make it so if I need a wide burst so I don't take any opportunity attacks, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna try to get to his spot, and then while running, I'm going to be like once again kind of using arcane sigilling in my hand, and as I do so, I'm going to you see the outline of frost and this biting cold is going to encapsulate on the one of that's like kind of emerging onto the shore, and I'm going to cast frostbite again.
Okay, so you have to use your action to do that. You don't have a dash then. So
Correct.
I would say you are able to get to Richter, but if you're using this casting, you're using your action.
Okay, hold
so
on.
You have your bonus action left after this.
Wait, hold on. So if I can get to him without having to take damage.
Yes.
Okay, then never mind. Then I will use my action to grab him.
I would say go ahead and give me an athletics.
Okay. A first time ever before seen a wizard with athletics as a skill.
Yeah, right.
What is this?
Yeah.
Got the wizard. Wizard.
Come on,
Come on.
Wizard.
Oh, nice. 16 plus 5 is gonna be 21.
You as you're coming, it's still churning water as you're coming up, like next to this this hunk of like 4 foot blood and viscera, like this, like almost like a slug slowing going up the channel. See Cordell lashing at the water, almost right next to right on the shore, and as you just make your way past it, you just see the churning. You knew where he would be, you just go reach down and you make contact with him, and you're able to pull up out of the water a very thinned, drained, but still truly Richter body out of the water.
As I do so, I'm going to turn and put my back to everything as I hold his body, and I use my body as a shield, and I'm gonna like whisper, "Not again, Corden." And I'm just gonna sit there, and I'm just gonna kind of use my body to protect his body.
Got you. Absolutely. And that's the end of your turn?
As a bone, I don't think I can do anything with a bonus action. Actually, hold on. Ooh. I'm going to cast Misty Step, and I'm going to shoot back into the behind Gallon.
And you take another creature with you when you Misty Step.
Ooh, that's a good point. Briefly surrounded by silvery mist, you teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space that you can see. It does not specify.
Yeah, so Dimension Door lets you bring somebody else. I don't think Misty Step.
Okay, then I will not, obviously. So then I will just then.
Better look next.
Yeah, if I can't. Well, that makes sense because Dimension Door actually specifies that. So yeah, I'm going to one last second here. Nope. Let's see what this. Yeah, I'm just gonna sit there, body over Richter.
Awesome. Top of the initiative, the halberdier begins closing the distance. He is charging towards you, Cordell. Like as he's coming, like what you're seeing is him running along the water with a halberd. But as he gets close, he stops and drops the halberd down into the water. Just makes a downward slash into that red puddle you were seeing. He is ignoring the orders of everybody else around him. He is going to make 2 weapon attacks into the water. And you guys see this as he's slashing, and he's drawing up just clear water as he's making frantic attacks. Don't seem to be making contact. Anders is going to make another bow attack that goes wide as it fires across and just goes Gallon, you could tell it kind of just goes up and around as it seems like he noticed the over penetrating from the arrow before and is now being maybe too careful about making sure he doesn't over penetrate this creature and hit you. As this happening, Cyrus is it begins running along the trail, ignoring the other folk around him, is moving up towards you guys. With that, you get 2 more attacks from the lords. the Baron and the other as they make 2 attacks. You see 2 arrows go into the water in front of you. Again, Cordell. On its turn, because now it's a singular. You see the slugging go up and run up the leg of the other one, and just like folds into the body fully of the creature as it goes, and it's like all the trickling blood immediately stops as this creature. You can see it just start like righting itself up in posture. The blood swarm from before, it takes a step to the side. It does not leave your area of attack right now, Galen. So just letting you know, no opportunity of attack quite yet. As it takes a step in the water, the other one, moving far more quickly through the water, goes and hits its leg too. And all 3 of the creatures at a singular point. It moves past you though, Cordell. If you want to take an opportunity of attack, you absolutely can. It's moving through the water though. Okay.
Does it by chance count as an action that I can do 2 attacks?
No, it's an opportunity of attack. It's a singular attack you can do. Unless you have crazy ass feats, which I don't think anybody has right now.
Just crazy once.
Oh, I dropped my die.
Oh wait, what did I? Oh, I didn't do anything. Okay, cool.
9 plus 3, 12 plus 5, 17 to hit.
You absolutely make contact. Go ahead and roll damage.
Hell yeah.
As this thing's moving past you see it's moving towards almost Brath as it's making it like washes around Brath, but right before it makes that point of intersection and starts moving, you were able to take it, an attack on it.
I hit it 6 for slashing plus 5 for slashing, so 11 slashing plus 5 necrotic.
Holy
16 total. 5 of it's
Nice.
necrotic.
Damn.
God fucking this thing.
Yes.
I need
Died.
to change what I said. As this puddle comes and begins splitting, a singular strike comes through, and Cordell, you feel it as you slash it. You've been hitting water and sting effects. You've been hitting water and sting effects. As you slash it, you can feel it grab something and rip it out. And as you do this, like you're pulling out this like small pouch of sorts. It's like spilling out. And as it you drag it across, like almost like a line catching something, you drag this out of the water. And as that happens, all the red around you, Brath, completely dissipates.
Oh hell yeah. Let's go, bro.
Yes.
You have taken 1/3 of this creature's potential away. As
Wait.
the rest of it just reinforces the creature. Like the other slug reinforces the creature. The thing rolls back up on it as it hits the shore. It makes the other creature like
Oh, did I miss
regain
something?
composure.
Okay,
Huh?
okay, I think I missed this. So you're saying that the slug on the shore actually went into the other one that was on Galen?
Yes.
Okay,
and
gotcha.
and it stepped into the water to ready and make like a better avenue for the other one that
Got
just
you.
died.
Got you. Cool. Okay.
So as
that's
that
crazy.
happens and the other creature realizes it, kind of turns, and now it makes 2 attacks. First one is at you, Galen.
Did it step away from me? Am I able to?
It took a step towards it, but it stayed in your area. It was aware of your presence. It's been primarily focused on your presence.
Wait.
But what's your AC?
16.
Yeah, this hits.
It's a 47 to
one
hit.
No, not that bad yet. So real quick, you're taking 10 points of bludgeoning and 14 points of necrotic damage.
Yeah, damn.
As it
Wait,
brings
hold
this,
on.
it brings like the one arm down on you and drags across. So it slams you to the ground. Then as it does, you feel spiking running across your back, and it's not trying to cut you to hurt you. It's cutting you to get access to you. And successfully doing so, it just drains from your body.
How much
Got
was
life
that?
steal.
How much was that shit?
That was a total
24?
of 20. Yeah,
Yeah.
24.
God
24.
damn.
Jeez.
And it's gonna make a second attack.
Oh my
He accidentally stealed the portion of blood that just has depression and he kills himself.
god. The angst.
If you could tell me anatomically what portion of the blood has depression,
The brain.
I will allow it.
The brain blood.
But it makes a
The
second
blood
attack.
next to the brain.
What is your AC right now, Brath?
It is 14.
It makes a second attack into the water as you're like kind of like buckled over, like protecting a body. It makes an attack into the water. You can feel this splashing as water splashes around you, but it fully misses.
Oh,
Nice.
okay, nice.
Oh,
okay.
shit.
Ooh,
It is now
fuck.
Richter's turn. Richter, I need you to make me a death saving throw, and for this,
What?
I'm just gonna do it as is. You're gonna roll a d20 and tell me what the result is.
Well, hey, text them. Text them though. Wait, right? Are we doing the secret? Or you want
if
to do
you want to, Richter. So yeah, let's just do it like that, so we keep it proper to how the channel goes. roll me a d20 and tell me what the result is. Just text it to me, Evan, if that's all right.
Yeah, don't tell us. Don't tell us. No meta.
Can I send you in the?
Do
I'll
a-
text it to you.
Yeah,
Yeah, just text. If you text it to me, that's better. But I will say, Richter, you're brought up out of the water. But your body is brought out of the water. You are not. Again, I want to ask you the question of where do you think your thoughts go? As you're just kind of, you are again bludgeoned, bruised, mutilated, truly in this water, in a water outside of your home and space.
Am I like dreaming?
Yeah, this is your space to say where your thoughts go.
Oh, I see. Well, okay. I assumed I wouldn't be having thoughts.
Bro,
I understand.
you're
We
having
are
dreams.
not talking about, and we're not talking about biologically what is happening. It's just like, hey, you're dead. Your body is, you're completely comatose. You are at the mercy of the environment around you. You're at the mercy of the creatures, your friends, and their agency. You no longer have it. And so in this kind of dreamless space, where might Richter's thoughts go as he realizes this could be his last moments?
Yeah, I just start like thinking back to all the like weird ass conversations I've had with people. Not specifically, but just like seeing like people's faces and like the places I was in and how I was feeling at the time. Not like my life flashing before my eyes, but just kind of specific things like I see like like a castle wall, and then like
Oh yeah.
think about learning about
Siege warfare,
learning about siege warfare, then like
cannons.
learning or like seeing a crocodile for the first time and be like, holy that's fucking huge. And then like just a wide open field with a kind of a dark forest on the edge, just like scenes kind of moving through, nothing too
Gotcha.
specific.
Got you. Hey, Evan. Can you make me a weapon attack?
A weapon attack?
What cantrips do you have available right now?
the fuck on.
I don't
Who
understand.
you-
Cantrips?
Because I know you have shillelagh, but do you have any ranged weapon cantrips?
No. Well, I have I have druid craft, which allows me to do some little magic tricks.
I thought I had your character sheets. It's my bad asking here. But okay,
Mending.
yeah.
And mold earth,
Mold.
which means
Okay.
I can,
Go
so-
ahead and
no, not
mold
really.
earth. That is the one where you just move dirt.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, basically.
In that case, do make me a weapon attack. A
Shit.
physical, like you're using your shillelagh weapon attack.
Okay. So, let's see. Is that a plus 6 or 1d8 plus 3? Oh, hang on.
See, I didn't mean to be infectious. That's my bad, everybody.
Oh god.
We got sneezing.
Yo, who's sneezing,
Um,
bro?
Me, I was.
Evan had the foresight to pause, whereas I am a rude man.
So, on my dumb. Okay, I guess I should read this.
Yeah. So shillelagh, I believe it makes it a magical weapon. Then you have proficiency.
Okay, so actions, quarterstaff, damage.
Just make the just roll the d20. There. We can do damage if you hit. Yeah.
Okay. 8.
Plus your dexterity, I believe, and then plus your proficiency.
Oh, okay. Dexterity is plus 1. Okay, so it's 9. And then proficiency. Oh, it's plus 3. Okay, so 12.
12 total.
Damn, that song was intense as fuck.
Yeah. Well, it
I
may
like
or may
it.
not have been from a popular game from somebody.
Yo, I knew.
Yeah. But so you holding him, Braf, you bring him out of the water, you protect, you feel the splash, and they kind of turn to feel the splash, then like almost like out of that, as like the splash happens, just kind of like comes up, weapon in hand, kind of like ducks underneath you and moves over and makes a wild swing at the blood elemental.
Wait, hold on.
He just moved.
This guy?
Braf. or the Richter fully comes up,
What the?
goes, swings. Richter.
Yeah.
What you perceive is you are down. You are thinking of all the crazy shit that's happening. You think about the weird conversations, like the weird intrigue, the politics and such. And as you're kind of like rolling over and thinking about it, you're just feeling a feeling that you have put on other people, but you have never felt yourself, where you just kind of feel like just like almost like strings around the wrists and ankles. You feel like this part where you're feeling things that you should not be feeling, and that something is creating for you. And the object in your pack, the object that you have with you, takes the driver's seat.
I see.
Oh shit.
Damn.
Holy
I'll be
shit.
damned.
Wait, that changed everything I was gonna do. Oh, fuck. Hold on.
Okay.
Anyways, it's Gallen's turn.
Gallon, let's do it, bro. This man's 1v1 in the boss. Let's go.
As this creature hits me, that fucking hit took half my HP.
Yeah, that's nuts.
So I take a massive hit. I get knocked backwards. As I land on my back, I will roll over. So I'll roll to one side.
Mhm.
This is in the same space. This is just
Yeah,
a little flavor.
it's still within his area of control. Yeah.
And then, like, I guess my sword will get knocked out a little bit away from me. I'll pick it up. I will use a bonus action
Ooh.
to.
Yeah, baby.
I will use a bonus action to
Do it.
initiate. I will utter an ancient language. No one will be able to hear, but like in an ancient language, I utter the Rite of the Dawn,
Oh.
and my blade will burst into radiant flame.
Do you take damage doing this? I don't remember.
Yes. So it will burst into radiant flame, but the weapon will now shed bright light in a radius of 20 feet, and I have resistance to necrotic damage.
Oh,
And then when you hit
shit.
an undead creature with which Rite of the Dawn is active, you will deal an additional Hemocraft die extra.
So
I
I-
will roll-
Nice.
You
I roll my
drag it.
D6.
So tell me, you're casting this. You're like commanding this to happen, but you have to hurt yourself to do it. So tell me, how are you making this happen? Are you just saying the words, and is it just coming like? Are you just taking the damage, or are you having to like lacerate or create the damage physically?
I will, as I utter the words, I'll notice like the veins on my body, the veins on my neck will be like slightly necrotic as I take this necrotic damage as I cast this.
Roll low,
Right.
baby. Roll low. One necrotic damage. I asked for one. One necrotic damage. One.
Two.
Let's go. That's low. I don't know what you're
Sorry,
rolling out
two. What?
of. Necrotic damage.
Two.
To yourself?
So I take two necrotic damage
Gotcha.
for the blood maledict.
drag
It's
this
a
stuff.
D6.
Out of
Um,
curiosity, what is your HP at right now?
I am currently at 26.
Okay.
I love this guy.
And with that, I will stand up and I will launch into an attack against the creature.
Right, go ahead and roll your attack.
How many
All right,
creatures?
with an overhand swing,
There
I
is
will roll my
now
first
seemingly
attack.
one creature.
Okay. Because the slug and the other guy.
The slug went into the other guy and reinforced him.
Gotcha.
It became one creature.
Two little
15.
sack, maybe.
That was a 15.
15 hits. The AC never went up. It's still
Alright, so the first attack. Let's see.
Come on, baby. I need you to roll big whammy blammy on this piece of shit.
Go big whammies. Seven plus 1d. So my Hemocraft die is 1d6 currently.
Mhm.
So that is
you roll
13.
Hemocraft if it is undead.
So the right itself gives me 1d6 damage always, as long as the right is active.
Gotcha.
It will
But
be
you
a
get
further-
more if it's undead.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Oh,
Okay.
Nice.
So
Okay.
I will communicate at this much. You are rolling just the singular 1d6.
Okay. So that first attack is
Ooh.
13 damage.
Green.
And then this and then the weapon also counts as magical. I guess the silvered already kind of is a bonus, but this is now
Yes.
magical.
Got you. No problem.
And then it is also radiant.
It is certainly radiant. Yes.
All right, so the second attack.
Please.
Then I'll sidestep to the left, and I'll do another spin and swing at his right arm. Right arm. 22.
22 hits. Go ahead and roll that damage, baby.
Yo, now Evan's in the void. Oh, nope, he's in Monster House again.
That is 17 damage of radiant.
So I wrote down here how much health it had left, Todd, and you did about 10 more damage than that.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
Todd, as you are slashing, and what is truly in the manual, an elemental of blood. How do you want to do this?
Yeah, dude.
How do you want
smack
to?
this.
How do you want to do the final blow here?
Ooh. I guess as I do that second swing,
Or he's flashbang himself.
I know, right?
I guess as I do that second swing, it'll do like it'll probably make like an attack, an overhand, swing over me. I'll duck, and then I'll swing for its midsection and then slice it in half.
Yeah, as you bring that across the midsection, you have radiant light, which I will say, kind of mechanically, it does not have any resistance or vulnerability to, but it is sundering. It's like as you're going, you're immediately coagulating the blood, making it unusable to this creature. And as you drag it along through, you're truly bringing it in half. But as you do, a similar sensation to what Cordell felt as you drag it through water and then connect with something solid inside, and whatever it is you connected with sunders and shatters as you bring it across through, and then just a torrent of blood drops freely onto the ground.
Oof.
And with that, gentlemen, we are now technically out of initiative. However,
I have.
Richter, I need another roll from you. I will say before that, though, Braf, if you have anything you want to do to help him.
Well, so real quick, so when he got moved like that, was it like out of my possession, or like he was?
Yeah, like the water happened, and I rolled for it. He ducked and like he just left your space, like he just because you're holding him, like you were nestling him, and he just like noped and freed himself from that and left.
Is he standing?
So he moved like 5 feet from you to make an attack. He's still in your proximity.
And he's standing like on his own.
He's standing up. He made a full overhand swing with his staff and missed.
I'm going to look at him and say, Cord, Richter, are you good? And I kind of like grab out to him, like just like grab his shoulder and almost like try to turn him to face me so I can discern if because he was not moving, now he's moving, and I also know that he has something in his possession of necrotic energy. So I want to just before I do anything, I want to kind of discern and see if he is awake or if there's something more malicious going on.
What's going on?
I don't know. Connor's waiting. I think he's texting you probably, or someone, or me. Texting me.
I wanted to see what are you mechanically doing anything?
Me?
Just asking the question. Yes.
Oh, well, so it depends on what I see. Because if it's like if he is still under, or if he's looking like he is not in control of himself,
he is facing away from you all. So
I was gonna grab him and pull him and have him look at him.
Okay. Well, then in that case, before that though, Richter, I want you to make your saving throw.
Before he makes a saving throw, would my turn have come before him in initiative?
It would have. Actually, I will. Yes. Yes.
I would like to at least look at him to see if he needs help, if I can, before.
Everybody. So you all four are separate, very much in your own proximity, aside from the halberdier who is making his way through the water towards you. So I will say, if we're gonna do that, I'll let both Braf and Cordell make your perception checks on this, or insight if you like.
I was gonna say I like to insight this dude.
Yeah, please.
I got 6 for perception.
Okay.
I'm trying, Richter, I swear.
So for you, Cordell, you are looking at him. He is standing up. He made an attack, and this torrent of blood came down and kind of splashed on him a bit. So like the blood kind of came up onto Richter, but he's standing with a staff, like still very much in like a go mode.
Right,
what is your insight?
18 on insight.
18. he is standing up in a go mode, and he's kind of standing there. And as you come up to like check on him, he does not react to you touching him. He's still super tense, and as you just take a moment to look, his eyes are completely out. Like his eyes are there. If they might as well be looking at something directly in front of them. His eyes are not picking up on it. Like you can tell looking at his eyes, he is not seeing anything around him.
Okay.
He is just completely out.
Oof. Would it? Because I obviously don't want to kill this man. So depending on time. Well, no, I'm talking about in the sense of like waiting for his death save. So
he's not responding.
Yeah, I should just end him.
He's unresponsive.
I really didn't want to kill him.
I break his
but
neck.
I just had to.
I break his neck. I'm like, oh, that's crazy.
Would you mind texting me that next roll? Whenever you're
Okay. Well, yeah, okay.
Because that would happen no matter what's happening here.
Gotcha. Oh, dude, fuck, I don't want to.
I will say I'll get his roll, then communicate perhaps more information.
Okay, because I just want to, before I do anything, I want to make an Arcana check, but I don't also want to waste like 10 minutes doing an Arcana check. So if it's like,
no, totally fine.
Okay.
Okay. So we got that there. So with that, for one, Richter, you feel yourself moving and doing things, and with this, I just got here. You feel like a bit more sluggish. Like you feel like this is happening, and your body's losing gas. And it's losing gas in a way that not like you are no longer able to do what you want it to do, but whatever is happening to you is losing its ability to do so.
Okay.
However, losing its ability to do so is still a detriment to you. Like, you are still losing your grip on what's happening here. So I'd say for Braff and Cordell, who are here, and Gallon, you are here in a lesser extent. You are very much covered in a torrent of blood. Your entire front portion is red right now, as a tidal wave of blood, viscera, and coagulated sections of just blood cells have splattered around you as they fell on the ground. So there's a bit of that to deal with, probably. But for you two there, you do see him kind of just like lose composure a little bit, and like he has the quarterstaff there. There is no roll needed to see. He is still holding it defensively. He's not using it to stabilize himself. He has just kind of become unsteady.
And I see that.
I would say both of you see that.
oh god, I'm just gonna look at Cordell and say, is there anything you could do? And I'm gonna make an Arcana check.
Go and make the Arcana check, please. Before.
And I want to use this with the knowledge of knowing there's some shit in his back that has necrotic energy, and see if there's any way I can discern if there's
the DC is lowered because of that.
Alright, bet. Let's do it. Hopefully Cordell
That's
has
an important thing to communicate instead of telling you don't get advantage. Like, there's other things to slide the scale. The DC's lower.
What is that? 14. 14 on it.
14, considering your knowledge, will make it. You look at him and you're like able to take some knowledge of what you've looked at. You're seeing the eyes, you're seeing the wobbly state, and I think you're able to just kind of feel the threads of magic. Something from his pack is not like feeding and moving around him, it is lassoing him. You can tell there's threads of magic on his ankles, wrists, and kind of like loosely on his head. He is not conscious, he is not awake, he is not well. His body's being moved. He is not awake.
What would you say for this? What would you say? What action would you say that took?
I would say that probably took an action, but we are loosely, very loosely in initiative. If you have something you'd like to do to follow up with that.
I am debating.
But you did ask Cordell.
Oh yeah,
a question.
Cordell. Is there anything you can do?
Well, do I like how severe do I think he is? Am I
He has
stepping in to heal, or am I like?
There's no roll
Am I
needed.
so
He is drained. His body is like
you.
white. He seems to still be loosely leaking blood from his wrists. Like he needs
Okay, so he's messed
medical
up.
help. Yeah.
Okay. I might be able to do something. And so how far away is he?
He
from
whips him.
You guys are within 5 feet. Everybody aside from Gallon is maybe 10 feet away.
Okay.
Jesus
I'm
Christ.
gonna
Bless you.
use Hands of Healing.
Well, real quick, hey, can I convey something real quick before he does come up because of the Arcana check? Or is this happening simultaneously?
You asked it, then he did the Arcana check, and he's doing what he's doing in tandem with you.
Okay.
realizing.
Okay. Sounds good.
I'm gonna use Hands of Healing, so that's spend a key point, use my martial arts die plus my wisdom modifier.
This man said cleric
He
for
picked the
hire.
weirdest goddamn
He's the
subclass
monk for
by
hire,
far.
bro, with the clerical background. But
That's
yeah.
gonna give him 4 points of health.
Richter, you feel these arms and such around you and such, and then where are you putting your hands on him to do this?
I would put one hand on him.
Okay, so you're just putting on his arm or whatever's available to you.
forehead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
So like he's sitting there like wobbling and such, and you have to come up from the side. You put an arm on his like just bicep shoulder area, and so you feel like you Richter feel this presence that you perhaps are not fully comfortable with it existing, taking the driver's seat, and with that you feel like this entire presence kind of commanding you, and at the same time losing you as well. And then you just feel almost a hot hand go on your shoulder, and like the wounds close up around you. You feel yourself revigorated, and you feel like just the threads ting 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 just all are lost around you as you are finally brought back into consciousness, though perhaps not entirely as present and able as you might have been.
Yeah.
I will say, Cordell, whatever Braff might have been wanting to communicate to you, you probably realize as you put this presence on him, you feel almost the antithesis of this healing energy touch him. You feel something has to be rescinded as you heal him. Something took precedent over what you were doing, and you had to remove that from him to heal him.
And then, can I speak?
You can absolutely speak.
And then I'll just look to Cordell as he kind of has the arm on, and I'll just say, obviously hush tone. I don't want to just pull this dude's underwear out and fucking air it out for everyone, but I want to just be like, something had hold of him. Something was controlling him.
That is interesting.
And it
Noted.
seemed yeah.
That's crazy, bro.
And then
Making his way over.
I will
Go ahead.
support him. So like as he heals, and if he slumps or if he does something, I'm gonna just kind of hold him upright.
Wait,
Richter,
wait,
you have full control over your person and character. You are
and I
back.
have 4
As-
HP.
You do not. You have you were healed for 4?
Yeah, 4.
You have 4 HP.
Is there any way we can
Alright.
shift the music, Connor?
As
We can.
As-
Yes.
To something more intense.
Yeah.
Even
Yeah.
more intense. Even
As
Ballad
I-
music.
heal Richter, I say, Richter, are you okay?
I'm going to immediately crumple to the ground.
I will hold you up.
I
Forcefully
say,
crumples.
Richter, are you okay?
I didn't hear you at all.
I will grab his jaw and say, "I'm perfectly fine." No, I'm just kidding.
I just start shaking him, Richter.
Yeah. No, it's my turn to puppet Richter, bro.
Damn, fucked up.
Approaching you
My
guys
turn with
from behind
Richter.
us. You hear the splashing in the water. He is in no way subtle coming towards you. There is the halberdier, the one who kept talking about sieges and stuff. He makes his way over to you briefly. He's like, is everyone okay?
I don't. I look around to see where the second halberdier is.
It just kind of takes a minute, and just okay. And you see him just do the same thing, survey the grounds. And there seems to be no obvious place to see Dillard, as you now know. The water.
Yeah.
He's looking around. He just kind of like leans on this spear. Just,
I'm sorry.
is everyone okay?
You
all good?
at this point, I kind of almost, come back to myself, and I look over to Gallon, who I'd kind of almost disregarded when I was doing what I was doing, and so I look over to him and hold.
You see him apparently.
I see him.
Alright. What are you doing?
He's looking to you.
I look to you and just to see visually how you're doing.
So I'm just kind of standing there staring at where it was. I guess covered in blood.
Dude, again, it is not like he attacked a creature and blood got on him. It is as what is best described as a bag of blood exploded in front of him. It is like something happened with spray paint. He is just covered. So you guys, to a lesser extent, caught this, but he was the one who dealt the killing blow, and it exploded towards him. He is just drenched.
Well, as I'm saying there, I'll mutter to myself, I'll say, they say you're too old for this, Galen. That's kind of like, as I'm standing there, I'll kind of look down at myself, fucked up, and I'll quickly, I'll reach into like my potion bag.
Yeah.
I'm gonna reach into my potion bag. I pull a vial out, kind of look at it. I pull a cork out. I'll down it.
What are you taking?
Healing potion.
Okay, go ahead and roll
Just
for
a
whatever
shot
that
of
is.
whiskey.
Yeah, he just
bro.
pulled out a potion.
Yeah.
Well, one of Dad's
Shot of
Capri
whiskey.
Suns. And,
What? What are the levels of potions?
I believe you have a minor healing potion.
Okay,
That'll be.
Is that what I'd be able to take?
I think so. Yeah, I think it's 2d4 plus con.
Okay, I just kind of
Uh,
made a like gear
I-
list.
I can look it up for you. real
Yeah, if you
quick.
don't mind. But as you guys are all gathering around, making their way over towards you, first the two knights of the Mason Order, one of which is, first off to you is Cyrus, with his buckler still on and sword. He is still surveying the environment.
2d4 plus
And first off-
2d4 plus 2.
Plus 2, not plus con. Thank you.
You're
But he makes his
welcome,
way over to you. First, Richter, one, he's just, hey, Richter, are you all right? You good, man?
Who's saying this?
This is Cyrus, one of the Knights of the Mason Order.
Sorry.
The one who had first invited you.
So who? Okay, so who
Uh,
walked over? You walked over to them.
Cyrus is talking to Richter, yeah.
Yeah. So is everyone? Cyrus and Anders came over this way.
Cyrus, Anders is a bit behind, but Richter got there first. He ran pretty much over to you.
Is Braff, are you still holding me up, kind of?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna be like, let me down.
I release him.
I'm just gonna kind of sit on the floor and take out my water skin and drink like a bunch of water.
Just chug it.
Yeah. And be like, and then Cyrus asked me, I could be kind of gesture like, hang on a sec.
Yeah.
Um,
For everyone there also looking at him, you can see there is a sincere look of concern from Cyrus, just like kind of kneeling down next to his friend, just trying to make sure he is all right. Whereas Anders is there as well, but he just still has his bow, still with an arrow on it, not like drawn, but he is just pursuing the entire tree line around him. Just
Right.
looking at it, trying to see what else might be out there.
if I told you I was feeling great, I'd be lying.
Well, there's no need to lie, friend. What can we do?
Fucking, I don't know.
Let's get the fuck out of here. I think that's what we.
Uh,
I think that's probably what would be the most immediate, and I will start making my way over to Galen.
Where's the Baron at?
The Baron is making his way over with Edmure right now. As they are moving a bit more slowly. Both of them have bows drawn. Well, not drawn, but like arrows knocked, and they're like looking. One's looking left, one's looking right down the trails. They're like slow stepping their way towards you guys.
Alright, so right after I drink the potion, I'm gonna like basically toss it aside. I'm gonna reach up, I'm gonna wipe the blood off my face, and I'm just gonna immediately turn and I'm gonna look at the Baron.
He is not looking at you. His eyes are very much trained on the trees as he is moving up. Like he is making his way towards you guys with Edmure and step, but they have bows drawn, and they're making their distance towards you. They're probably now within like 30 feet, making their way towards you
Of
as
me?
they were kind of on their own. Yeah, towards everybody. You guys are
Well,
all.
yeah, so I'm standing there. I still have my sword drawn. I'm gonna turn to the Baron, and I'm gonna start walking towards him.
I want to get to Galen.
You are certainly in the way of Galen before he begins moving. Galen, I should say, before he begins his proper
Galen.
walk.
And I'm gonna point my sword out towards the Baron. I'm gonna yell, What the fuck are you playing at?
And like moving up without looking at you, just going was like this show's like, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. This is fucked up. We need to get back to the castle. Let's get back to the castle.
Finally, some
He's just like
sense.
slow stepping over with his bow, like still looking out in the environment around him.
I say finally some sense, and then I pause and I go, "How many points were those worth?"
Like when you say like they're getting closer to you, and finally some points are worth. Like Edmir is still very much trying on this round, but the Baron kind of like drops his bow a little bit. So it's just like.
I say it like shittily though.
I mean, shit. I don't know. Let's call it 40. I mean,
I said it with like a scowl, and the fact that he kind of like laughs about it, I'm like, yeah, and I'm just like, what the fuck?
I want to like quietly talk to Galen and say, "Are we gonna fight?"
Alright, well, I'm gonna push past Cordell towards the Baron.
Oh wait,
Are you gonna do any? Are you gonna protest this at all, Cordell?
No, but I pull my whip out and follow him.
Okay. And you make your way over to the Baron, who is like still walking over, past you guys. Still walking over towards you, but now seeing you guys coming at him, he like relaxes his bow and sees you guys. It's just like, we should get back to the castle. Absolutely.
I'm specifically watching for Galen to make a move. If he does, I hit with him.
I approach within 5 feet of him, and I'll say, I'll yell at him, I'll be like, what actually is going on here?
We were hunting. That was actually what's going on here. I don't know what these things are, but he's like turns over past you and leans and like kind of turns towards Edmure. He's like, "Where's your other man?" And he's just like, "I don't know. I think we're still looking for him." While saying that, the other halberdier just shakes his head.
What would I roll to see if he's being truthful?
Insight.
Insight.
Can I also see if
You can both roll insight. If you guys want, you can give the help action to somebody else.
okay,
I'll
I'll give
help Galen.
yeah.
And you can help Galen, so Galen roll with advantage.
Can you give him 2 advantages with 2 help actions?
If somebody else gives you a help action, yes.
If somebody
That would
gives
be-
me the help action? Oh no,
Yes.
but I mean, can
You
I
can roll
give?
2 advantages.
No, but you can roll your own insight.
Okay.
You can roll.
Yeah,
you'll roll your
Cordell is
own.
already helping Galen, so you can roll just with whatever. You can roll straight there, Richter.
Yeah.
I rolled a 12.
Okay. Plus, or just 12.
12 total. 11 plus 1.
Okay. And then,
17.
you see, for you, Galen, you see him kind of like just looking distraught. He is covered in blood. And there's a certain level, there's absolutely concern and unease on his face as what just transpired. Richter, I think for you looking at there is same unease and concern, but there's also a certain level of just like absolute confusion on his face. As this is somebody who had like a plan in motion and set, and it was just interrupted dramatically.
Okay. Galen, I
You
think
do.
we should get going.
I'm
I'm
gonna
feeling
reach
like
out.
shit.
I'm gonna reach out and I'm gonna grab the Baron's shirt. If I need to roll for
Go
that.
ahead and make a contested athletics check.
Okay.
I want to stand in the way of what's the other? Is it Eldritch? Is that a name?
Edmure?
Yeah, Edmure. I want to stand in
Devin.
the way of Edmure to interfere.
Okay, go ahead and roll an equal athletics check. First, you get
12. Oh. Where's
just-
Galen?
Yeah.
17.
17. So, Galen, you reach over and grab him, but you go to move past Edmure, and Edmure just straight drags it, like moves his hand across, and you have to like kind of move to not get punched in the head as he grabs your arm, Galen, just moving past Cordell as he got a fucking nat 20 on his roll and just grabs you and just like, let's get back to the like Edmure speaks before the Baron does. It's like, crazy shit has happened. Let's get back to the castle.
Is there? Can I use a spell, but like not in a harmful way?
If it's harmful, probably not.
Well, I mean, in the sense of,
no.
I mean, in the sense of like for like frostbite. If that, can I like encase a creature only to the extent of like, more like an intimidation. Like I coat them, but I don't like they don't use it to full force.
you can roll it to make the attack action, but you will have to roll an Arcana check to not do damage.
How about this? I will just like the frost will come onto my hands, but like I won't mess with it.
Yeah, so you just kind of like prime.
Yeah, I kind of prime it. I don't say anything. I do step up, like I'm kind of now at this point flanking both of them with my hands at this point kind of primed with like this kind of like with these like kind of snowflakes and the kind of frost kind of coming off, but I won't do anything else.
Yeah, so you have your eyes primed, and the Baron like he for one you grab him, Gallon, and pull him, and
So
he steps back and doesn't do anything offensively about it.
Okay, and then Edmure grabs my arm.
Yes, Edmure absolutely grabs your arm and says, let's just get back to the castle. We could talk about it.
How old is Edmure?
How old is Edmure? He's like 30s.
Okay, anyway, I'm gonna turn to him and I'll say, "Back off, boy." I'll roll intimidation on him.
Okay, go ahead and roll intimidation.
He said, "I have advantage on 30-year-olds."
Can I help? Can I help him?
Oh wait, can I help him?
I will say he gets advantage because of Brath doing his eyes.
Yes.
Nice.
Okay, cool.
That would be a 19.
Nice.
You say back off, boy, and he just like takes it and recoils back a bit, just like, okay. There's like steps back, like, okay, let's just, and then like the Baron at this point like kind of puts a hand up to him and stops him speaking. It's like,
Is he gonna say something?
he was going to, but if you similar thing to what we are exactly doing right now, if you are going to speak, he will stop to let you speak.
All right, so I'll say to the Baron, I'll be like, "I should kill you where you fucking stand."
It's like
Either he's like, and so he's gonna start to speak, but I'm gonna keep talking. I'll say, "Either you're an idiot, or there's more here than you're letting on."
it's like as you say that, the Baron's like, if those are the two options, I am an idiot, but I protest that still. I don't know what the fuck just happened, friend. I don't know what just happened. However, what I do know is we can talk about it here, and we can keep scanning the tree line and hope the conversation doesn't get interrupted, or we can go back to a castle. That's where we're at right now. Let's just go and talk about it and figure out what happened.
I'll jump in and I'll cool my hand. I'll cool the arcane energy, and I'll say towards Gallon and Cordell. I'll say, I think for Richter's sake, we should get the fuck out of here. I mean,
as you say that, you hear an echo from Cyrus. It's like, yeah, he's in pretty bad shape. We should at least get him some rest.
Okay, I'll
Richter,
turn.
are you okay? Again, asked by Cyrus.
I mean, God, it's some kind of miracle that I'm alive. I've never.
I mean, yeah, dude, you're fucked up. Like you're pretty fucked up right now.
I mean, does it look bad?
yeah.
It looks. It gives you a certain je ne de quoi. You look more distinguished.
You're fucked up. You're fucked up. We should go.
And,
You look great. You look great, friend.
I like wave off Cyrus, and I literally just turn around and start like hobbling. Or no, I get up because I was sitting. Put my water sack away.
I go to
start-
assist you if you accept it.
No, wave you off again.
Okay.
Just get up and start walking.
And with that,
backwards.
standing up as well, Richter turns to Anders, gives him a nod, and says, like, we're heading back. I suggest we travel together, but we're also not waiting. And they turn and begin walking as well. As the halberdier also turns and begins walking without his compatriot. Without Admir, without the Baron, he turns and walks with everyone else. So at this point, it is Richter, the two knights of the Mason Order, and the halberdier.
Okay.
Unless you're joining them, Braff.
Real quick, I just out of instinctual backstory stuff, super fucking awkward, I rustle Richter's hair. Like a fucking weirdo. But
Yeah, Richter, you're just walking, just bludgeon, just fucking eviscerated, but I just feel a little.
yeah.
Little-
And then
little rustle.
I do it, I'm like, oh my fucking god. And I just I back up and
Says, ain't no way,
Face
boy.
palm.
yeah.
All right. Well, so like right before that, like as I'm saying that to the Baron, I'll turn and I'll look at Richter. I guess probably for the first time, I'll see like how bad he is, and then and then they'll walk off, and then I'll say to the Baron, I'll say, we're not done here.
I expect we're not.
You'll explain everything at the keep.
I'll explain what I can at the keep. Again, we should have a one-on-one.
Then I'll turn to walk.
Yeah, and then as you turn to walk, I guess the last one is Cordell.
Is it dark, or is it?
It's
still
not.
pretty dark?
It is, dude. It's still like mid-afternoon, man. This attack happened with the sun out.
We said it's like 4 or something.
Yeah, but it's mid-afternoon. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay like 20 feet back for the whole walk
For everybody else, like
Sure.
let the
Yeah.
Baron and such walk past. Okay.
from the group. Yeah.
They walk
But I'll walk
past.
backwards first, yeah.
As again, I want to say this as you've been fighting, you've been attacking, you've been doing everything you've been doing.
Bless you,
That's
sir.
very
I want to say this. Bless you.
Courtesy.
Thank you. Hey, you know what? I want you to say that too. The entire time you were in combat, you were using the whip, you were lacerating, you were doing what you could. The whip was still unmoving. It was not glowing, even
Bless you.
slightly. Dude, I don't know what the fuck's going on.
You're good. You're good.
I
Just
think
get
it just needs to be put down. I think it just needs to die, but that's okay.
Yeah, probably.
shit.
Look, I'll accept it.
Jesus
Guys,
Christ.
this is the last segment for bad reasons, but that's
Aw.
okay.
Hey, send me your
But
notes.
no, there, I'll send you the notes, no problem. You can just DM and PC, that's no problem.
Yes, I've done it before.
But at Cordell, I will say, you did the full combat. You were making sure Richter was okay. You're now taking this time with the Baron. You have the whip with you, and you see it's doing a slight glow again. Slight, not glowing, not brilliantly like you saw it one time, but it's just doing that very faint, like shimmering.
Wait, so when we were fighting, I saw it didn't glow, correct?
Not at all.
Okay, that would have been the first time I noticed it doesn't glow around the Baron, but now
I will say, for the sake of being specific, you were fighting and you were not within a fair distance of the Baron and their party.
Wait, isn't he at the back now? He's at the way back.
I'm saying when he was fighting.
No, but now he's at the back, but he's still close.
Now
to
he's
them?
at the back, and you guys were interacting with the Baron. And while that
Okay.
was happening, the whip was doing what it was doing.
20 feet
stopped.
away from the Baron.
I just stop and let him keep walking and see if it fades more.
As it begins walking and walking, you just see it. It's not like a degree of scale. It is faintly glowing. It is faintly glowing. It is faintly glowing, and then gone.
Oh.
As he hits, and you can just look at him and eyeball it. He's walking with Edmure, in step with Edmure, but it's hard to argue that it's anything other than 30 feet away.
I want to
Again, not brilliantly glowing like it might have at one time, but
Yeah, I want to catch up to them now.
you're free to do so. As everyone else is making
Okay,
their
right.
travel, as Richter, you're getting. He is trying not to help you and let you have your individuality, but like keeping a nurturing eye on you. Cyrus is still with you, traveling.
Okay. Yeah,
Braff and Gallon, as you guys are traveling along, are you doing anything particular?
Yeah.
So,
Go ahead.
as I'm walking along, I'll resheathe my long sword and I'll pick up my crossbow as I go.
Right, you make sure you grab that.
Nice.
That's a good eye, because I was going to be a dick about that.
Yes, sir.
Not really. I would have asked, but
Nah,
yeah,
you would have been like
I
that
guess
shit.
I got
deleted.
one. I got one question. A full quiver of bolts, would it be 20 or 30?
I'd probably say 20.
20. Okay,
Considering
that's
that none
what I
are
thought.
fired,
That's what I figured.
unless
30's
something goes
30's
really,
a
really,
lot.
really wrong that might not ever come up.
Yeah, 30 is a lot of fucking. That's like a lot of arrows.
A lot
It's
of
like
bolts.
fucking that many. Anyway.
That big, yeah. But
This
you
many.
have 20.
Oh yeah. So I'm walking.
And that is not consistent throughout all of the campaigns here in the region. That is just
Yeah.
consistent for this one and what you have in your pocket.
Yeah,
20,
well, like
I
a
think is,
ranger.
Yeah, I think 20
A
makes
ranger
sense.
would carry like 30, but like this is it's more of like a secondary, so I guess I
Yeah,
wouldn't
absolutely.
carry as many.
But as you guys are traveling, you guys doing anything in particular?
Yes.
As I
Oh.
catch up to the party, does my whip start to glow again?
So I want to get to that. I just want to give them space before I absolutely
Okay.
slam back into that.
Because I am going to cause havoc soon when I can.
I'm gonna come up. So I'm gonna approach up behind you, Braff, and I will put my hand on your shoulder, and I will say, "You did well there. Most piss their pants and turn and run the first sight of something like that."
Good thing I passed my wisdom saving throws.
Yeah. I am curious, Braff, upon hearing that, and then also leaving literally for everybody else here, they've been in some form of combat before. Your first time ever in proper combat, and hearing that, how are you feeling?
I blush and I feel a massive sense of pride, but then there's also like a twinge. I wouldn't say of guilt necessarily, but there's a twinge of like I almost did like that, like just a split second kind of mental something pushed me over to be able to kind of jump that hurdle. And so I have a lot of pride that he said that, but I also feel like there's still like I know myself, and I feel like there's still.
You feel like the edge of failure.
Yeah, exactly. Like that creeping. Like we'll see on the next go round. But I will kind of nod, like I'll outwardly nod and be like, yeah. That means a lot. That means a lot. Yeah, that was I of all things to fight for the first go, that was fucking insane.
Kind of laugh a little bit.
But yeah, and I kind of like looking down, just kind of accepting, and then I look over to him and I say, just quite frankly, you're fucking impressive, Gallon. Damn, like, yeah. I mean, I knew very little going into the air quote family reunion that we had, but I understand the admiration and the yeah, wow. And I kind of look back down, kind of now like feeling a little embarrassed for gushing a little bit.
I think I'll laugh. I'll laugh slightly. I'll say, should have seen me when I was young.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah,
But alas, we're not out of this yet.
Yes.
You are closing the distance
Yes.
between them. Yeah, as they're talking, you can hear them kind of just muttering back and forth to them, so they're talking in low tones. But you hit that 30-foot barrier that you just know visually that it's like the approximation of what you need, and it has that very faint glow again.
Okay.
What are you doing with that?
I'm gonna catch all the way up, and I'm gonna call for Edmure.
You call all the way up, and yeah, as they're talking back and forth. As you get closer, they're talking back and forth. It's like I had no idea. No one's blaming you. Like people literally blaming me. That's exactly how this goes, and they probably should. Because I want to, and then you call for Edmure.
I'm gonna gesture for him to come here.
He gives like a kind of a cautious look. He looks back at the Baron, and the Baron gives him a nod. It's like, just meet up with me. Like, all right, and then he proceeds on. The Baron proceeds on, kind of rushing up to catch up with the rest of the party, as Edmure remains, kind of standing still.
How far away is the Baron?
The Baron leaves 10, 20, 30 light dims.
Wait, the light dims or it turns off?
And I'm with Edmure now?
It dims. Oh, it dims to away completely. You're with Edmure now. Cordell, is it?
Yes.
You're not the one who told me to fuck off, right? Or who the fuck? Yeah, you didn't. Yeah.
No, that was the other little one.
Yeah.
I believe.
Look, I know we got onto the wrong foot, but I feel like we got on the wrong foot, but let's just get back and we can figure this out. Guys, I don't want to talk any longer out here.
Yeah, I've got a quick question.
Can we walk and talk? Is that okay?
Yeah, we can walk and talk.
Okay. And then he immediately turns and begins striding. A bit quickly, but like striding with you. Like he's moving with. He is trying to walk in a way that you can keep up with him, but with urgency.
So, I've got this whip here. And
yeah, I mean I noticed that. That thing was fucking wicked.
Yeah, if you'll take a look, and you kind of watch us as we walk, but as we get closer, it starts to brighten up. You know what that means? And then as we get closer, I'm hoping it starts to kind of...
Edmure rushes up to the back of kind of Braff Gallon as you guys immediately went after. He kind of gets close to you guys, but he keeps a distance, at least 10 feet behind you guys, to kind of know when you guys are pissed, he stays. So as you and Edmure come up, you get close to that 30 distance. And then at that point, it lightens up slightly. And Edmure's like, okay, I see it lighten up. I don't know.
You know what? It indicates that we're in the presence of someone who's undead. Would you be able to fill me in here
Fill you in on what? What are you asking?
on who it is?
What do you mean who? Fucking look around. And he gestures out to the swamp all around you. And he's just like, what? Do you know what just attacked us?
I want to see if he's being truthful. I don't believe.
Go ahead. Go ahead and roll an insight check.
And he just immediately like, you're lying.
I think it's only a 7. No, it's not. 12.
Nice. Okay.
He is speaking with frank sincerity right now. Absolutely, as best you can tell.
As best as I can tell.
Well, I mean that you got a 12.
Yeah.
Well, I'd say for you as Cordell, he was speaking very truthfully to you, and you can infer whatever you want by me saying that.
Well, why do I believe him? I don't want to believe him.
As he gestures around, he's like, I don't know what the fuck that was. I don't know if it was undead. I don't know if it was natural to the swamp. What I'm saying is, why does it have to be fucking someone right now? Why can't we just get there, get to a castle, everyone just talks, compare notes, figure out what's going on? I just lost a friend of mine there. Like, we just gotta, let's get back.
You brought us to these woods. You're familiar with these woods. What do you mean you don't know what's in
You're
these
speaking to
woods?
Edmure, just so you know, right?
Isn't he familiar with the Baron?
Edmure's familiar with the Baron, yes. So you're saying that
I'm saying that, yeah. Because the Baron's familiar, so I assume he's familiar.
I've never been in these fucking woods before. I've never been
Baron
out here.
has?
Yeah, he has like 3 years ago. We haven't talked since like. And it kind of takes a moment, kind of looking, and he's realizing he's making a lot of noise in an environment where he is uneasy. Look, I haven't seen my cousin in years, and he went and did this. He got this fucking amazing keep and castle. He got these lands, and I'm so confused as to how. And
so him being undead is news to you.
I am saying he is not undead. He's my cousin. It's like whatever the fuck you got going on there, as he's gesturing to your whip. Whatever you got going on there, figure it out. All right.
No,
and when you have something solid, let me know. All right. When you have something solid
as solid can be, your cousin is not your cousin.
And he stops at this point, just fully stops the trek and lets you keep walking.
Am I within 10 feet from the Baron?
No, you were. He kind of kept a pace of like 20 feet back.
Okay, I want to get closer to the Baron.
He stops fully, and you proceed on. Again, comes up and he's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And I would say, as he's like following you along, he's like, buddy, fucking talk to me. What's going on? And you close that 10 feet at that time.
Wait, hold on. I would like to intervene,
I would say you are not. This is over 40 feet away from me.
Aren't I in the back? Where the
Baron is behind you guys.
Yeah, they're
Baron
ways
followed
back.
behind you, and he's staying like at least 10 feet away, and they're close. So now they're like barely within 20 feet as just Cornell's rushing up.
I cast Mage Hand and palm his face. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Palm his head like a
Wet
basketball.
Willie. You close the 10 feet.
I will. This is obviously getting kind of heated. I will look back. And I want to observe.
I would say you guys could look back and ascertain the situation.
Yeah, I will do that.
So you just see Cordell running up with Edmure kind of coming up behind him, looking very like aspirated, just going like he seems so like overwhelmed, and part of him just like wants to be relieved of the situation.
I cast message to Cordell as he's running up.
Cordell, you get that message as you are doing whatever action you're doing, and I'll let that inform whatever you want to do to continue that action.
I would like to know if I can use a whip to grapple someone.
I thought you were just gonna talk to him.
No.
Did you already do this, or did I send a message? I don't know if it'll matter, but at least
you send the message as he's doing this. You cannot technically use it to grapple someone unless you have like a maneuver that allows you to do that, which I believe as a monk you do not have.
Dang it.
Indiana Jones beats the shit out of people with a whip. He doesn't necessarily.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say to Cordell as he's running up and he's contemplating things.
I would say Cordell, to explain that action, you maybe have done that before, but
can't just
not to say something that you have not communicated yourself, but your exposure and usage of the whip has been kind of rusty as of late. You know you've done it, but at this point, you know you're in a delicate situation, and you know like there's a chance you try to do this and it goes very wrong, and that makes things very bad for a lot of people.
Just decapitate him. Grapple his head with the whip. Rip his throat out.
To put more context in what I just said, for just you, last time you tried to do this, something very bad happened.
Hey, wait a minute.
I
Bro,
am
who is
going
this man?
to. I just want to approach
Secret
the Baron
killer.
then.
Secret killer.
Okay, but the message still comes through. Please, Brad.
Okay.
I say to Cordell.
As he goes up like this, then drops it. Fuck.
I will say, I understand what you're trying to do, but I really feel like, in some ways, this could probably wait, and it'd be more advantageous for it to wait. And then I will stare. I'll like make eye contact, kind of glancing back occasionally, not like just full like deadpanning, but I'll like just see what he's doing.
Hey, Braf, I'll give you 5 gold pieces to cast testicular torsion on the Baron.
Mage hand.
Mage hand.
Just
It says you can grab a small object.
That is technically, I will say mechanically, a testicle is part of a creature. So you're grappling a creature, which you cannot do with Mage Hand.
Hey, is it more than
However,
5 pounds?
Please.
Is it,
However, that opens the door for you to grapple someone, and then she was like, as a bonus action,
I'm ripping his.
I'd like to contest their
Hey,
balls.
twist his dick.
Reaction.
Twist his dick.
Reaction testicular.
Cordell, you get that message, and you could close the gap. As Edmure sees you do that, it's like, dude, fucking, like, and then like the Baron turns and looks at you as this is like happening, and he's just like, fuck, and he sees an aspirated Edmure behind you as you're kind of closing the distance.
And
The Baron kind of stops.
I was gonna wave at the Baron to come here.
The Baron like stops moving, and lets you close the distance.
I smack Gallon so he can redirect his attention to this.
I let the Baron come to me.
I'll
The
turn
Baron
around.
stops moving and sees you. You guys are within 10 feet. Because that was your range for the whip, so he stops there. He's like, what is it? Let's keep going. Like, what is your, whatever it is, we can talk as we keep walking. Is that fine?
No, I want you to come here.
Fucking you come here. What are you talking about? Let's keep going.
No. You
Then stay.
come here.
I don't care. Let's keep walking. Edmure, come on. And Edmure's like, and he kind of looks at you and looks at him. And Edmure looks down to you and is just like, just, if you want to do whatever you're doing, just, like, and he gestures for you to, like, continue along the path. And she's kind of behind you right now.
Edmure, you tell him to come here. It'll be quick.
Edmure kind of moves to go past you. Just, like, kind of, like, goes around you unless you contest that.
I can test it.
All right, go ahead and give me that athletics check.
Gallon and I are staring at this shit going down, bro.
7.
He just drop kicks you into the mire.
You got
and leaves.
7?
Yeah, I got 7.
Jesus Christ, he got a natural 1.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
So he goes a step past you, you just like put a
Whoa.
clumsy hand up and he kind of slips on the path and go, shit! And falls and like hits the ground, like, ah! And the bear's like, come on, man. He walks over to you to kind of help Edmure up. So he does close the distance to you.
Ooh.
I look at my whip.
And he sees you get the whip, he's like, stops himself. He's like,
Oh my
buddy? What are you
I'm
doing?
just looking at it. I just want to see if it glows.
It is glowing very faintly still. It has been this entire time.
Still very faintly.
Very faintly. Like, can I go help my cousin and you figure out whatever it is you got going on?
Can I approach them?
I'm gonna walk with
You
Gallon.
can. You guys can approach him. You guys can approach him as Richter, the 2 Masonites, and the Halberdier are all just proceeding like one functional fucking family.
Yeah,
just
they're-
proceeding on. They're all just nurturing Richter in a way. Like the
Dang,
Halberdier has one like a halberd over to one side. Anders has the bow ready on one side, and Cyrus is just kind of like keeping an eye on Richter
Are
continuing.
they
along
carrying
the
him on a stretcher?
path.
Are they kissing
They
him?
are waiting for Richter.
Did they create
They're
a
waiting for
stretcher?
Richter to be like
Oh.
ready enough, like as a person to ask for that. But short of Richter asking for that, they're gonna let him have his space and continue walking. They're keeping pace with Richter.
What consoles?
While I'm
I'm-
up there,
Mhm.
I'm going to kind of just not really look at him, but to the halberdier, be like, sorry about your compatriot
Thank you.
We're
He
too
was,
close.
he was a good friend. Yeah, co-worker, but a good friend. You know what I mean?
I do, I think.
Thank you for asking. Yeah, Dillard was a good guy. I'd appreciate. Let's have a toast to him when we fucking get back.
That's right.
And you're not looking at him, but he is just as he's talking, he's being very like stout. He's being very very this like he's almost like tightening his grip on the halberd and like but keeping a keener eye as he's speaking. Like he's like as he's making himself more like slightly more emotionally vulnerable, he's making himself more physically like tense.
Yeah.
As he's like he's just like wait like any vulnerability could invite a challenge.
All right. I think about asking him for his name, but I puss out.
That is the most real shit.
Well, you can't hit him with. It's the worst time.
I know,
And
that's
your
what
name
I'm
is.
And who are you? Who the fuck
That's
are you?
terrible.
Hey, who the fuck are you?
That's the worst. Somebody is like, I hate to be a bother, but. But yeah,
can't be mad
but
at you, though.
continuing
You have
along,
to-
I will say, Gallon and Braff, are you guys approaching at this point now with whatever's going on
Yes.
with Cordell?
Yes.
I'll walk up behind Cordell. I'll put
Cordell, are
my
you
hand-
gonna approach? Are you gonna let the Baron approach? As you guys are coming up to the back of the Baron.
Yeah.
That's who you're approaching.
Oh, we're coming up behind the Baron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We turned around to go back towards them because
This
Cordell.
Baron's like offering to help up his cousin. As now, Edmure is like getting himself up off the ground. He's like, "Get the hell!" Like puts the bow around his back and such. Kind of like dusts himself off.
I
Do you
will.
take any bludgeoning damage?
I will to Gallon as we walk up. I'll say I'll kind of like whisper. I'll say I think Cordell, we need to, this is not the time. I think that we should keep it going, and I think that we should. Cordell is obviously under like there's more to this obviously, but now is not the time. And I'm gonna beelining it straight to Cordell to try to just intercede.
After the Baron says that to me, I say we can keep going, but I want your swords.
Fucking fine. He draws the rapier and just throws it to you. Just like hilt first, just throws it to you like the 5 feet, clatters to the ground in front of you. He's like, fine. Edmure kind of stands up and he like dusts himself off. He's like, hey, I don't have a sword. Is that fine?
I'll
Is that
say,
okay? I just want to, man, I want to fucking get home. You're scaring the shit out of me. Can I just, let's just get to the castle.
I'll let that go. I grab his rapier and I don't know where I put it. I put it in my backpack. Does it fit?
You just hold it, man. It does not fit in a halfling's backpack. I'll tell you that.
Damn it. Okay, I grab it and put it in my backpack.
And Edmure kind of just goes, and he moves this time to like, he's like looking at you, but he goes to like move past you.
Who? Us?
I'll let that happen.
Oh.
Edmure, past Cordell. You let him pass?
Yeah.
Okay. Moves past you, and like quick steps up to the Baron, and the Baron just kind of like grasps his shoulder or something. He's like, let's go. Let's fucking get back. And they turn, and they're now facing both you, Gallon and Braff, as they're just like, let's keep going.
I'll gesture for them to
keep
go. I'll gesture for them to keep going.
Move past you?
Yeah, move past us.
Okay. And then they go ahead and they make their way past both you, Gallon and Braff.
If you guys keep leapfrogging like this, it's gonna take you
I know. I think it's
while.
45 hours to get back, but I do.
Hey, I am aware, but y'all get to do what you want to do. I'm not stopping you.
I'm gonna stay.
I'm gonna-
They've approached.
You stay. They move past Braff and Gallon, and they begin making their way along. I think
Or-
Braff
or
and Gallon,
sword.
you both hear them going, just like, let's fucking get back. Dinner should be ready pretty soon. Get some ale, get some drinks. We can have conversation. We can deal with it. And this is all Edmure speaking to the Baron. And the Baron's like, yeah, I don't know, man. Pretty bad. Continue walking along. But very quickly, you, Braff, Cordell, and Gallon, you have a bit of privacy. I will say, because I know you'll ask Cordell, the light glows very faintly, very faintly, very faintly, and goes away. They kind of went over a hill and such, but at this point you can approximate. It's because the Baron left to your 30-foot radius.
I look to Cordell and I say, I understand. I understand what you're trying to do, but after the shit that we just seen and the shit that just happened, I think that we'd best just get the fuck out of here. And we can. I feel like we now's not the time. And I think let's just go.
That's exactly what he's asking us to do.
I mean, at the very least, if we're gonna do anything, we should get like at least closer to like the meadow or the field, not in the mire. We should like there's more advantageous points to do this. So let's and
is the mire within the hex that they have?
The hex that they have. To the best of your knowledge, you found certain spots of the hex. The best of your knowledge, the only hex you've seen was on the kind of that road up to the
switchbacks,
castle. Yeah, the switchbacks.
So everything.
You haven't seen any other points for that.
Yes, I wish to question those two as well. I think it would be best to get back to do it. I'm starting to wonder just what part the Baron has to play in this.
I think
You may not be the reason for it all.
No, I
After all.
fully believe he is. I've been tracking. I hold up the whip. I've been tracking. Like he's not who he says he is. 100%.
I think
Well-
it's one of those things where people tamper with unknown magics. And you see it throughout history. People fuck with shit that should not have been fucked with. And I kind of eyeball him because thinking back to when he started trying to grab the rocks and grabbing stones and doing all this shit, and I'm like, people shouldn't be fucking with ancient, powerful magic. So, I think he is to blame for something, but I think we should, at the very least, make our way out of this shithole. And I look around.
How far away are we from the keep?
The keep to your approximation, you guys fucked around and found out pretty soon along the path. So you guys are no more than a quarter mile back to the meadows. You guys got very
Well, if
you guys traveled very like minute amounts. There was a lot of conversation, but you guys maybe traveled a quarter mile in before you were attacked, and then you traveled further back now. So you guys are I would say for Richter and his party, you guys are seeing the end of the clearing. You guys are seeing like where the red mire stops and like safety begins.
Okay.
We
As I get before I enter the meadow, right on the edge of the mire, I do want to stop when I get there.
Yeah.
Did-
But forever, you were gonna ask a question, Brad, and I want to answer.
I was gonna say we doubled back, right? We didn't go forward because at the beginning of combat they
No,
said
you guys double backed. I would say the Baron, Edmure, and everyone else was insisting they continue further along the path.
because it loops, but we didn't do that. We're going.
No,
back.
you guys just went back. You guys
Okay,
took the
good.
shortest route back home.
Okay, great. That makes sense. Okay, cool.
Raph, did you tell me that my whip flashed when I went under the gate? Would I be aware of that?
No, I told Gallon.
Oh,
I didn't
I
tell you.
don't think you know yet.
I think if the Baron,
Hey, cut that up.
I don't want the Baron to get
Most
back.
villainous violin right now.
I think if the Baron had some nefarious means for us, he had the chance to kill me when I was alone with him in the keep, and he didn't choose to do so. I think something else is at play.
I don't know what his plan is, but I know he wants to get back to his keep, and I don't want him to get close to his keep.
Can I get a perception check from specifically Gallon?
I understand, and I do. But
16?
16?
Yeah.
Looking through it, you guys are talking, you're debating. You're still splattered in blood. I mean, you wiped it off your face and such. But as you're talking and like it's kind of on you, so you like kind of go and fleck off some shit. But there's like a small like splattering of like material in it too. Like there is still like sediment and such in you, and I think I will give it to you with that roll. You could best attribute that to you. You didn't fall as you walked. No one like tapped you. But as the camera focuses back in on me,
maybe one day.
okay, I just had to get cute. You can only attribute that to as you swung into this thing, you dragged on something inside, and it pulled back into you. And like whatever that was, sundered and split, and then now that probably makes up some of the dichotomy of just shit you just have on your chest as you're seeing like different bits of sediment on your.
Okay. So it's like kind of a natural, more of like a natural.
Yeah, sediment typically means soil, but you're seeing that on yourself. You are not necessarily ascertaining what the fuck that means or
Like
why or
it
how.
would be so like it'd be like blood and sediment, even though like I wasn't
It is
necessarily rolling
blood
around in dirt.
predominantly and absolutely. There is also sediment in like thickness in this blood, not just like
Okay,
clots and such, but like soil.
You're getting at that like I wasn't necessarily in contact with the soil, but it's on me.
I'm getting at that we did not fall on the ground and no one like rubbed their hands on you. This stuff that's on you can only attribute to when you made contact, when you killed this creature, you hit something inside, and that is the only thing that makes sense as to why this stuff is on you.
Interesting.
All right.
Okay.
But yeah.
Well, our only other option would be to kill him in the field then. Unless we're gonna do that.
Let's do it.
And even then,
we gotta get to the field. Let's get the fuck out of here.
We would need more evidence before we just go around.
I've worked with this man
executing
before.
people.
He's a liar. And
Wait.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, I've worked with him before, and I don't trust him.
Yeah, you were at the top of his list. Why?
Because I've worked for him before.
Yeah, why? What? Doing what? We're walking. Let's walk.
You guys are walking. I will say though, Richter, you said you wanted to stop at the clearing before you actually got in. Was there anything you wanted to do in particular?
I want to find a prominent, old-ass tree that's right on the edge of the clearing.
Well, give me a nature check.
I will do that
For
now.
quantity 1, prominent old ass tree.
17.
7.
As you're traveling along, it seems like either inadvertently or intentionally, a lot of the perimeter that was made cutting out these trees was built around there's large trees kind of encompassing the perimeter. And because of that, as you're leaving the trail, no more than like 20 feet off to one side, you can exit. You can exit into the clearing to get there, or you can go through the water, depending on what you'd like.
Oh,
But there is a pretty large, thick tree. It's another mangled, kind of messy looking thing going up, but it's quite a large tree, quite thick.
Okay.
You could not, if 3 people tried, they might be able to get their hands fully around its trunk. It is quite a large thing.
All right, perfect. And I'm gonna cast a spell called
Sweet, man.
Speak with Plants.
Nice.
Ooh.
Oh shit! Let's go. Question the locals.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'd like
shit.
to.
They got the answers.
I imbue plants within 30 feet of me with limited sentience and animation, giving them the ability to communicate with me and follow my simple commands. I can question plants about events in the spell's area within the past day, gaining information about creatures that have passed, weather, and other circumstances.
I have it pulled up here as well. You go up. For one, you're going through the clearing to get there, correct?
Within the past day, rats.
And if that information is changing what you want to do about this, I will allow that.
Bro, just do become plants.
Just cast I'm a plant now.
Some tree skin.
Do I
You can still cast this, but just say if you're seeing that within the past day, if that is changing what you want, I will let you just not be doing that.
Yeah, well,
That's
fuck.
rude.
Yeah, why don't trees have good memory?
Tough.
I think D&D is wrong. Alright, well, yeah, I'm not gonna cast that, and I'm not gonna walk over to a tree. If I
Yeah,
know
you're just
that
continue
about the
walking?
spell. Yeah.
What do you know? What did you do with the Baron? Hey, now's the time to be transparent. Now
You've
is
worked with the Baron before, then what that means how does that mean we can trust you?
Ooh. Fair
Speak
point.
now or you'll be placed under the same scrutiny as him.
You really think I'm siding with the Baron here?
You could have alternative motives. You could,
I do.
yeah, you could want to kill him for your own devices. So as to say you're justified.
Back in the good old days, if you had an issue, you hired me, and I solved your issue.
Oh my god. You're
The
a
Baron
fixer?
had an issue. like a plumber. No.
Richter, I will say just so you know, you guys have, unless you said otherwise, you guys are proceeding into the clearing and continuing towards the castle.
Yeah.
Go ahead, continue your story, Cordell.
The Baron had an issue. And the issue was with someone who, just say, was a kind soul. I refused to solve his issue, but told him the issue was solved and just agreed to never really work with him again. However, getting the chance to come back and be with him this closely, I thought it would be a good opportunity to end my issue.
I want to discern on whether he's telling the truth or if he's being shady. Or
Go ahead and roll insight. And Corey, you tell me what you roll, either persuasion or deception. And if you fail it, you get to tell me which one it is.
Oof, gosh, that was so bad.
I got a 5.
Dude, I got a 5.
Beats it. So
May I
Corey,
roll?
was it persuasion or
Oh, I guess I
deception?
Persuasion.
So I think Bref, two somewhat socially inept people are trying to
That's so true.
conceal and lie to each other in some way. But I think as this is happening and Braf is leveling with you, you do see there's a certain amount of communication he's trying to do with you. Like as you're just taking a moment, just kind of like sussing it out in this very uncomfortable environment, you do feel like he is maybe for the first time truly expressing something to you that is a truth. Not just a detail, but a truth.
Right. So you came here to correct something in a way? You came here to...
Essentially.
Interesting.
But I had no idea, especially this information I'm gathering from my whip that's telling me he's died and come back. That's completely news to me.
Do you ever truly identified your artifact?
I didn't write that in my backstory.
Would you...
I
mean, for my purposes, it's working. Well, not right now. It's not working great, but like...
Would you like it to be identified? I have the capabilities to learn the properties of artifacts.
Kind of all look at Brad.
Please do.
briefly.
I'll hand it over. I hold it out.
As you hold it out, I do not take it, and I say, I would rather, considering the circumstances we just experienced, I'd rather be able to take the time and not use arcane energy on the spot. And so
That's fair.
So if we have a minute, I would, and you're willing, I would like to be able to identify this. Maybe you can, just to ensure that you're getting the proper information before we continue with anything, or maybe there's underlying things that you don't know about this that could be dissuading or manipulating.
We can wait, but
Oh, and I
gotta
immediately
say,
kind
I fully believe he's undead.
and at that point I kind of like almost like in like an excited kid moment go, holy shit, wait, also Gallon, I already kind of told you, Cordell, but Gallon, I don't know if you saw Richter, but I'm pretty sure that artifact that he has in his bag, it like controlled him, or manipulated him. When I went and got him from the ground, he was unconscious or he was limp, and then he started to move. And when I addressed him, he seemed still incoherent. And when I kind of felt this energy emitting from his bag, and manipulating him, and almost puppeteering him in some way, in the fact that he was moving, but I feel like not on his own volition or something. And I kind of like look a little confused. I'm not sure, but I would like to, obviously, if I get my hands on that, I can maybe peer into that as well. I look to both of you kind of.
I'll kind of, I'll like swear under my breath, kind of shake my head. I'll say, I wouldn't come into contact with such an artifact.
As this is happening, I want to look to see where the rest of the members are at, because we've been talking for a few.
Okay.
Are they still
There
in
is no
sight?
roll needed. There's no roll needed here. You're looking down a static path. You can see Edmure and the Baron. They have closed the distance to the rest of the party somewhat. They seem like maybe 60 feet in front of you. At this point, they are towards the bit of light you see. They're making their way out of the mire, which you guys are getting kind of close to. You guys have been walking and talking, leaving the actual
Out of
swamp
the mire is to the meadow, correct?
into the meadow. You're right.
Okay.
But it seems like you can't quite discern necessarily where Richter and the rest of the procession is there, but they undoubtedly are further along.
No, you go ahead.
Can I look around real quick and roll a perception?
Sure. Would anyone want to help him with that, or do the same? I would say the only person who really could was be Braff, as Cordell was occupied.
I'm honestly trying to just.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna engage with Cordell and them, so I'm not looking.
Yellen?
Okay.
Unnatural 20.
Nice.
Unnatural 20. You're looking through. You're seeing, for one, you do clock and see light ahead of you. You do see that there is the relative safety of the meadow, and furthermore the castle in front of you. You see the Baron and Lord Edmure walking along in whatever conversation, undoubtedly about the actions that happen on the trail, whether the combat or the accusation. And then looking through the tree line and such, it is undoubtedly getting darker. And it is just becoming closer to sunset than it was mid-afternoon, just as you guys have been walking and talking and traveling. So just the light is just playing more tricks on you as you're looking through, and you're seeing a lot more movement in the trees. It's just the canopies are shifting. And then as you're looking around, you look to the left for foremost, where most of the combat happened. You don't see anything along that path. Look to the right, you don't really see anything else. Aside from your eyes do kind of play like a trick on you as you're looking, and you're seeing all these shadows moving, and there seems to be just a thing maybe 30 feet off the path from you that is not moving, a shadow that is not moving in these trees. And like you take a moment, you see it, you kind of squint and look at it, and then as your eyes squint, there doesn't seem to be anything really there, not even a tree trunk or something, which you kind of mistook it for at first, but there seems to be nothing really in those trees.
Let's keep moving.
And Braff, did you just say that Richter was controlled when he was dead?
Yeah, I was
Is that
basically.
what you-
Yeah, I was saying something was puppeteering him or manipulating his body while he was unconscious.
Did you mention that it was something from his backpack just now, or is that
that
conversation from you and-
was something I
earlier?
got right, Connor. It seemed like there was
Yeah.
something. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
You could tell it was from the pack, and part of that was just your prior knowledge. You just the one time you clicked with it, you knew it was kind of in his pack.
Yeah, that's right.
You obviously don't know where it is now, but like you were
Yeah.
able to connect it to the last place you knew it from.
Right.
I'm gonna respond. Say when I mended him, it felt like I almost had to not fight control, but lose control of something else to mend him.
I think.
I think we should look into that.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I think that I was in some ways wanting to not bring him back fully so that I could pry, but obviously I didn't want him to die on us, and so there was a choice that had to be made, and I'm glad that it was made in the way that it was. But I feel like there was, yeah. I will say, and then you bring up you don't want to get back to his keep, and that reminds me
I'll
that
say as this is happening, you guys are exiting almost the mire. You guys are walking towards the meadow in sunlight.
okay.
Unless you protest.
No, we're walking. It reminded me that as me and Gallon were kind of holding back, and I was looking at your bag. I caught a glimpse of your bag as you were walking underneath the archway to leave the keep. Your bag, it glowed, and while you were underneath the archway only, and then as you continued on outside of the perimeter of the walls, it dissipated. And so I think I can in some ways understand where you're coming from in regards to you not wanting him to get back, because I was talking to Gallon earlier, and I feel like potentially the keep and my eyes kind of go wide a little bit, and I think the keep itself might be an entity, or maybe it's a vessel. But I kind of like in my hands up, like this is my first time literally ever being adventuring or any of this shit, and this is so fucking much. And so I'm just trying to use the things I've read and learned. So I don't know. That could be out of fucking left field.
DM, can I would my character make the connection between the keep walls kind of, being what he said, and the fact that it was made by a mage, or a mage had something to do with the creation of this keep? Would there be a link there in my character, or would that not be linked in any way?
I would say there would not be a link. I don't think there'd be a link. And normally I love letting you guys roll for stuff, but I think in that particular situation, I think your character can absolutely look for a link, but there would be no roll necessary. Those are two situations that are so different, and especially to your character, they are very much outside of your purview. So like you're looking at like an alien situation and an alien situation, and you might draw connections to them, but the main connection you're drawing to them is the fact that they're both
magic,
arcane, and disturbing. Like that, and which can cover such a wide range. I think you would reasonably ascertain you don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. I will say that.
Go ahead. Oh,
please.
If
I'm
you're
here.
saying the keep may be some sort of entity, then I definitely do not want him getting back.
I take a deep breath and I say,
In the middle.
I laugh and I say, I looked at Gallon and I say, honestly, you're much more versed in this stuff than I am. Clearly, I feel like I'm just here. Shit, what should we do? And I just looked at Gallon.
Then what do you propose?
In the meadows, and I reach my hand out for a handshake.
Wait, hold on. In the meadows, what?
In the meadows, we kill him. Because we thought we brought up fighting in the meadow earlier, so I was gonna say in the meadows and reach out for a handshake to Gallon.
Well, how about in the meadows we... Terry, go ahead.
As much as I despise those that use such types of magic,
I'm ready.
I cannot.
I want to point out Richter has fucking 4 HP, 5 HP right now, just limping back with his boys.
Richter runs.
I cannot butcher this man on no evidence.
I've got enough for me. I'll see you there.
As you guys are exiting the mire, going to the
I'll
meadows,
just
there is
gesture forward.
there is an orangish quality to the ground around you, as just because of kind of the mountain range a little bit behind you, just creates a little bit of a higher horizon than perhaps most normally seen. The orange is kind of spreading off across the environment around you as the sun is setting there, and just a little bit seen, just because there's still mostly a blue sky on that area around you. As you're walking up to the keep, you can see just a proper moon kind of rising up, kind of next to one of the towers, as you had an idea the night before, but now you can see like, oh, tonight is certainly going to be a proper full moon.
Oh my!
So you guys are closing the distance up on the tower, and
I noticed that, right? The full moon.
You all notice it. Yeah, it's a fun little detail and factoid that makes the world feel more lived in and believable.
The world feel more stupid.
And with that, as much as I would love to.
5 more hours.
Don't say it's over.
5 more hours.
Okay. I want to continue. If you all want to, I will.
I will.
But
it's midnight for me, and I'm about to continue. But I understand.
We can absolutely continue for another hour if all 4 of you want to. I am absolutely down. I'm only stopping to be courteous to you.
I think.
Me?
Yeah, Todd, just you, man.
Give me 1 second.
We can take a loose 5, everybody. Take a loose 5.
Right.
I'm gonna make some food real quick.
All right, let's
really
take
quick.
Oh,
you want to do the intermission real quick, and we'll see if we can come back, or
yeah. We'll intermiss and we'll discuss, and then we'll figure it out. But I will put us on a break just for right now, and then we can come back. So
awesome.
We will see you briefly for an answer. We will be back.
Absolutely. Hey everybody, we checked. Mom said we could keep playing.
Yeah,
we got permission.
Let's go.
Sleepover is on. We're ready to go. Which I cannot be any more delighted for, as I don't know if anybody DMs that is watching, but as a DM, you always have more little things you want to keep doing. You want to keep doing. So just being told by your place, for one, that they're enjoying what you're doing is awesome, and then two, being able to keep bringing out the fun and excitement is great. Thank you for all the emojis that floated across the screen, Cornell. But to begin this little spot here, but Richter,
What?
sir, for you, you made it across the meadows before anybody else. You made your way across. This time, as you're traveling around, you have the kind of this marshy little bit of just wetlands over. Now, as you're traveling to your left, as you're making your way up towards the castle, it's kind of almost. It is still an oppressive display of just black rock and sweeping little details in the structure. This this splashing of almost stalactite and waterways that have been created in it. But I think for you right now, unless you tell me otherwise, it is still a comforting thing to see solid walls and open expanses to get behind.
Yeah, definitely.
So you and your really party of people, you have done a remarkable thing here, Richter, and you have 3 heavily armed individuals escorting specifically you to a castle. As you have the 2 knights of the Mason Order, still Cyrus being very attentive to you, just he is hesitating to put hands on you to stabilize you as you struggle to move a bit, but he's still standing with you. As Anders and the halberdier, they still have not gotten the name of, are walking. Now everyone's very, very much relaxed as they hit the meadows. Looking back behind, you do hear the halberdier go, "All right, see, Edmure and the Baron Valnir have made their way back. They're in the meadows. The others should probably be proceeding shortly. Let's just get back."
Where are we at right now?
You guys are making your way up towards the actual castle, the actual keep, towards the gate you guys exited from just not even an hour ago.
Okay. Damn, not even
you guys,
an hour.
Yeah, you guys left, went on a hike, got your shit kicked in, and then turned around and we came back home. It has not been a long expanse.
Respectfully.
Yeah, getting your shit kicked in would be incorrect. You guys beat the adversary, but you lost a man and a lot of things happened.
Yeah, I died. How are you doing this every time?
This guy's he's got the
Corey has hotkeys, man. He's ready.
He's got the insider, bro. He's got the soundboard.
Ooh, hey.
But
that's why we have the soundboard muted, ladies and gentlemen. So you get the emojis, not the dial tones.
True.
How do you put it all over your little screen like that?
Please, Corey, tell us.
Yo, please enlighten.
I think
you have to.
you need nitro.
Do I have to jailbreak my computer, bro?
You gotta pay $1,000 a month.
Oh,
have your emotes move.
Oh, fuck that.
Must be nice.
Man,
Yeah.
it's so cool.
Get your money up, not your funny up.
Get money up, however. Traveling along, you guys are making your way. There was a flat expanse, but now you have about a quarter mile left. You're starting up this very gentle slope on the cart path up towards the castle.
Well, they better not get up the slope before we get there.
They absolutely are, as they left long before you.
Not the Barons,
Yeah.
their group.
Oh, their
Yeah.
group.
Yes,
Okay.
this is the halberdier, the 2 knights, and
Alright.
Richter.
Are we
They're-
able to know what his death saves were, or?
We could
not allowed
talk
to
about that
be?
in a little bit.
Okay.
Because it does have more mechanics involved with it than the death saves themselves.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah, as Richter has some fucked up shit. But traveling
neat.
along,
Oh.
being very careful with you, Cyrus goes to you and says, Richter, if you need, I can help you along. I can pick you up or something. You don't need to keep traveling along like this. It's a rough slope. It's a rough walk in general. I'm kind of tired myself, but I want to make sure you're good. You're hurt.
If I give him my bag, would that be fine if we're still walking next to each other?
You're in close proximity, yeah.
Okay. Then, okay. God damn it. I need to pick a no accent next time. I haven't been talking that much this time. Let's see.
You're fine,
Hard.
yeah.
It's hard.
It's a hard thing to do, I
Dude,
will
hey,
say.
hey,
Being a DM that doesn't have a lot of accents
Oh,
this time
Tash,
around.
You woke
Hard
up
to do.
and your accent's gone. That's so weird. Anyway.
That's so weird. That's really strange. That's super weird. Why is my accent gone? Richter Turnell. I'm a druid.
Yes, you are.
I made myself some burritos, right?
Yeah, you did. You did.
Check
you did,
them out.
Victor. As Cyrus like touching your shoulders, like you made burritos.
This man's going the loopy down, bro.
Cyrus, I think I can make it, but would you mind carrying my pack here?
Oh, absolutely, sure, yeah. So he just kind of like grabs like the side of it as you loosen your arms around and free yourself from it. And just carries it. He just carries it loosely, just like holding the straps off to one side, not seeming totally like encumbered by the weight of your pack.
Yeah, not
just
that
walking along with you.
Not that big.
Just like, yeah, no, totally fine. Just carry along as you were. We can get up there. I remember the Baron saying he had a proper dinner ready for us at some point. We're getting back a little soon, but I'm ready for some proper eats and maybe some conversation if we need. But for you, maybe we just get back and some food. Get to bed.
I do like the sound of that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And they carry along as they're moving. So you guys continue along. Anders, at a certain point, just pipe up. He's like, "Hey, Richter. Just wanna ask. You got absolutely throttled by that thing. Do you know what it was? I know you're a druid.
Do I know what it was?
I would say I will let you roll a history check.
History check. Okay, 12 on the die.
Okay.
Yeah.
A history of +2. Let's see, 12
14?
plus 2 equals 14.
14 on a 14. You recall back to many of the teachings you were taught. Like a lot of the more studious things, which with druids they're not really good at. It's very much a hands-on, very feeling, very spiritual experience learning the craft of druids. History is an important factor, but it isn't as deeply involved. You go back, and the only thing you can really come to is that these things were unnatural. They were not part of nature. You can absolutely tell that. But what they were is lost on you. You do not truly know what they were. You just know they were not of nature. They were not natural.
All I know is there were some scary mother friends. They were.
You guys need to swear too. I keep doing it. Like you guys gotta.
I'm on it, bro. Don't worry.
Those were some.
Good boy, Ace. Good boy.
Hell yeah, Ace.
Some horrendous little cunts down there.
Oh, all right, nice.
That's what I meant. Yep, you got it.
They seemed pretty. I don't know. They were slime guys made of blood. I don't know how much more obviously evil you can get.
Well, I just didn't know if you knew. I mean, as he keeps walking, the Ender's kind of like relaxing his bow properly and finally taking the arrow off the string and putting it in his quiver. I truly don't know what the fuck that was. So pardon me for assuming you might, but I just
Oh, it's quite
looking
alright.
for answers, you know.
Me as well. You've never seen anything like that.
Echoing behind you is the halberdier at certain points. Like, well, let's just get some mead, huh? Let's just get back there. Maybe a bottle of wine, whatever the fuck they got. Let's have some drinks. Talk about it then. I just want to get back.
All right. Now you what is your name again?
Oh, no, I appreciate you asking. I'm Kenny. Sometimes I'm called Kelvin because I've been working with the Lord the longest time. No, I'm Kenny.
Kenny or Kelvin?
Just Kenny's fine. Just sometimes I'm just called Kelvin because I work with the Kelvins most.
I see. All right. Anybody ever call you Ken?
No, I have been told at times I do have energy. That's about the most.
Oh my god.
About the most I ever heard of that.
Oh,
Wait a second.
You
Alright.
I had
thought
to.
about
It was
the
there.
idea.
I had to. It's not my fault.
okay.
All right. Well,
But no, no one's really called me Ken before, but you're welcome to if that's more comfortable.
all right then. Ken, you've never seen anything like that before.
No, I mean, again, I've been parts of sieges. I've been parts of different patrols. I've dealt with monsters at times, but nothing to the likes of that.
All right.
Well, let's keep going. As he looks back again, at this point he gestures over to the glen. It's like, I see the rest of the party kind of leaving the glen now. It seems like everybody's here in the meadow.
All right. Can I see what's? Can I perceive what's going on over there?
Yeah. Without a roll, you can see that you have Raph, Galen, and Cordell leaving the meadow now, as the Baron and his cousin Edmir are maybe about 100 feet ahead of them.
100 feet.
And that's like maybe 300, 400 feet away from you. You guys considerably kept a pace, and more importantly, never stopped to dialogue.
Yeah. I'm just outside of Richter. I'm thinking thoughts.
That's fun. If you want to roll for anything, you're welcome to, but that's what you see just freely.
I'd like
Unless you want to just proceed.
to
Before
see-
you roll a die or tell me the result, you can tell me what you want to see, what you're
Oh.
doing.
I
Yeah,
want to see what number appears on the top of this die.
absolutely. I'll let you know. No problem. I got you. Huh?
It's a 9.
It's a 9. Well, I can inform you that is a 9 on the die.
Okay.
No problem.
There's a little line under it. So yeah.
Oh, yes. Then mine have dots, but I'll accept the line.
All right.
Man of culture.
Absolutely. Dot gang.
I want.
But short of that, Richter, if you have nothing else, I'm going to continue on to the rest.
I've got nothing else.
No problem. You guys are continuing along towards the castle, which is getting much closer. The keep is getting much more inviting, I would say, to you. As you can see, there's someone on top of the parapet wall, leaning down, looking over, and seeing you guys down there, and it seems he's ready to get inside the actual wheelhouse and lower the currently upended gate. Raph, Cordell, and Galen, you guys have now seen, again, reiterating, you see the beautiful sunset, you see the beautiful, inviting, just lovely moon in the sky.
This guy.
But short of that, what would you guys like to do to enter the meadow? Again, 100 feet ahead of you is Edmir and the Baron.
Oh my gosh. Hold on.
Is
Before.
it a blood moon?
It's a moon. It's a full moon.
We'll make it a blood
It's
moon.
not. It's not. Oh shit.
Not all
I'm
still
gonna
red.
say to
Horror
Cordell.
campaign. You guys are the villains. Go for it.
I'm gonna say to Cordell. I'm gonna say, I think it's a good idea to not let them get back before we find more answers. But I highly suggest that we don't do anything incredibly rash in the sense of terminating any of these individuals. I think that because he could be the cause of this, but he could also maybe be the answer as well. I don't want, if maybe killing him could make something worse. So I think that we should try to get as much information as we can before we go back. But I plead to you that we do not kill either of them.
What do you propose? If we don't want them at the keep, and the keep is where we sleep and eat, how do we keep them out of the keep?
I don't think it's a matter of keeping them out. I think it's a matter of getting as much information as we can so we can be more prepared when we go in. Something is afoot here. So I think we need to learn more. And honestly, I'm not saying we don't learn enough to maybe make something happen out here, but we got to at least learn it first.
Let's go learn more. And I want to hastily move towards the Baron.
He's just sprints.
You're gonna increase your pace.
Hold
Yeah, I
on.
don't want to like.
Raph and Galen, are you guys gonna mirror?
Raph
Raph and Galen, are you guys gonna mirror his movements? Or are
Yes.
you guys gonna hang back?
Nope, I'm gonna stay right next to this little fucking squeebob.
Galen,
I'm hurting now. I'm just going normally.
I cannot hear you, dude.
hear me?
I'll turn you up.
No, I was gonna say you're fine for me for the most part. So
Yeah, I'll turn you up quite a bit. Go ahead.
Said I'm hurting, man. I'm just gonna walk normally.
You're gonna walk normally. All right, so you kind of hang back as Braff and Cordell continue along, closing the distance to the old Baron and Edmure as they're walking along. Edmure kind of turns, sees you guys approaching, and looks back, and you see the Baron seeing that, turns back and sees you guys approaching, and they continue along, but they are aware of your presence as you approach.
I'm gonna call out to the Baron. Baron, stop.
He sees you. He hears that, turns around, and says like, "For the last fucking time, let's just continue to the keep. Let's keep going. There's no talk and walk if you can, but we're gonna keep going. Dinner should be ready soon."
I'm gonna stand between him and the keep. I don't like.
You have to run around.
Yeah,
and this guy.
I'm gonna. Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna run around. I'm gonna get between him and.
He sees you running around. I think at a certain point, seeing you doing this wide arc, kind of get around him and in front. He just kind of stops walking.
little legs moving.
Yeah, and then more importantly, Braff, what are you doing? Are you mirroring his steps or?
No, I'm not gonna fucking run.
Yeah.
I will say, I will call out as well and say, we just have a couple of questions that we'd like to answer before we make our way back to your humble abode. I just implore you that just to. I mean, it doesn't have to be anything more. It doesn't have to be anything intense.
Let's keep walking, boy. Let's keep moving. It's fine. And as he continues walking, seeing at this point, as you were having that dialogue, Cordell kind of ran his little route, made his way over in front, and the Baron and Edmure kind of walk over towards towards Cordell, kind of neglecting you, Braff.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, and when I see that, I'm gonna be like, "Hold the fuck on!" I'm gonna yell out to him.
They continue walking.
All right, hold on. Let's see what kind of spells
we can talk inside.
Let's see what
I want to stop them.
Yeah, they stop about 10 feet from you, Cordell, and I was like, man, and this is predominantly has been the Baron talking. It's not been Edmure. Edmure has not spoken since you've been here. The Baron's like, Cordell, I don't know what to tell you right now. I am going inside my keep in my home.
No.
That's where I'm heading. You are welcome inside my keep and home.
We are not. We are stopping here and we're talking here.
Okay.
No one's continuing.
I'm gonna cast message to the Baron.
Message. All right, go. Tell me what that cast looks like, or what that is communicating.
I'm gonna say, "Fucking stop."
He regards that message and says out loud to Cordell, but also through the message, to you, Braff, and it's just like, legally, I do not own these lands. So legally, I cannot tell you to tell me what to do. This is my home, and it was built for me, by the blood that was spilt on my behalf. However, I am going inside, and I don't see any reason to not have the conversation inside. If you insist on having it out here, we have it out here.
God, I want to fucking.
We have it out here.
I want to
But
cast
know that
some crazy fucking shit right now, but God.
Cordell, what is it?
I'm gonna say, do you see this? I'm gonna pull out my whip without looking at it and hold it between me and him. And I am hoping when I do this, there's at least a little bit of a glow.
It's just dormant.
You are 10 feet away from us. You pull out. There's a faint glow. It's like, I see it. Yep.
Why would this be glowing?
You tell me, man. I do not know. I don't know what you have. I'm unfamiliar with you, your inventory.
Has he stopped?
Yeah, he stopped 10 feet from Cordell's. Cordell's blocked his path.
Okay.
At this point, just as Braff, I'm assuming you have stopped as well, kind of behind them.
Yeah, it's like, he's in front, and then they're both kind of sandwiched between us, and then Gallon, I guess, is hobbling his ass up.
Gallon at this point has caught up to you, Braff. They've been stopped for a moment.
How far are you away from him?
How far are you from Braff?
I would say,
if you get more than 15 feet to them, they're going to be like, there's going to be like a social thing going on there. But if you stop like 15 feet,
I would say 15. I was going to say 15 feet. I will say out of the
Gotcha.
corner of my mouth and be like, yo, my intimidation is not working so well. To Gallon. And you can kind of tell I'm like kind of flustered though too. Like I'm kind of like Braff is kind of pissed off because they're kind of being fucking like understand the situation entirely, but also like I'm getting a little heated. So
This tells me that you've died. Is that true?
Kind of looks to Edmure, and Edmure kind of like, that's what I was trying to tell you. I think you're dead. Okay. Well, I'm not fucking dead. I don't know what to tell you.
I cast detect magic.
Not anymore.
Go ahead and cast detect magic.
Okay, I do.
Is that a full cast?
Yeah,
You're within 15 feet.
I am.
And you're within 25 feet as well of Cordell. So similar thing. You get illusion magic immediately off Gallon. You get necrotic magic off of Cordell. You get a combination of several things. One of them being illusion. One of them being evocation. Sorry, evocation. But evocation off of the Edmure, the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
You do get a hint of necrotic energy off of the Baron.
Yep.
Off a necklace one around his neck.
Mm-hmm.
Immediately right there.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to go up to the.
I will say, give me an Arcana check.
Oh, sexy. Let's hope I don't fuck this shit up.
Bro, you gotta message me and just say do it. And as soon as you say do it,
wait. 14.
14.
Sadly, not
14. With the 14, you're picking up on the magic. You get necrotic off him, and you're like, obviously, absolutely, definitely, yeah. But also, like, there's a little hint of it where you're just like, hold up, and a 14 thing is good enough to detect that this is a very similar magic that you got off of Senric. Amulet worn around the neck, necrotic energy coming off of, like, this is a very similar type of magic you got off Senric when you cast it in Marsh's Retreat, the inn. Whatever he's wearing seems quite similar.
Okay. I'm gonna not like approach necessarily any closer per se, but I'm gonna like 15 feet berth, kind of almost meeting up, kind of like, you know, like half circling, kind of almost to join Cordell. Not getting closer, but also just kind of meeting up at the front there. And I'm just going to ask him, I'm just going to call out, what do you wear around your neck?
My neck? He kind of gestures out, pulls out, like reaches into his tunic and pulls out. It's kind of, it seems like a simple, like almost like stone amulet. I was like, it's something my mother gave to me when I was quite young.
I would just like, there's a note. Braff's voice is like quaking. Like he's trying to put on a front, but this is like his first like crazy social interaction, so he's like a little bit nervous. But
for sure,
I'll continue. Then why is it? It's reeking of necrotic energy.
Yeah, imagine it does. It was given to me by my mother. It's a necrotic energy. It is. It allows me to do some things with. For one, lets me heal myself a little bit if battle gets bad. It's helped me on a hunt or two. Times in combat, it's an amulet. More importantly, from my mother.
Interesting. Is yours and Senric's mother the same?
No, we do not have the same mother. Senric is, for one, quite old. If we had the same mother, well, I guess over here in these parts of the world, it's not that weird. But for where I grew up, that'd be very uncomfortable with our age range.
Well, then why do you have similar amulets?
Ask Senric. I do not know. I know Senric wears an amulet, but I clearly not doing whatever you are doing to determine that. And also, I must say, and he says, kind of turning around, looking at Gallon too, posed up, seeing you. At this point, there's three of you kind of surrounding him and Edmure. It's like, I invited you all on a hunt. I am so sorry things have gone bad. If you would like, you can proceed the way you came and leave the Red Mire. That is totally accessible to you. You can leave. That is fine, and my apologies. But you do not get to ambush me on my lands and inquire and run through all the things that you might have problems with me. You can come to my home and have dinner, and we can talk like civilized men. If you want to have this conversation here and now, that is You guys are choosing to be bandits in this sense, and
Did
that is
I-
not something I will look fondly upon.
Did I hear him state that they're not his lands?
They're not what?
That he doesn't legally own them?
No.
Yeah, he has said that. He has said that to you several times, or at least has been communicated in part several times along this journey.
Wait, that he doesn't? That the Baron doesn't? Or that we don't? Oh, okay.
The Baron does not own them technically.
Oh.
That's the whole. That was part of what Senric told you about the hunt, was to kind of legitimize this.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. I'm gonna let Gallant do something, because, yeah, kind of looking at him now.
I roll a perception check down the road.
Absolutely. Down the road where you came from.
Yeah.
Can I do insight while I'm discussing all this? And when I was kind of outing him about the necklace being similar to Senric's, and him being like, "Oh no."
Go ahead and roll insight as well. But first,
Got
Gil.
an 11.
Yeah, as he's talking, kind of bereaving to all three of you, kind of surrounding him, you turn to look down the road, and it's just a dark mire. The light is getting longer, and shadows are what are first affected by like a longer day, so that you're looking at a darkness. You're not really seeing much. You're not seeing much movement of any kind. It is just kind of a dead, desolate land, far enough away that you're not seeing like light moving in there. It is just strictly shadow and darkness. Braf, what was your insight?
14.
14. As he is turning and gesturing to you, you can tell there was a certain amount of like bravado being used as he is kind of like putting his foot down and declaring what you guys are doing as being unseemly and unbecoming. But at the same time, there is a point of him going, realizing in this sense that like if you guys push the point and it came to violence, he is not in a good situation. You can tell there's a little bit of just like the fear creeping in as he is saying what he is saying and being very boastful, or not boastful, but he's being very what's the word? He is being very enforceful. He's being very authoritative about it. But at the same time, he knows that there is a certain level of this is kind of your guys' call and what happens.
I see. Okay. He's like putting up a front kind of like, hey, I'm in charge. Don't be fucking with me. But really, he's like, ooh, wait, hold on.
Yeah. Well, he's more of, I think it's more of to a specific point. He is trying to let you guys know, or he's trying to communicate to you guys. With your 14, I think you would communicate this, is he is saying what you guys are doing is strictly wrong and improper.
Gotcha.
He is not trying to put a foot down authoritatively. He is just saying it with, he cannot help but being authoritative by saying it.
Okay. Before I say anything else, I'll let Gallant say something, hopefully.
I'm going to turn. So I turned, I looked. I'm going to turn. I'm going to walk towards the Baron. Past Braf. I guess
Perhaps off to the side, but you can walk towards the
Okay.
Baron, yeah?
I guess, yeah. I'll say kind of as I'm approaching them, I'm going to say, there is evil here. And I think it would be best if we did not stay out here. And as I walk towards the Baron, when I kind of walk up to him, I'm gonna look at him in the eye. I'm gonna sniff, and I'm gonna say, "This place reeks of it." And I'm gonna walk past him.
Give me an intimidation check.
Yeah, baby.
Fuck this guy.
Wait, can he have advantage by what I'm doing or no? If not, it's fine.
No.
Okay.
No. What you're doing is similar, but however, I would say no.
Okay, that's fine. Totally.
Because you're getting insight from somebody. You're not like, you're not like
Yeah. What's
getting
up?
at him.
Hey, what's
Yeah.
up? Okay.
What?
This is like super dark, dude. Anyway,
Well, the story or your show?
it's the freaking table.
Why not both?
Yeah, why not both?
Um,
Yo, I have to do the same thing, Ty. I roll the darkness and have to bring it over to see what I actually roll. The dice are shy.
I got the candles going. I got the ominous orb of death blowing at me.
16.
Oh, nice.
So
Good.
16.
Nice.
So you say that, and like the Baron sure. Let's give him a fighting chance.
No way, natural 20's a shit.
No, not a natural 20, but not far off. You say that and sniff at the Baron and like walk past him, and he does not change his posture as you move past him. He lets you walk past. He doesn't challenge you as the camera fights life, because it'll die if it doesn't get its acted. But no, the Baron lets you pass, and it's just like, I hate to say it, but Galen is the only one speaking sense right now. Let's all go inside and please interrogate, berate, and make accusations at me in my home. At least it'll be more comfortable than out on the road.
I ask one more thing. As a gesture of goodwill, I guess, in some ways. Would you take off your necklace?
You could go to fucking hell. Immediately, just shotguns off as you say that. It's like, you go to fucking hell.
I look at Cordell almost like getting an answer that, like, just off that, and then I'll say, and then I will walk with Galen.
I want to know about the Lord you had me kill.
As he begins walking up and hearing that, Edmure immediately turns and looks at him, and then this him is like, "We could talk about that again. Let's get."
We're talking about that here.
Walk and talk. Does that work?
No.
Okay. Well, then you can stay here as I will go to my home, and you can choose to stay out in the wilderness, or you can go into my home. But we can walk and talk, which is me meeting you fucking halfway, Cordell.
If you take off your amulet.
Again, go to hell. This was given to me by my mother.
Boys, I approach Cordell right now, right?
Yeah, you are walking towards Cordell, and I believe Braff is also coming towards Cordell. Everyone's coming towards Cordell, including the Baron and Edmure loosely. As Edmure's very much just like, what happens, happens.
Yeah.
And Edmure's very much like, I want to live. And it's just like loosely, like 10 feet back, like kind of walking. Like, it's almost like Edmure's walking through a minefield. Or sorry, it's almost like Valnir, the Baron, is walking through a minefield, and Edmure's walking behind, like, figuring out what's okay for him to do.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll approach Cordell and I'll say, as I'm walking by, I'll say, I've seen something else in the mire. Probably not too far off from what you did.
Oh yeah.
There's also a full moon out. A hunter's nightmare. It'd be best if we did not stay here.
Ooh.
Are you saying this quietly, or are you saying this?
Chills.
I just say it normally.
Are you proposing to leave?
Proposing we go somewhere that's not here.
Edmure, the Baron, I would say Valnir, is making his way past you guys as he passes. Like, you guys do what you like. I am heading to my home.
I cast lightning bolt.
Again, you guys can stay.
Really quick.
Huh?
What?
Go ahead.
Oh, I said I cast lightning bolt, but I was just kidding.
No, I was down for that. I propose to take care of the Baron first.
You say that as he's walking past?
I say that out loud. Wherever he is.
The Baron is like
I don't
5
care.
feet from you.
That's fine. I say it to Galen, but
Okay, one second.
Do we has anyone?
You guys are at the gate.
Bro, they're
The gates are
eating,
lowering
bro.
for you
Richter's
guys.
eating with
The
his
gates
chums,
are lowering
bro.
for you guys.
We're at the
Like,
gate
the
now.
gates are lowering,
No,
and the
Richter
guy's
is.
like leaning over as the gate's lowering,
Oh.
and he's just kind of like, the gate lowers, then stops for a minute, kind of leaning out, kind of sweating his brows, like, hey, sorry down there, it's gonna take a minute, it's just me, I'm just cranking, give me a minute.
Larry?
And you hear it just like ring up, it's like, why are you doing that alone? And Anders yells up to him and is like, the other one, he's cooking. I'll lower it down, I'll be quick. And then he goes and just immediately comes back. It takes like a good 20 seconds for.
Damn.
As this man is like putting in the work to crank and lower this thing. But very quickly, for you guys, the gate's being lowered for you.
Okay. Do
While
we...
there is an intense interrogation happening, you guys are just. This is also happening like 300 feet away from you.
Yeah. So do we hear any like
You can roll me a perception check.
yells or anyone in the party's like, where the fuck are they? They should be here by now. 21.
with a 21. You kind of look around. You're waiting for this. I think naturally, as you're waiting, you turn around and look, and you can see there is a trio of people surrounding Edmure and the Baron. And I think you know enough about your acquaintances to know that there is a very intense interrogation happening right now. And from the body language and stuff, you know that there is a shouting match, which is about one wrong shout away from a murder happening.
Yeah.
Can we move at that point?
Call the ambulance, but not for me. He goes,
Okay.
damn, that food sounds real good right now.
Yeah, it does. I'm just wondering if I can do anything to simplify or complicate and exacerbate the situation. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me look at a thing.
Anything, Richter, or
Perhaps. Just one moment.
I will say it is quite a ways away. So
I would
800.
go.
if you want to start closing the distance, you can. But if your prerogative is getting inside, that makes sense.
My prerogative is getting inside, but I can still conjure animals. So I'm just wondering if it would be worth like getting some wolves out of the forest to like chase them inside artificially.
That's kind of funny.
Because yeah, or like I don't know. No, but I can only cast within 60 feet, so then it would be coming from the castle. So never mind. I'm just going to point them out to like the people in my party. Be like, wonder what's going on down there.
You being the only one to actually notice this, you communicate that, and immediately Anders and the Halberdier, which you now know is Kenny, turn and look.
Okay.
Christ. And it's like, yeah, better make sure they don't die. And Anders goes like, oh, yeah, I'll join you. And then with that, they both leave, but Cyrus remains with you
All right, cool.
They don't want
as they begin kind of hustling their way down.
All right.
It begins lowering.
Gallon,
But,
are you still walking
right.
away?
I said to Gallon we should take care of him.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Well,
The,
I stopped when
Baron-
he says-
The
when he
Baron
says,
does
like,
not seem to say anything upon obviously hearing that. As he walks past you, like he walks within with very much within 5 feet of you and goes past you if you were not protesting and continues to his keep.
While they're
Well, we
Starting to
have
head down.
Anders and Kenny making the way down to whatever.
while they're starting to head down, I'm gonna cast Daylight, which is basically like one of those like like Vietnam War flares that go up and, it's, like, and it,
nice.
like washes the area with. I'm just gonna kind of put that like directly out from us, above the proceedings. Be like, I don't know.
Yeah, you go ahead and cast that out. Let me double check Daylight real quick. And I will say there's a thing I do with Daylight, because technically in D&D Daylight does not produce literal daylight. However, I think that's dumb, and I allow the spell to actually cast literal daylight. It's a very small thing, but like for vampires and such, it is huge.
Yeah, for sure.
So just gonna say that does cast literal daylight. It's the only thing.
Okay.
So a 60-foot radius sphere of light that spreads to a point you choose within range. The sphere of light is bright and sheds a dim light for additional 60 feet.
Nice. Flare mode.
It's mostly just for visibility.
So you cast that light, just permeating more light around. It's very dim and such, especially where they're at. They can see the daylight. It's not necessarily cast on them.
Oh, really?
But no, just because it's a 60 foot of bright, 60 foot of dim, so it's 120 feet out. They're like 400 feet away.
Oh shit.
They can see it. They can encompass the light. They see it in the flare portion, but it isn't casting light on them.
Gotcha. All right.
Yeah.
So I'm just like sending out a weird signal.
Yeah, you're doing shock and awe for
I
a
squint.
badger somewhere on a hill.
Yeah.
As you have the knight and the halberdier making their way down the hill to the Baron walking up. For
I
the three of you who were interrogating the Baron,
I'm lighting the way.
Edmure is kind of standing off, watching you three.
Gallon, do you have any response?
much as I hate to say it, I think we should at least hear him out.
I don't
I
want to
don't
go
think-
back to the keep with them. I don't trust them.
What do you think would happen on the keep?
I don't know. I think that's the scary part. I don't know.
Judging by what happened in the mire, I do not believe, even during broad daylight, I do not believe our way back to town would be anywhere safe. So I believe we were stuck here. So unless you plan on killing him on this road, I don't think we have many other options.
I'll put a hand on Cordell. I'll walk over to Cordell and put a hand on his shoulder and kind of look at him and say, "We'll just stick together. I think if we do that, we'll be all right. We'll get this. Just have a little bit of patience, I say." And I kind of look over at Edmure. I visually
Edmure's
look.
kind of standing off. He's just like,
I narrow my eyes at him.
do me a favor. Talk to me before you kill my cousin. I'm willing to see reason, but it has to be reasonable. And he says that, and kind of as he says that, he looks at Cordell.
There's
I
evidence.
don't trust a man who apparently did shady shit on behalf of my shady cousin.
Your
Your cousin asked me to do shady work. I didn't follow through.
I don't much care of the how and the why. You are the only one admitting to doing something shady and uncomfortable. I'm not saying you're a liar. I'm saying do not be surprised that your testimony is shaky. What I'm saying is you don't get to kill my cousin based off of your accusation alone.
Like Gallon said, we'll find proof.
Your cousin just killed a man.
Who? My friend who went into the swamp and died?
Yes.
Yeah, I
By
was
the word of your
there.
cousin.
We can drink to his name and talk about it and figure it out. However, I'm not comfortable here either, guys. I was excited for a hunt. I was excited to figure out what was going on. I was excited to figure out how my cousin's been doing, and I'm not thrilled with what I'm figuring out today. Let's go inside and relax. Maybe have some mutton and ale and a bath. Some wine. And then maybe some cheese. Then after that, maybe a little bit of bread.
Okay, all right.
grapes if
Okay,
they have
all
them.
right, okay. And then
All I'm saying is we deserve it after what happened.
I'm gonna
Plums
use.
sound nice.
Oh my god! I'm gonna cast lightning bolt. No, no. I'm gonna squeeze Cordell's shoulder enough and almost use some strength to almost gesture and pull him along with me as I start to walk. Do you resist?
No.
Okay. We walk to the keep. I'm not holding my shoulder on you, but I'm pretty.
Yeah, you're
close.
not steering.
Yeah,
but you
yeah. I'm
get him, yeah.
we're in tandem. I feel like internally Cordell I feel like he's in the right place, but he is very brash. So I kind of stick close in case he wants to go bullwhipping some motherfuckers on the quick draw.
Yeah. For you, Richter, I'll say you the gate lowers for you eventually, and you and Cyrus make your way inside.
I also
The man, as you make your way inside, he looks at you guys. He's like, "Are the other ones coming?" COME. It's an important distinction.
Appreciate you clarifying. Yes, they're. I'm not sure, but I'm assuming they're on their way.
All right.
Right.
Well, make your way inside. We got dinner whipping up for you. Just relax, and I'll raise up the gate when they're done.
Sounds like a plan.
All right.
Nice work out here.
Well, thank you. It was a nice workout. He says, kind of flexing himself a little bit.
doing push-ups. Senric.
Kind of he releases a cough himself.
Oh fucking shit.
And I was like, all right, well, make yourself comfortable in there, and I'll I'll talk to you in a little bit.
So you caught what Cendric's caught.
Excuse me?
That cough you had. You
Uh-huh.
feeling all right?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. Just a bit of a cold. Nothing. Just had it for a day or so.
All right. Carry on.
All right. Make yourself comfortable. See you in a little bit. As he turns, he just like turns around and just takes a 5-foot step to the other end of the wall, just looks over the parapet, and
Okay, yeah.
and now seeing at this point the halberdier and Anders have made their way to the Baron and are now escorting him up the rest of the way. As your procession of really 4, as it's you 3 and Edmure, are following behind, maybe about 100 or so feet back based off the length of conversation.
And the Baron is getting healed by necrotic magic. Is that correct?
Healed?
He mentioned
He said
about his
he
necklace.
used.
What did
He
he
said
claim?
it healed him, his necklace.
He said
healed
he
him in battle
he
or
said
something.
that, but I would say go ahead and give me an Arcana check, especially you, Cordell, and Braff if you like as well, to see if there's anything that strikes. I'll say Arcana or History.
How you doing?
I rolled a 1. So
Galen, I'll let you do it as well. All of you
Ooh.
3 have a pretty good repertoire
we
of
ball.
options. Yeah,
You said Arcana or History?
Arcana or History.
Let's go.
Hey, what are you rolling, Gallon? Arcana or History?
I'll do Arcana.
You know what? I'm not gonna do that. I already in my mind I chose Arcana, so I'll just I'll keep it.
So, Braff,
24.
Cordell,
1.
Galen,
20.
20,
Yeah.
unnatural.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
Let's see,
natty.
Cordell, you are blinded in some way by kind of the circumstances of what's happening. You briefly look at solutions in answers to what he said, and you're just like, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Like, this is going to happen. You look for like reasons or rationale between it, and you're just like, he's gonna die. Like, that's kind of the end of it. Or I imagine anyway that is how you're feeling. More correctly, your check, you do not know how he might have done what he done, but it doesn't really matter to you.
Okay.
Raph and Galen, as you both rolled really high on this, there is absolutely a spell. He didn't say it quite right, but there is a spell within necromancy. Galen, you're familiar with it from your travels. And Braff, you've studied it. It was actually a taught thing if it was an option to you. You just perhaps chose not to partake in it. There's a spell, False Life, which allows you to use necrotic energy to give you some force to kind of like stave off a little bit of pain or death, which seems to not exactly what he says, but fits the bill functionally in what he was describing.
Interesting.
False
What is this? Stave life?
False Life,
False life. Okay.
level 1 necromantic spell.
I'm gonna go and write that down.
But with that, he is making his way up. You guys, as you hear him talking, you hear a brief exchange between him and the guard up top. He kind of stops for a minute and talks with them before he and the party of 3 makes their way inside, as Edmure is silently traveling with the 3 of you.
I'm ready to just get inside at this point.
How close are we to the Baron?
He's made his way inside. He's probably 80 feet away.
The only thing I'm doing is holding my action to react to this fucking little gremlin.
I want to watch my whip as I go through the bridge or the gate.
Smart.
The Baron's too far away, but
Yeah, by the point he stops, he goes inside, and you see he just takes a quick right-hand turn inside the keep. For the rest of you guys are making your way inside. The guy up top kind of waves to you, and just like, last I heard, you guys had a tussle. You all right?
Fine.
if
Did you
he's
see
talking,
me?
I'll whip him.
Did you
Cordell?
see me? Okay, sorry.
This man's getting a little fucking angsty, bro. This guy's getting a little.
I don't trust anyone. My finger's on the trigger.
So what'd you say, Cordell? Just
Oh,
were you
nothing
just joking?
important.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Galen,
joking.
what'd you say?
But did he see me covered in blood?
Yeah, he sees you covered in blood, but also he also saw the Baron and the Halberdier, and like he saw some other people who are worse for it, especially Richter. So he does see you, but he doesn't seem as surprised seeing you. But he sees, he's like, all right, make your way in. I'll close up the gate. We'll be good ship shape. Let's go. As you guys make your way inside Cordell, you have your whip on you. As you pass under the arch, luminescently glowing.
I stand still.
There is no dimness. There is no if and or but. It is just glowing as you are underneath the arch.
I stand still. And the rest of the party is here?
Just Braff, Gallon, and Edmure.
If you stop, then I guess I'll stop.
I just hold it out and say, look, something's wrong. There's no
Edmure
want to be
shrugs his eyes to his head and is like, look, I heard you guys talking about all those stones on the way here. This is a weird fucking castle. I don't know who made it. I don't know if your thing does what the fuck it says it does. Let's just go inside. If you're uncomfortable...
Edmure, no one fucking asked you.
Then stay outside. All I'm saying is,
And
I don't know what
to
you
like
like.
go on.
Fucking, alright, well... As he kind of walks through the gate and just gestures up. He's like, well, whenever you're ready, close it up then. You guys are, of course, standing on the drop. He is just so done with you guys. He does not give a shit.
Sounds good.
We could check the man-at-arms in the gatehouse.
Oh yeah, actually, I want to look up. Are they like directly above us, or are they like offset kind of, Connor?
Well, if they are directly above you, you're looking at the wall. You guys at this point are kind of inside the gate, but you can step back and such, or step inside or whatever.
Yeah, like as we were looking up, is there like almost like an overhang? So
he would be about above.
Directly above.
Like off to the left a little bit, but above.
Okay. Interesting. I'm gonna just continue.
Did we get a good look at him when he leaned over the parapet?
Yeah, you got a reasonable look at him.
But he looked like he's ugly.
I mean, he's not beautiful. It is a rough looking guy. Again, like leather armor. Like he was like holding a spear. He didn't have like a helmet or anything. Kind of like uncut hair, kind of a messy stash and such. He seemed like one of the two guys who opened up the gate for you.
Okay.
Let's see if he's wearing a necklace.
You can roll a perception check, stepping back to see him, or stepping forward to see him. But you have to tell me which way you're going. Into the keep or outside?
What was the gatehouse enclosed?
The gatehouse, he was leaning outside the gatehouse to open it up or close it. So that's where you saw him. But you are now underneath inside the gatehouse as it glows. So now that you have this information, you need to either go inside to get an angle to see him, or go outside to get an angle to see him. Just which are you choosing?
Inside?
Okay, that's fine.
12.
Okay. You go inside to turn to see him. He's kind of leaning out, like he doesn't seem to have a spirit. He's kind of leaning out, gesturing. You see, he looks at you, and you can tell he's like kind of clocking who's coming in. Like best you can tell, just waiting to close the gate. But looking at him, you can't see. He's wearing like leather armor. He has like a little tunic underneath, but you can't see any obvious necklace.
Mm-hmm. Have you seen any of those stones around in the courtyard?
You can make another perception check, but Braff and Cordell first. What will you guys be doing?
I'm just gonna follow. Like, at this point, I think, like, Braff is understanding. There's obviously a massive threat, and things are kind of scuffed as fuck. But I think at this point, he is also just kind of tired and hungry, and he's just gone through a lot today. And so, as I walk, I'm gonna kind of pass by Gallon as he's kind of observing and looking up. I'm just gonna kind of rest a hand on his shoulder and say, it's been a fucking lot for me today, so I think we're all on the same page, but I'll meet you inside. And I'll just...
Terrible.
Cordell.
I'm thinking still. How far... I don't want to derail. But how far away is that other group of people he wanted us to kill?
This
You
man's
never got information. He told you it was
Solo
like
dolo.
he told you it was a collection of miles away. It might have been like 5 or so.
This guy is gonna do a side arc in the arc. That's great.
So I want to
You
avoid
said
that, but I don't want to go in the keep.
Look,
There's nowhere to go
Cordell,
except there.
Tori, You are able to do whatever you'd like to do.
Damn.
I will not stop you. I will let you do whatever you like.
Hey, think about it like this.
If we start next session with an hour unalluded of you getting brutally murdered in the swamp, that does not bother me at all.
Hey,
that is fine.
I don't even have
or
to...
succeeding brilliantly.
I don't have to be present. I don't have to be present to stream it. So literally, I just gotta hit go, and then y'all can do whatever the fuck.
All right, I'll leave you with this. So like when Gallon, like basically when Gallon said that to you earlier about like the path home not being safe, basically he was implying that you can get killed in the swamp or you can get killed in the keep. It's your choice.
Yeah. Where it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't, and I want a meal. Fucking
Like we
shit.
really don't got anywhere else to go.
Yeah.
I'll enter the keep.
He cries.
Yeah, with a big tear on the inside.
Admir follows. Seeing Cordell go in, he follows and stops with Gallon. He stops with you, kind of waiting for Cordell to continue going. And in terms of the three of you Inquisitors, let's call you, I think I trust your judgment the most. So, if I can be of help or you have something to bring up, I would prefer you tell me if that makes any sense to you.
Is that to me?
Yeah, he says it to you. Edmir.
Believe me, there will be ample evidence.
Just
There's
find
not-
it and bring it up.
There's not
Because
something
you
to take
either have
lightly.
me aiding or hindering you. So it's better for everybody if I'm helping you if that is possible.
I will
But for
speak
now,
to the Baron. If you can
Sorry?
speak to... So I'll speak to the Baron. He said you wanted to talk to me.
yeah,
And if there's any... And then afterwards, later tonight, maybe I'll get back with you and see if there's anything else you can learn. Maybe not directly ask him, but just if anything seems amiss, let me know.
it's all right with you. Let me talk with him first. He's my cousin after all. Seems better at this time with everyone jazzed and a bit on edge. Maybe I break the ice to him first before dinner, and maybe you talk with him after, if that makes sense. I'll tell you what I heard.
If you
I'll be
so
honest.
choose.
Well, I appreciate you do not seem like a very lenient group of people. So I appreciate this. But with that, let's go get something to eat.
Real quick, Connor, 1 second. I still had to detect magic up. Did I detect anything from the guardhouse?
From the guardhouse, I would say you detected no magic in the guardhouse.
Bet.
I rolled a 20, looking for the stones in the courtyard.
Do you want to tell me what you want to roll before you roll 20?
I said I was
If you're
rolling.
looking, yeah. If you want to roll perception, yeah.
I
I'll
can
allow
reroll
it,
if
but
you want me to.
normally tell me you want to roll something, and yeah.
Well, I said I was gonna roll perception for the stones in the courtyard.
Yeah,
and then you said I'll get-
that's my mistake. There was a lot of moving parts going on, so that was probably lost in the
reroll.
noise.
I'll get.
No, you're fine, dude. You don't need to re-roll a nat 20.
It's not a nat 20. It's an unnatural 20.
Okay, well then that
It's
gets
16 plus 4.
okay. That's fine. And what'd you get this time around? Rerolled. If you didn't, you're fine. Don't re-roll. Fucking Todd, don't re-roll. You got a 20. It's fine.
What does he want? What does he
Hey,
want?
man, I'm just vibing.
Yeah, you are definitely vibing. Looking around. Gonna sneeze.
Let's do one small.
Let's
magic.
see.
Woo!
I guess like stones or places like I guess like a ward, like a place of power or something like that.
Place of power. It's gotta be.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. You know what?
Storm rolls in.
Thank you.
Curse you.
Thank you. Hey, I'll take the curse. Corey, how are you, buddy? Anyway, you look around for stones in the courtyard proper. I would say normally you wouldn't be able to see anything when you first arrived. You didn't see anything, but you do see. There are a couple of stones actually in this stonework itself. There's a well, for one, in the center of this courtyard. And looking at it now, approaching it from the main courtyard, perhaps you didn't see it because it came from a little personal path before. But on the other side, there absolutely is a stone setup. 1 second, I need to just get this going here. Oop, there we go. There's stonework in the well itself. It's like a collection of stones that's built up where the stones kind of go around to make the well wall. The stones are encompassed inside it. I think once you see that, you do look around. And in the keep itself, there are 2 stones on either side of the wall. The actual doorway, the door frame, there are 2 sets of stones building up the wall there. Everything else is, again, sweeping like waterworks moving up the walls and creating the structure. And this is just a displacement of like maybe a foot high of just river stones making their way up.
Where was this, Connor?
The well, and then either side of the doorway.
What did it proc when I went by with Detect Magic?
It did not proc when you detect magic.
Okay.
So wait, the well is made of regular stones as opposed to
The well itself is made fully of regular stones. The doorway is not.
It's
These are
sculpted like
proper
red
stones.
wood.
Yeah, these are proper like river stones in what is like a patchwork of like washing like waterways. But again, you walk through both of those, Braff, and though you're not aware, of course, of what Gallon is searching for,
Right.
Nothing procced for you.
Okay. Nothing jumped out. Cool.
What does proc mean
Interesting.
or stand
Like
for?
nothing. Like there's nothing in the proximity that activated.
Oh, I see.
All right. So, where did you go, Cordell?
Everybody,
Yeah.
I will say, made their way into the keep.
Okay, so it's just me out there now.
You, as Edmure, is making his way past you now into the keep.
And the gates closed.
Not yet. You're still standing in the way. Well, I guess now that you're inside,
I
there
stepped
is kind
through.
of now there is the kind of as a gate slowly just.
About what time of day is it?
The sunset is beginning, but it's also autumn. It's also like a bit late in the year. It's maybe like you might say around like 6:30, 7 perhaps.
Fairly dark.
No, it's sunset's beginning. It's still the sky is more orange than anything.
Have they lit torches along like the walls of any buildings?
Not yet, but also it doesn't seem weird that they haven't.
Okay. Guess I'll make my way inside.
And as you make your way inside the keep, finally, everybody makes their way inside. I would say at this point, there seems to be somebody, a busser of some form. Everyone would have seen this, but now that Gallon is here, he is also tuned in, moving out, primarily bringing out like cuts of like mutton, which like game food is being set out in front of you. There's like different like large dishes being set out as one guy's going, setting down a dish, moving inside. Maybe 2-3 minutes later, coming out with a dish, setting it down, and going. There's already laid out silverware, forks, knives, and such. Different bottles of wine and crafts of water along the table. So it's just he's just getting all the food ready to go. As you finally make your way inside Gallon, I will say that's probably the best way to this particular session. Before
Damn.
Before
you guys enjoy a lovely,
unpoisoned
enjoyable
meal?
dinner.
Unpoisoned
Yeah,
meal?
well-
Okay.
Well,
No
I mean,
Bro, this is when I would want my paladin or cleric to purify food and water or whatever the fuck this shit is called. Damn.
man.
Oh, fuck.
Well, hey y'all. Appreciate y'all sticking out a little bit longer. And again, I do enjoy how much paranoia there is for everything you guys do.
Yeah.
That I like it. It's a lot of fun for me.
Corey all but killed that man.
Dude, literally.
Corey was
I would have killed him so long
three
ago
separate
if you
times. I
guys
swear,
didn't tell
it
me
was
not
like
to.
I guess I don't attack.
Hey, all I'm saying is Corey's gonna be punching the air when we all die because he didn't clap this dude before he went back to the keep into
I
his
know
lair.
what's gonna happen too. He's gonna like draw some power from his blood well or something, and then just murder us all.
Dude, this
I envision it now. Next session,
I got
we're
the
all
session
dead.
notes. I didn't realize. Hold on.
Look,
Yeah.
I am looking forward to you all being dead
Calling
next session. Looking forward to it.
Same.
Hey, we
But,
did. We did.
short-
Connor left.
We did
Short
survive.
of you all being dead next session. I appreciate you all sticking it out and having a great time here.
Yes,
Great
that
time,
was
bad time, whatever. I'm glad Richter didn't quite die, but got damn near close.
Yeah.
Hey.
I'm
We-
also
hey,
glad
we-
that within that extra hour, I made it all the way up to the gate of the castle.
Hey, that you were the more sensible group of folk. making your way up. It was like, let's just fucking get there.
Sensible.
I want to go home.
Sensible.
It
Okay.
was only a
Ignorance is
technical-
bliss. Ignorance
You guys
is
are
bliss.
you
Ignorance
guys
is
are talking
bliss.
like
Yeah.
conspiracy theories and
Ignorance
stuff.
is
You literally
bliss,
the only
baby.
person who we have evidence for doing bad stuff is Corey.
Who's Corey?
He's admitted to murder.
Wait, but not to you.
No,
that's-
I never admitted to murder. I
that's
said I didn't
true.
do
No,
the
I'm
murder.
just talking about like me, Evan,
Oh,
observing.
Yeah,
Hey,
Corey
me-
literally committed
hey,
murder, but
me-
his character also.
me, Jared
Yeah.
says, good job, everybody, for surviving our first brutal combat, because that shit got crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, it wasn't as
Literally.
bad as it could have been, but it was good.
All right, let's go
Yeah.
to fucking bed.
Yeah, y'all, especially you. Yeah, everybody, thank you so much for sticking it out, having
Hell
a good
yeah.
time with us.
Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, looking forward to. It looks like it's not this coming Sunday, but maybe next Sunday. We'll see if maybe that day moves a little bit closer or something. But at this time, that is the date. But yeah, thanks everybody for
Thanks
kicking
for
it, hanging out, having a
hanging.
good time.
Hell yeah.
Watching people go paranoid and blood being drawn from people's limbs. It's always fun. But no, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you next time.
Peace out, y'all. Hell yeah.